CRoM Con is brought to you by...
Hello, my name is Dirk Hooper. I'm a comic artist and illustrator looking for work right now. I've been doing art professionally for well over 2 decades, and my art has been in 3 comics, several art books, novels, and magazines. And I've had work in galleries in the Netherlands, England, Belgium, China, and all over the United States. I offer comic-style illustrations, sequential art, and digital paintings on a wide variety of genres, including sci-fi, fantasy, gritty, noir stuff, and bad girls. You can find more about me and my work at Raincoon Studios. Contact me today to commission your custom artwork. Thank you.
Gotta have my pops.
What's up? What's up? What's up? We are here. We are here. After a rough night, a real rough night where I didn't get no sleep. Power's back. We're back. We're here. We're here with our buddy Glenn and our other buddy Dave.
Dave, how are you doing?
Not so bad.
Wow. Crazy night, guys. Crazy freaking night. I'm going to do the, let you guys introduce yourselves. I'm going to make sure that I'm sending this out everywhere I want to send it. So y'all know me, Pops Fans and Comic Related Madness Comic Network. That guy is Glenn P. Fleming.
Hi everybody, my name is Glenn Fleming, as Pops says. Thanks for having me on, Pops. I'm an English writer, artist, cartoonist and publisher, and I've written and published many books on many different subjects like science fiction, JFK assassination, World Cup soccer, children's books, adult humor books. Wrote a book about the NASA Apollo astronauts who didn't go to the moon, and I wrote and illustrated a book, published it a couple of years ago, about my father's, let's say, perilous jump into France on D-Day as a paratrooper.
Yes, a couple of years ago about my...
Sorry, say again?
I said, yeah, I remember you telling
yeah.
me the story about your father.
Right. I published a book about Rapa Nui, Easter Island. I currently publish Comics Unlimited, which is a 100-page bi-monthly magazine about comics. I'm currently working on my cartoon character Hatch's second book, which will be out soon. A couple of other science fiction novels, and in 2017, I released a DVD about my visits to comic legend Jack Kirby's home, which Dave here attended the premiere. And I'm releasing an updated version of the film, which will be streamed, available through streaming on my new website, which is gbfmedia.co. But it's not up yet, but it should be up in the next week or so. So you'll be able to go to that and stream that film from there rather than buy a DVD and all that kind of stuff. And so like I said, you can see all my stuff on Amazon. You can get in touch with me on Facebook, on various places. Just put my name in, I'm sure you'll find something.
Hi,
Yeah.
I'm Dave H, long-time comic collector, Marvel, DC, Independence. I basically like all things comics. I don't draw anything or write anything, but I have had a dab at colouring in the past, as Glenn's seen before.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dave has the collection.
Dave's collection is amazing. Dave's collection is just, it's got to be, see that behind him, that's nothing behind him.
No, I know.
I'm surprised. When I went to Dave's house those couple of times, I was surprised that I could get in the house. I was surprised that he was in the house. It's absolutely full. It's absolutely incredible. And he's told me that he's going to give it all to me next week.
Right when you launch a new website. That's amazing.
Isn't it? I was going to say, I'm amazed myself, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, you should be. It's incredible. It's incredible. He's got all the great British stuff in there as well, haven't you? All the TV21s and all that sort of stuff. It's absolutely amazing. Yeah. In fact, I'm still, what is it now? 10 years, Dave. I've been coming round to write an article, to publish it, and I should do that. I should get to you and get the article done. And with your permission, I'd also like to film part of it as well.
Yeah, that would be fine, Glenn. I mean, like while the COVID restrictions are kind of a bit less at the moment,
Yeah,
I'd suggest you take advantage, because we might be back in it before we know it.
I think we will be. Yeah, I think we're heading back.
Yeah.
Then, yeah, especially with
A
this
bit
new.
later on, I'm thinking a bit later on in the autumn and winter. So
Yeah,
if you can get over, like in the next 2 or 3 months, I'd probably be best to do that if you can.
Yeah. I'll work towards that, because what I was hoping to do was to put it on my new website as well. Just people can just see it there. Obviously won't be filming everything, but just sections of it.
Yeah.
Produce something along those lines. I think that'd be really good for you, and for everybody to see this absolutely incredible. I mean, when I went to his house the first time, Pops, I couldn't speak to him for 10 minutes, because I couldn't believe what the stuff he had, and that was in his front room.
Yeah, I know.
And then he said, oh, this is nothing. This is nothing. So we went upstairs, and he's just got. Well, you can see it behind him. That's look at that, and that's not all of it. It's just absolutely incredible. Look at that. So I've been threatening to do the article first for Crikey, wasn't it? And then it was. And now we've got Comics Unlimited. I should do that. So it's going to be quite a good article, that one, I think.
Right. Oh.
Here's Will.
Yeah,
like as always,
it's great to see you guys. And
that's good to see you too.
I got to throw a big thank you into Will last night for picking up the slack when the power went out. Phil and Will were like, as always, champions coming in to the rescue at the end of the show or whatever. It was just appreciate you, Will, man. Thanks for doing that.
Yeah, about time to get your ass back to work.
Yeah, I think Pop's organised that storm, so he could have a day off.
Doesn't he always?
Don't be telling everybody I got Moner here, man. That ain't cool.
He was mad too. He's like, I have no power and I can't even read a comic book because I broke my glasses.
Isn't that what Dr. Doom says? I have no power.
It was horrible. We didn't have no power, so I broke my glasses the night before.
Oh, no.
So I couldn't even sit here and read by candlelight. There's no air moving in the house whatsoever. It's just a humid, sticky mess. It's like...
that would be like getting a free trip to Dave's house right after you have double cataract surgery.
Yeah, that would be something, wouldn't it? Take Stevie Wonder on a tour of Dave's house,
If Mike knows about a day off, I'd be golfing. I would, like. and the last thing I wanted to do was go out right during Piper's segment, and William Samuel Quentin was just coming out, and then it was like, wow, it was like I was gone, and there was no warning. Boom. And a couple of my comics fell off the wall up over there.
Wow.
Oh, dear.
Let's see. Them two right there.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm glad they didn't have far to fall.
If some of Dave's comics fell off the wall, 20,000 people would be killed.
Well, yeah. See,
yeah, really.
I don't know if something hit the wall back there or what, but
Right.
this morning there's two comics right there laying on the ground. So, or not on the ground, but they only fell to the shelf. They only fell this far, but could have been worse, right?
Yeah. I say, Pops. I was going to say I caught a bit of your show yesterday when Phil made an appearance for the first time on video.
Yes, it was great. We had some people send us some money, to help upgrade the show, and one of the first things came to mind was Phil needs a freaking camera.
Yeah.
We got Phil a camera. We sent it to him. He fired that thing up. It was good to see him. Hello, Facebook user. Let me see who we got. Oh, Jeff Holman, still token with the dead in the chat. What is going on, Jeff? How you doing, brother? You got to sign into Facebook or to StreamYard. So
he knows. He sits there and tells everybody to do it on his show.
I know. That's why I hit him with it. Phil is real. It has been confirmed. Yeah. And
Allegedly.
we all needed that too, right? I mean, I had people thinking Phil was just me on another account. You know, all kinds of stuff. It's great. Good to see
Yesterday,
him.
Danny thought I was Phil.
Yeah, because you were using his avatar.
It's one of those, I am Spartacus.
We're just hanging out, man. We just kicked the show off today. I don't know if you were paying attention last night, Jeff, but that storm knocked me out. Poof! We had power out for 14 hours, and Will down there and Phil had to take over the show and take over the last couple hours of the show because I was all the way out. It was crazy.
Wow. It must have been some storm.
14 hours with no power.
That's a long time.
Wow.
It's like, you know, we get up this morning and finally we see the power trucks rolling around, and it's like, all right, they're finally here. They're looking for where things went poof, because my son heard the transformer pop, where it was around here somewhere, but he heard it pop, and everything was gone.
Wow.
So
that must be why everybody wants to live in England, Dave, because we don't get that kind of weather, do we? We don't get these storms and hurricanes and earthquakes.
That's true. We don't.
Time's coming. This shit's biblical.
Yeah, that tsunami is going to cover the world, isn't it? There's no arguing about that one.
Yeah.
Oh,
You get storms, it just rains for like 6 months.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Maybe.
Actually, you guys are just used to it. We're the ones going, oh my God, it's stormed.
Yeah. I can never work out why people in England complain about the rain, because it does rain most of the time. So by the time you got used to it, it's not going to change. I quite enjoy the rain. I think it's all right. Makes it nice and green and clear and everything, But you go to California or somewhere and it's too hot for too long.
Yeah.
Arizona in the desert.
Or too dusty.
Too dusty, yeah. Too sandy
So
and
what do you
dusty.
guys want to do, man? Do you guys want to show off Dave's stuff? I know, Glenn, you said you got something new to talk about, something new you're putting together. You guys got an hour.
Yeah. Do you want to go first, Glenn?
If you want me to.
Yeah.
I'm just about to launch my new website, as I said, gbfmedia.co. It's not there yet. But what I'm putting on it is a streaming. You'll be able to stream my Jack Kirby film that I released 4 years ago on his 100th anniversary of his birth. As I said, Dave was at the premiere. We had a great time, didn't we, Dave? It was fantastic.
We did. It was really good.
And after the show, after the premiere, which is, I tell you, it's really difficult. I'm in the film, and my head was 20 feet high, and it's really difficult to look at watching yourself talking, because you're thinking, what a load of crap this is that you're talking, and you're looking at yourself, Anyway, after the show, there was a Q&A which was filmed, so that's on the new version as well. Plus a few minutes I found of me around the pool with Jack from the first visit. So there's probably about an extra 5 or 6 minutes of me with Jack, and then there's half an hour with the audience taking questions and just generally talking about Kirby's work. That's all on the new version, but you'll be able to stream it direct from the website rather than buy a DVD and all that production costs and everything. I'm putting it on the new website. So when that comes up, I'll be announcing that. That should be up in a few weeks.
Cindy Koepp, how you doing, Cindy?
And I'm also working on my Hatch character, the second book, painting that. I'm not sure when that'll be out yet, but that'll be out soon. But I'll just obviously come on these shows and keep people up to date as to what's going on, as well as writing another two science fiction novels. I also was thinking of producing, I don't know whether anybody wants to see this or not, but the Rapa Nui book that I published, the Easter Island book, I've got about 6 hours of film from my trip there. And I was thinking of, now I've got this new website that I can stream things on. I was thinking of editing that down and putting it on the website. I don't know whether anybody would be interested in seeing that, but I just thought I'd probably do it anyway, just so the footage isn't wasted, but just sitting there, doing nothing. So I thought I'd do
nice
that.
To see it.
There's some really good stuff on it that I've made this little section a few years ago, but I actually filmed the land as I came in, the landing from the aircraft window, landing on the island, and stuff like that. I just like all the quirky stuff, you know. And it's fascinating to see it because the pilot, when we got to the island, it's not very big. It's only about 7 miles long. It's not very big. It was great because you couldn't see it because it was overcast, and all of a sudden all the clouds broke, and I'm filming, and you can see the island. And what he did, instead of just landing on the island, he flew around it because it's just not a big deal, you know. He flew around it and then came in on the airport, on the airstrip, and I filmed it all. It's just great. And there's some great footage of just those statues, you know, the Moai that are there. There's all this weird stuff there. It's a really great place to go to, and I'd urge anybody to go. It's weird, weirdest place you'll ever go, but it's fascinating, you know. So I thought what I'd do is maybe edit down that 6 hours and put that on the website as well, because I want it to be all media. So that's why I called it GBF Media. Get my books on it, get comics on it, comic strips, film, photography, get the whole thing of what I do and what I've done in the past and what I hope to do in the future, and get it all accessible on the website. Because, you know, the story of my old website was hijacked. What happened was I had I won't say it. I had the name of the website, and I bought it, so to speak, for I think it was 3 years, and I forgot it was running out, and I was away. And when I came back, I had an email saying you need to, you know, your time is up. You need to repurchase. And I missed it by a day. And when I went back on it, when I put the website name in, it's a Japanese porn site or, you know, dating service. So don't go to it. I won't even tell you what it is, but don't go to it. And wouldn't you have thought that I'd had this thing for 10 years? Wouldn't you have thought they might have just renewed it for me and argued later? Do you understand what I mean? So I've had to change it all, and I've lost tons of work off it because I was still directing people to the site, and all they get is, you know, what they get, but not artwork. Do you know what I mean? So
Dave went there a week after it expired and had a wonderful time.
yeah. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that being up soon and getting this stuff out again and joining that website minefield again, you know, because it's a nightmare to keep it up to date and everything. But that's just life, isn't it? You know. But that's I'm doing more of these podcasts as well these days. It's quite an enjoyable thing. It's really great.
Your Easter Island would be fascinating. It is fascinating.
You want to go there. But I will edit this film down and just I might even just throw it down as it is and sod it, you know, just show it for 6 hours if anybody wants to see it. But there's some really good stuff there. It's a really weird place. And put it on top of that. I've mentioned before, I've been doing so many of these podcasts, so if I've told you this story before on here, you'll have to forgive me. But I actually almost photographed my death while I was there, because there's a place called Hervey or something, and I went up to this cave, and so I thought this would be a really cool photograph of me framed by the cave with the Pacific Ocean behind me, right? And past the cave edge is 300 feet straight down into the ocean, straight down 300 feet, sharks. I set the camera up, set the tripod up, put the timer on, and just shuffled back just a bit. And I was going, and I just as I grabbed the ground, the camera went and took a picture of me, and I'm like, oh. So I almost photographed my own death. So I'm slipping down. I thought, oh my God. And this thing's clicking away. So I managed to scramble back and get down off this cave, and didn't bother going back up there again, you know what I mean? And then there was another time when I was at a party there. This guy threw a party, and there was this girl there, and she looked like Cher. So this Rapa Nui girl. So I told her she looked like Cher, and she said, oh yeah, people have said that before. And then a bit later, I was talking to her. I mean, nothing happening. I was just talking to the girl, you know. And then this guy comes over to me, and he said, I was in danger. And I said, what do you mean? He said, well, that guy over there really likes this girl, and he can see that she's interested in you, so you're in danger. So she went, and I went. So I nearly got killed twice, falling off a cliff, and once by this disgruntled native guy.
Dear.
Anyway, it's all in the book. Read the book.
Yeah.
Rapa Nui, Personal Journey.
But
You get it
at least
Amazon.
the picture of you on the cliff. At least we get a picture of you, nearly shiting yourself.
Well, it's there, it's it's funny now, but it wasn't at the time. I wasn't really interested in a photograph. I heard it click, but I was too busy trying to stop sliding back. But I didn't look at it. I didn't see it until later that evening, because when I went back to the hotel, I used to download all my pictures and have a quick look through, see they were okay, just in case I needed to go back and reshoot or something. And then I saw this picture. I knew exactly what it was. I was like, oh, I'm going for slipping back. 300 feet. I mean, if I'd have survived the fall, I'm not a good swimmer anyway. So, but if I'd have survived the fall, then sharks, I didn't have a chance. Yeah. So I would never have been here. I would have disappeared, and people would have found my camera and thought, oh, let's see what's on this camera. And they would have seen me going over the edge of this cliff into the ocean.
And then they would have thought, ooh, free camera.
Yeah.
Yeah, free camera. Yeah, it was it's quite an amazing place. If you can get down there, it's a long way, but if you can do it, I'd recommend it every time. It's fantastic. The Moai, those statues, they're all 20 feet high and they weigh 30 tons, and it's just an incredible place. Incredible place. I'm trying to get back there with Helen, because she obviously didn't go with me the first time, but I think she'd really enjoy that. Because she's as crazy as I am about places like that. So you want to try it. You were going to Peru, weren't you, Dave?
I still am sometime.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Probably next year now.
I don't know when it's going to be, because it's still classed, all of South America is still classed as red traffic light system they have here,
Yeah.
So I'll find out at the end of July if I'm going or not in September.
Right.
But I'm not holding my breath, to be fair, because I don't think we're going to be able to get there again this year. So might be next year.
Were you going last year?
Yes.
And it's a year now since you were supposed to be going.
Yeah, I actually booked it a year last January originally.
Wow.
For September last year, and then when I found out I couldn't go, I just rearranged it for this September, thinking surely by this September we can get there.
Yeah.
But because of the way things are going with these Delta variants and goodness knows what else is going on, I think it's going to knock it off course again. Yeah.
I think it will. I think we're heading for another lockdown. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Unfortunately.
It's crazy.
The Great Reset.
Yeah.
So tell us about your collection, Dave. Tell us what you've got in there. Tell us all the intimate details of your collection.
Well, I've got probably about 15,000 various Marvel comics between 1965 and 1990. Various titles, all the mainstream ones, really. I've got a large selection of DC comics, probably about 7,000 or 8,000 various DCs. A couple of thousand independents, bongos, all the different independent publishers. I've got a variety of those. I've also got a lot of the American magazine size, that Marvel did back in the 70s and 80s.
Yeah.
So I've got a lot of those. I've got all the British comics that came out that Marvel did, starting with Mighty Border Marvel #1, which I shall just get for you.
They're all in one box.
Find it.
Hey, hold on.
If I can find it.
This one? Is it in this one? Is it in this one? Dang it! I forgot which box it is.
We'll have to make.
Here it is.
We'll have to make do with that one instead. That was the first issue of the Spider-Man one. Yeah.
Wow.
There you go.
Wow.
So when was that published?
Revealed at last, the startling secret of Foom.
Yeah. Friends of All Marvel.
Yeah.
When was that published here? Was it 1970 something?
February the 17th, 1973.
Right. Wow.
Oh, I was 3 years old.
I was 10.
And
just starting.
I feel much better.
I was just starting to get there.
Wow.
Boom.
Friends of All Marvel.
Yeah, I remember that.
Boom.
Wow.
I actually think I have a couple of issues of Boom around here somewhere.
And that's the back cover.
Oh, nice.
Look at that.
Oh,
Somewhere
yellow,
I've got one of the old oversized Make Mine Marvel buttons.
Shut up, Mike.
Right. And as you can see, it was actually printed in black, white, and red, and I had to go at colouring in the white bits.
Fantastic.
As you
Look
can
at
see.
that. I just wonder if Steve Ditko and Kirby and people like that ever got paid for that reprint thing.
Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. Yeah.
Got Hex in the chat checking us out. What's up?
Hell, Hex.
So, Dave, do you ever read any of them, or you just look at them and think, I can't cope with this? I'll just ignore them again for 10 years.
I try to read them. I am actually rereading. I'll show you one I'm reading at the minute. This is one of my omnibus ones.
Look at that.
That's the side bit.
Marvel Monsters.
And that's the back bit.
That's fantastic, isn't it? It's Kirby and Larry Lieber, yeah.
Yeah. So basically, I'm in the process of reading all these short stories. There you go.
Wow.
That's one there.
So those Gen Into Mysteries are all pre-Thor, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
So what did Thor come in? Was it 136 or something?
I think it was because. Yeah, because there's 2 volumes of the monsters of the Monster Bus books. So
yeah, Strange Tales was all monsters, wasn't it? Look at that.
Yeah.
That's Kirby, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is.
Wow.
I'll go a bit closer. There you go.
Yeah, look at that.
Well, you should know, Glenn.
Yeah, well, I saw when I went to see Jack Kirby's house. I went to see Jack Kirby at his house. He had, that splash page with Fing Fang Foom on it. That fantastic, where he's jumping at whoever he's jumping at. He had that artwork on the wall, framed on the wall from Fing Fang Foom, and he just, I think it's from Strange Tales, isn't it? And it was. It's all red and everything. It was just that the printed one is red, but the artwork was obviously on his wall. It was just fantastic. And he had all this other stuff there, Where's everybody gone?
Oh, I'm still here.
I'm still here.
The first the true story. Ooh.
The true story.
Who's written that one?
This. I've only just got it the other day. This one. It's. Let me just check. I think it says it's printed in the US by Titan.
Right.
So that's the index. That's the index there, if you can see that.
Yeah.
Nice.
Go a bit closer.
Wow. Look at that.
Goes right up to the 2010s.
Is that Alex Ross artwork?
I think it is, yeah.
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 Looks like it, yeah.
I think it
looks
is.
like
yeah.
it,
Yeah. Wow.
So,
got some fantastic stuff there. I think I'm going to, when you go to Peru, how long are you going to Peru for, Dave?
About 10 days, hopefully.
Well, I think I'm just going to move into your house and just look through that lot.
Okay.
I'll change the locks. Yeah. He won't know if to take it in, will he? Wow.
It's another page.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just trying to get it so as I'm not getting reflections too much.
That's great. That's great. We can see that.
Yeah.
Wow. Wonder where that artwork is now.
It'd
be worth something, wouldn't it?
With that. And there's another page for you.
Look at that. Look at those fingers. Is that from the Eternals? That I think it is.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, and then the Jack's back is from Foom 11.
Yeah.
That was the cover they used, I think, for that.
Fantastic.
So that's that one. Yeah. I've also got some copies of some prints that I sent away for a few years ago. I'll just show you one of these, which I thought was quite nice artwork. I don't know who the artist is though. I don't know who the artist is.
That's fantastic, isn't it? It's like a Karloff mummy, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
that's one of them. And then we have this one as well.
Wow.
I think they're all done by the same artist, but I don't know.
Yeah,
who
they look like it.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that this Island Earth head of from the? Is it from the cards that Wally Wood drew?
It might be. I'm
Mars
not sure
Attacks.
because obviously you've got R2D2 in this one as well. So
Yeah, I just mean the ones on the wall.
Yeah, it might be from Mars Attacks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we've got that one, and then this is another one here.
Oh, look at that! Wow,
That's another one.
Fantastic, aren't they?
And another one here.
I'm always amazed, how these monsters always like the look of our girls. I don't think they would.
Yeah. No.
But wow.
And there's another one for you.
That's this Island Earth, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
I would say that is, yeah. And then we have another one.
Wow, look at that. How good is that? Looks a bit
Like
like
I say,
Vampirella.
I would like to know who the artist is. So if anybody happens to know out there,
Yeah.
they could maybe let us know who they think the artist might be, because I really don't know.
Right. So where do you get them from?
I can't even remember that. Somebody was selling them on eBay, and
Right.
it was like a set of different ones. So I just ordered a set, and these arrived. But that's all I know about them, to be honest.
Is that not a signature on the bottom of that one, or is it just grass or something?
It is. I can't quite make it out.
Right.
Can't quite make it out. I don't know if you can.
No. They're worth finding out. They're good drawings, aren't they?
Yeah, I think it's all the same artist, though, because I think it's got the same signature on each one.
Yeah, they look the same as well, don't they? The same style.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
Wow.
that's
Incredible. I've never seen those before.
There's another one.
Wow.
I think that's from the War of the Worlds.
Yeah.
The Three Fingers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I think that's that one. And this one's a bit scary. So.
Oh dear. Looks like that woman in The Shining who gets out of the bath.
Yeah. That's a little scary, isn't it? That one.
Yeah.
That's weird. That's awful, isn't it?
I don't think I'll even eat flapjacks again.
There's another one.
Wow.
There's another one there for you.
Great, aren't they?
And this is the last one, so I'll just show you that one. It's alive.
It's all this sadism in these things, right? Why would you want to hurt that?
Yeah,
you know.
Wouldn't, would you? You know.
Well, if she wakes up, she'll start talking again.
So that's the set that I got about 2 or 3 years ago now, Glenn.
Brilliant. Yeah. That's brilliant. Have you got one of these though?
What's that?
I can just a second.
Oh, there you are. I can see everybody again. Hi.
Have you got one of those?
No, I haven't, Glenn.
Okay,
no.
So this time I heard the pop. Transformer over there went, woo! Power went out, came back on, but everything is off, so I had to reboot the computer and freaking.
I'll send you one, Dave.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, Glenn.
That's the original one. That's on. It's on Amazon right now.
Right, nice.
Well, that's one of the original ones. So I'll send you.
But what you'll have to do is you'll have to bring it over when you come to visit. You save you posting it.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, because I wouldn't want it. Because I wouldn't want it to get damaged in the post.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll bring it over, and while you're reading that, he'll borrow a couple pieces out of the library.
Yeah. Yeah. You're not wrong there, Will.
Yeah, I'll save one of those for you, Dave.
Thanks, Glenn.
I want to talk to that guy right there about maybe bringing a panel or something out to CRoM Con sometime. He's got a pretty good thing going on over there. How you doing, Cody? Shit, ain't seen him in a while, but gotta give a shout out to my friends, man. What's up, you guys? What did I miss? Everything Dave Cool showing off.
We
Yep.
just don't have the time to tell you, Pops.
You can
Dave
watch
showed
it
us
on
some.
the replay.
Dave showed us some of his wonderful volumes of Kirby monsters and things like that.
Hmm.
Absolutely brilliant stuff.
Yeah.
That's a good point, that Mike. I'm thinking
crowdfunding
of going. I'm going through I'm thinking of going through crowdfunding for it.
Cool.
Before I put it on Amazon. That's a good point.
A little special cover for the
Yeah, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I was also going to offer original artwork because I don't really want to get into making buttons and things like that. You know, it's all I haven't got time. Who wants a button?
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
I was thinking of giving.
I can't read it. I want to put it on my wall, y'all.
Yeah, I was thinking of various campaigns. Yeah, of offering original artwork. You know, as part of a goal or part of a pledge or whatever you call it. So we'll see.
Pale Rider's waiting to see how many people cosplay as Red Dress Chris.
Yeah, thanks,
yeah,
mate.
looking forward to everything, man.
Yeah, I might even offer some original artwork about like this. You know.
Here we go. Now we're getting somewhere.
Yeah. Nice.
Oh yeah.
So
Very nice.
this is all done on board. Pencil, inks, colours, all by me. In fact, I've just put a film on YouTube of me colouring this. Don't know whether you've seen it.
No.
This is from book 2.
What's your YouTube channel, Glenn?
Oh, I don't know. Just
How
put my name.
supposed to go watch if we don't know what it is?
Just put my name in it. Just put my name in it. Should do it. I don't know. I can't work these things out.
That's funny. I don't know.
But it is there.
Hell, it took him 2 months to realize his old website was a porn site.
Right. Okay. Just a second. I'm gonna. Whoop. I'm gonna put this in the.
I think I might have found you
in the thing, and you can see
that's
me.
like
How do I put it? Where do I put it now?
9 years ago. Oh, there we go.
Comments.
1 day ago. That's the one. Okay.
Can you hear me? Where
Yeah,
can I put it in the comments? How do I put it in the comments?
I'm gonna do it in just 1 second.
Right. Okay.
I got it right here.
It's called Painting Hatch.
I just gotta
So,
find my way back to stream.
I'll tell you what, Pops. I'll send it to you via Facebook.
Boom! There it is.
You got it?
Yeah, because I'm watching it right now.
Right. Okay.
Till the power goes out again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it real fast.
Anyway, at least we were on time today, Pops. Especially Glenn.
Yeah. I managed it. Yeah, I managed to work it out. 5 hours ahead.
That's right.
But I thought it was 7 o'clock because I can't add up. But anyway, it wasn't.
That was last month. This is this month. We're on time.
Yeah. Have you got that film there?
The sundial.
Yeah, the sundial. Yeah.
I do have it. I'm getting ready to. See, I got to make sure I do this right so I don't screw it up. You know how it is. All right. What do we got here?
Oh, that's one. But there's another one with it where I'm painting it. That's just a.
Okay,
Drawing.
well, this one's cool too.
Yeah.
What is that?
It's Glenn drawing Hatch, y'all. And this
Yep.
was yesterday.
Speed it up a bit.
Hmm.
Not too much though. I do draw quite fast. Doesn't take too long.
So now I'm subscribed. So
That's the one. The painting the hatch. That's the one. Me painting the artwork.
Music.
It speeds up in a minute.
Am I gonna get a strike for that? Is that your music, Clint?
No. If that was my music, I wouldn't be doing this.
Oh.
And I'll tell you something about this music on YouTube is the fact that they flagged me up for a copyright violation, but it's from a free site.
Yeah.
So that's why I put it on. I wouldn't put something on that I would get in trouble for or get taken down for. So I went to a free site and this music's there, and I put it on, and they told me there's been a flag on it, And then there was another film I put on, and the guy who wrote the music is a good friend of mine. He lives in Ohio now. He's English, but lives in Ohio, and he gave me permission to use all his music because he's got several albums out. He writes instrumental work. And I'm putting that on my films because he's allowed me. And his publishing arm has told me I can't use it. So it's like Paul McCartney telling you can use his music, but EMI won't let you, know what I mean?
Yeah. Or they got these third-party hawk.
Yeah. Yes.
Coming after you, and it's like, wait a minute, that's harassment. Those people haven't paid you to represent them to come after me. You're just coming after me for your own profit. That's illegal.
Yeah.
Okay?
That's the sharks, aren't they? Yeah.
Yeah.
So you have to be careful. But I thought, well, I couldn't see any other way than going to an accepted website that said this music is copyright free. So I put it on, and they tell me, YouTube tell me not happy with it, but they haven't done anything with it, so it's still up.
Right.
So, you know what I mean? So I'll tell you what I found out yesterday. I'm writing a book about my trips to New York, and I've got all these fantastic photographs. And
I've seen some.
Yeah, and I put the Flatiron building on Facebook, and the guys told me that I can't do that now because it's trademarked. Somebody's trademarked a building. How can you do that? Are they going to trademark clouds next in the sky? I mean, what can you do? I mean,
That's a bit strange.
That doesn't make sense.
I mean, I can understand why, if you're an artist or a musician, you wouldn't want your music or art being shown because you're not getting a piece of it. But what am I stopping? It's a building. It was made in 1904.
Marvel trying to trademark Loki.
Yeah.
Claim
It's just
the
greed.
rights. Get out of here.
It's just greed, isn't it? Greed, isn't it? But the thing is, as I said
all
earlier,
I got to do is go back to my comic book Green and Yellow Loki.
Yeah.
That doesn't look anything like Tom Huddleston. And he was around before the Tom Huddleston version of Loki. Yeah. You're not going to get away with that.
That's right.
So,
but I think what it is because they've got a lot of money and a lot of time and all that, a lot of power, they can just lock it up in a court, can't they, for 20 years?
Well, I mean, who's going to represent the Norse gods?
Exactly.
Who's going to represent mythology? Okay, nobody's going to go out there and fight them except people who have created their own version of Loki. Those are the people that are going to get squashed. But it's a Norse myth. It was around long before Marvel. They can't claim it.
Well, they are doing. Wouldn't it be great if somebody dressed as Thor went and fought that and won it in a court, and he was dressed as Thor?
Oh yeah,
that'd be great, wouldn't it?
Actually, I'd rather see Odin though, or I'd like the judge to just come out with an eye patch on and just shake his head like,
thumbs down.
Because that's just crazy, man. I mean, there was people drawing. There were statues of all these characters way before there was a Marvel Comics.
Yeah.
Or Marvel Cinematic Universe or any of that.
Yeah.
I mean, these stories are fucking ancient. They're not Marvels.
Yeah, they don't belong to anybody, do they?
No. That's what I mean. That's the problem, though. Who's going to go represent them? Who's going to go represent these long dead gods? Nobody. Oh shit, Mike. Okay, Mike, me and you, bro. We'll do it. We'll do it.
Have you seen my beard?
Yeah. We've seen your beard, Mike.
We'll get Don Chin to join us. Beard Zerker. We'll go after him.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll do that. But watching that film, I've not really watched this film because you don't sort of watch it back, but it looks like I know what I'm doing, doesn't it?
Yeah.
At times, yes. See, this is how you do it, though. Now you film it.
Yeah.
Then you go back and you commentary and critique it. Then you put it up on YouTube.
Right. Well, I just couldn't. I just wanted to put it up. So I do not. I know what you mean. Yeah.
I mean, some voiceover, you know, say, oh, well, I kind of messed that up, but I fixed it. Look.
Well, picture says 1,000 words, so
That's true.
just watch what I'm doing, and it's just takes forever.
Because I was going to say Hatch is quite a visual comic, isn't it, Glenn?
Yeah. Yes, he is. Yeah.
Yeah,
There's not a lot of words in there.
He's quite a visual character. Yeah.
Yeah. And if you can't see what I'm doing, then you shouldn't be watching. If I need to tell you I'm putting coloured ink on it, well, you don't know what you're talking about.
There you go. Doris said, should I mystery science theater myself? Yes. You know me. I come up with the ideas, Doris. It's like,
the thing is, this board that I'm using, it's really nice, but it really does eat this ink. And it sort of disappears, and then when they come back, it's all gone really dark. So you have to really be careful, which is why I'm using it like a wash, you know, obviously. Really watered down, and you build it up. It's really great. I just love doing it. I can never work out why people want to do it on a computer. And I can't go with this, it's quicker thing. That's not the point. To me, that's not the point. That's it. It's only a short one. I just wanted to get it up there.
cool.
I just really enjoy drawing and stuff like that, you know. I've tried.
Check out Glenn doing that on his YouTube channel, which we were just watching, Glenn B. Fleming. It's there. You can find it. Go check out. I saw something like from 9 years ago or something. How long you had that channel, Glenn? That's somebody else.
about 9 years.
Yeah.
There is some stuff from a book I'm still finishing off called The Amazing Mr. Koepp that's on there. You've probably seen that. Where there's a guy in the doorway and on a space station. But I wanted to do a graphic novel about that, but it takes too long. It's 70, 80 pages, full color. It would just take me forever, you know, and I have to earn money doing things. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a prose book about it and just illustrate it like I've done with, my dad's book and other books I've done. I do illustrations for them rather than do a full graphic novel, although I would like to do that. But like I say, it would just take too long. You know, if somebody wants to give me 25,000 quid, I'll just sit back for a year and do that. But then they're not going to do that yet. So I have to do what I can. But I just enjoy it. You know, I just enjoy drawing. But I do enjoy having a different job on my desk, so to speak, every day. You know, drawing Hatch or writing about Rapa Nui or writing a science fiction novel and doing all that kind of stuff, or designing a magazine and. You know, I do enjoy a variety of things. This is what I say to people about, I don't believe in writer's block. If I get stuck on something, I'll go and write about something else. I don't sit there for 4 days and twiddle my thumbs and bang my head on the wall because I can't think of something. I'll just move on to something else. I never have the time to finish things or to spend as long as I want on it, I should say. Like with Hatch, I'm doing Hatch now, and I've got Comics Unlimited coming up soon. I need to be moving on to that quick because that's due out in the middle of July. I'm also I must tell you, when I release the Kirby film, I'm also writing a book about Kirby that will come out more or less the same time, hopefully. Hopefully I'm going to crowdfund that because hopefully I want that. Well, I want that in hardback, so I'm hoping that that can come out at the same time as a companion piece to the film. So I'll obviously keep you all in touch with that. What happens with that? So
I've got your latest issue, Glenn.
Oh, look at that! Oh,
I've got your latest issue,
Lady Satan.
Yeah,
It's Lady freaking Satan, y'all. Y'all know it's Lucifer Storm.
What's the pages like, David? Are they all right? Is it printed okay?
Yeah, they're. I'll just bear with me a second while I find a couple of pages here for you. Yeah, you've got the color pages there.
Wow, look at that!
Nice.
Come out pretty good.
Don Lawrence, yeah,
Yeah,
fantastic, yeah.
and
Very nice.
I've got another couple of pages there.
Don't those two guys look the same?
They do actually, don't they? Yeah.
Good stuff.
The similarities, definitely.
Yeah. 100 pages. Look at that. Wow.
A few more there.
Yeah. Do you know, I can say I've met 2 of those people on that, those 4 there. How good is that?
And then you got the old classic Batman series there.
Yeah.
There you
Season,
go, Will.
and that's
There you go,
fantastic.
Will. Will ain't even paying attention. Where you at, Will?
Where's he gone?
Oh,
He's
where you go? Coffee
disappeared.
or something?
Oh, that's.
Another one for you.
Catwoman. Yes.
Hang on. Well, that's not. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Batgirl, Catwoman. Love him. Love him.
Yeah. And then you've got the Batman.
Wow. Fantastic.
Not bad. I've still got plenty to read yet, I must admit.
Right.
And there's your Jack Kirby one.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's about the letter, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Fantastic lettering.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it?
Yeah. Art Simek and Sam Rosden. The best.
Art big and letter small. Ah.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's a good magazine. I can recommend it.
Looks very good. Glenn.
Yeah.
I like Lady Satan. I love seeing that cover. That's sweet. He did a special cover for us. It's great. It's a good article as well. I've not heard much from him. Is he still around? Has he left the planet? I've not heard from him for a while. He's working on the Ed Gein book.
Oh, right. He's keeping his head down.
Every time I see him now, that's what he's talking about. So
There you go, Pops.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, hell yeah. It's Our Lady Satan.
Yeah.
That lady's got issues too.
Just a few.
As well, there.
Oh, we got more.
Yeah.
Wow.
Love it.
And
That's a
some
pretty
more.
thick book there, guy.
It is.
Yeah, 100 pages.
Yeah.
Comics Unlimited, y'all. Get your money's worth.
Yeah.
Got Critical
That's it.
Blast. He's gonna be out here tonight doing the final panel.
There you go.
Yeah.
Very nice. Very nice.
That's
We
it.
got Joe D. McPhee. He's in the chat talking to Glenn.
Yes, you do. Yep, you do. You're in the next issue, in number 7. So yeah, you need to get on with that.
And Mike Jimmy, he's out here. He's at Lucifer. Like I say, he's caught up in writing. I'm pretty sure it's the Ed Gein book. Ed Gein, whatever, however you say it. I think that's the one he's working on now.
Yeah.
Buried in his work like a normal writer, man. You know. If they're doing it right, they're buried in the work.
That was.
I've got another book for you to.
Oh, look at that!
To see the cover.
Yeah. Wow.
I don't know if you remember that one, do you?
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
You guys are gonna make me.
Remember? Yeah.
Make me do this, aren't you?
I've never seen that before.
Have you not?
I got something. I got something for you, Glenn.
Right.
I got something for you, Glenn. Look at this.
Oh, look at that! Elvis. Wow.
It's the hologram Elvis guide cover.
Nice.
That's brilliant.
All right, isn't it?
It's
Yeah.
fantastic.
What year is this? I don't even know what year this is. It's a long time ago, though. Crazy. But that's not even the cool stuff. We got all these old 45s and 78s of all Elvis's old hits.
All right.
All of them. Everything. Love Me Tender. That's Love Me Tender right there. My
Nice.
mom sends me all this stuff, man. She sends me all this stuff that she collected back when she was, a huge fan. And it's like, I've got like pamphlets from Graceland, like all kinds of stuff. I didn't even have to go.
Wow. There you go. That's the inside of the book.
I don't know. Will Frank be on today to talk about Turkona? That guy? Yeah, he'll be here. Give him about 8 more minutes, y'all. He'll be here. You bet.
I went to Graceland and it was the anniversary, the first anniversary of Elvis's death.
Oh.
And I was on a Greyhound bus, and I thought, well, it stopped in Memphis. I was on my way to New York, and I thought, I've got to go and see Elvis. And I got off the bus and I walked outside, and there was a news agent, and it had this, you know, when they write about what the news is and the little boards, and it said, "Police firemen strike, curfew 7 p.m." And there were a million people turned up apparently on the first anniversary. So I thought, no. So I just got back on the bus and carried on going through the night because I thought I'm not going to get caught up in a police fireman strike and a curfew, you know. And where am I going to go, you know? So I just got back on the bus and just carried on. So I never saw his house. Apparently, it wasn't too far away as well. I didn't realize it was so close. Otherwise, I probably would have risked it. But I didn't know exactly where it was, and I didn't want to be going around asking people and all this kind of thing. But yeah, I'd like to go and see that. You can go inside, can't you? You can.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, I believe so. This is another book I've got.
What's that?
I don't know if you can see that one.
Yeah. Wow. Look at that.
That's the back page.
Where do you find these things?
Just on the internet, to be honest.
How do you afford all these things?
I got a better question. Where do you find the funding to buy all these?
Yeah. Come on.
I can find them. I just can't buy them. There's a big difference.
Yeah, it's basically a history of all the different comics that have been published. You know, like sort of year by year.
That Superman with the beard.
Yeah.
That. Wow! Look at that.
There you go.
A million years in the future, and I can never escape. We don't need to read anymore, do we?
It's all over. He's trapped.
Yeah. Yeah. You get a good selection of covers as well, you know. So I'm just trying to find. There you go. That's what kicked it all off.
Yeah.
There you go.
Wow.
There you go. That's what kicked it all off. You've got Thor there.
Yeah.
And that's the other side.
Fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what kicked it all off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Dang, Dave. He's probably got one of them stashed somewhere too.
I heard that I read that, and I don't know whether this is true or not, but apparently there are more editions of Amazing Adult Fantasy 15 available in circulation than were actually printed.
Oh,
that doesn't surprise me at all.
So
counterfeiting was huge
be careful.
back in the 90s. They were making fake rookie cards of basketball players and baseball players back in the 90s, printing whole sheets of them.
Yeah.
Okay. And you could own these and buy and sell these as long as you like made sure it was known it was a counterfeit piece.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, because I had some, what were they? David Robinson rookie cards. It was an uncut sheet and they were all fake. And we just stamped stamped, you know, that it was a counterfeit. We just put a stamp on each one of them that said it was counterfeit. Yeah. And it was okay to have them. But if you tried to sell those and got caught with them without letting the person buying know that it was a fake,
yeah.
Oh, FBI was in your ass.
Wow.
It was good days back then. I had a huge card collection and everything back in the day too. You know, so I mean I was into everything. I had music, autographs on everything, and every sport, you know, flags and die-cast cars from NASCAR. I had everything. It was crazy. And collectibles is a huge thing across the board. You know what I mean? And I love stuff that like crosses over. Like they did a couple race cars where they painted like movies on the hood, or they painted it like Batman. What was it? They called it the Thunderbat, and it was was it Rusty Wallace that drove that car? And it was just like for one or two races, but they painted the car that way, and then they sold a whole crap load of the die-cast cars. You know what I mean? So it was like a marketing thing, cross promotion.
Wow.
We lost Will. We lost Will.
Will. Where's Will
He's
gone?
hard enough. He's on his way to Dave's to get all that stuff.
Uh-oh. It's on the plane.
Oh,
Guys, we got like 3 minutes left. Might as well give everybody that final word they can find you, what and all of that kind of stuff. And as always, Glenn, you know, next month, same
Remember
thing.
the time.
Well, I'm saying same thing. You kick off Sunday if you want. It's yours. You know?
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, you can find my stuff on Amazon. If you put my name in Amazon, you'll get a whole list there. And I'm on Facebook. And if you want to send me an email, but I don't know why you would, but if you want to, you can send it to Comics Unlimited Magazine at gmail.com, and I'll get back to you.
If you want to be part of Comics Unlimited, you want to submit something for the magazine or whatever, by all means, get a hold of Glenn. You can find him in the Madness. If you can't remember the email, he's right there in the Madness, Glenn B. Fleming. And
yeah.
He's all over everywhere. Indie Bolt, he pops up all over the place. So he's not hard to find if you're one of our circle. Holy crap, we got a Phil sighting.
wow.
He's there again.
Phil.
It's Phil.
Dave was really glad he got to see your face yesterday, Phil. He even said so.
Yeah.
Are you in a cave, Phil?
Yeah, I'm down in the dungeon, man. Just crawled out of the crypts. So.
You're just taking that stake out your heart.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I'm kind of glad you're here because I already had the power kick off once during the show.
He's been abducted.
Kicked this camera off. He's like, nope, I'm done. I'm out.
There we go.
Oh, shit.
Phil.
Yeah, we already had the power go out once here today, Phil. So, you know. Yeah, it just came on at 10 and it's already gone off and come back on again since then. So,
during the show?
Yeah. During the show already once today, it's gone off. So, hang out, please.
Will was there, or what? It just kept running then? The stream?
Yeah, it stayed running, but nobody can control anything. I think Dave was stuck like this the whole time I was gone.
Yeah,
there's nobody here to punch any buttons, so you know. But yeah, guys, we got Frank James Bailey in the background. Glenn, I don't know if you know Frank or not. Dave, I don't know if you know Frank or not.
Hi, Frank.
I've been around.
He's one of our regs.
Yeah, I think in the past year and a half, I've only missed maybe one CRoM Con.
Yes.
And just because I wanted, let's give somebody else a chance. But then I've been on Emerson. Matter of fact, I even helped host it once, too. Remember?
Yes.
Yeah.
Back in, I think it was October or something. Or maybe November. I don't know.
Yeah, I think you hosted, like, got you a 6-hour block, and you were like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah, how do you do this, man? I've had radio shows. I used to be a former radio jock, and I've had radio shows. Of course, you're talking between the songs for like 4 hours, so you're not really talking the whole time. But yeah, man, 6 hours. So yeah, you're amazing, man.
It's fun though. I mean, as long as the people that you bring out are entertaining, engaging, you know, you got people in the chat. Loving
and
that
I think I can be entertaining.
You know, yeah. I mean, that's the whole thing that makes it happen, makes it fun. You know, I do have to say hello to Phil, and hello to Will again. Will's back.
Hi, Will. Again.
Will,
Hello,
you missed
my
it?
tablet died. I had to
See
switch
Phil
off.
this time.
Yes.
I saw you a couple of weeks ago, Frank. You were talking about you were putting something on.
I was able
Look, I look like
generate
Hatch.
enough power in the matrix that I could break
What's it
out
called? That
of the
new
world.
platform.
TikTok.
Yes, you were talking about that. That's where I saw you were talking about that.
Yeah, I'm on TikTok. I have about 3,000 followers. I mean, there's people tons more than that. But you know, I have 3,000 followers on TikTok, and it's probably the most followers I have on any other platform anywhere, YouTube, Facebook, whatever. So it's like, okay, cool. But they keep coming, and that's what I like. So
good, that's good.
And if you can reach an audience in some platform that some people it's Facebook, some people it's Instagram. For me, it's TikTok. So I don't get it, but you know. Everybody has one platform where they're really good. You know, people seem to follow them on.
Exactly like that, though. Like, I mean, I built the Madness, and it wasn't for this. It was this was never a plan when we started the Madness. You know, this all came out of it, built out of it. But at the same time, the Madness, the comic-related Madness, is my biggest platform, and it's like right up on 2,300 now. And my Twitter, which I've only had for a couple months, just blew past 600. So I'm broadcasting there. There's no reason not to. There's following too big not to. So I've kind of put the Twitch on the back burner for now, and you know, you got to put it where your audience is.
Exactly.
My three largest are Twitter and Facebook and YouTube. So that's
if I was just out of curiosity, next month, are you gonna? Do you have an idea when you're gonna have the CRoM Con next month?
It's always going to be the last weekend of the month.
But the last weekend of the month for July is the 30th, 31st, and the 1st. So would it be the week before that or that weekend?
30th and 31st. Now,
I was just curious because my first actually live in-person Comic-Con of the year is the 24th and 25th in Dayton, Ohio, the Gem City Comic-Con. I mean, I can't wait to get out there and actually start talking to people again. Not that I don't mind talking here, you know. This is a totally different platform, but to me, it's like I love talking to people one-on-one, and you know, when somebody comes to your table, you can actually see how enthusiastic they are for your product, and me for them, and they're for me. You know what I mean? It's a little bit different when you're online, and you can tell people about it, but when somebody sees you talking about your stuff, it's a little different.
Yeah. Okay, so it's going to be the 31st and the 1st.
Okay.
Now, where's Gem City? I know I've been seeing that pop up lately.
That's Ohio, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Ohio. Gem City's in Dayton, Ohio, at the Dayton Convention Center.
Right. Yeah.
And the only thing different this year that they're going to do is they're not going to do a costume contest and a couple other like panels, because they were originally planning to have the tables really far, and they were panicking about the whole COVID thing. But as the restrictions kept lifting, well, they added more tables. But they didn't want to add the costume contest or the panels just in case. So it's going to be kind of blah this year, but I think people will be ready to get out and talk to people. You know what I mean?
Hold up, though. You say it could be a little blah this year? I'm thinking.
No, I mean, what I mean by blah is like
good for vendors. It could be really good for comic people.
Yes, exactly. For comic people,
movie stars in the panels, and nothing against cosplayers, but the comic people lost a lot of money last year. Let them get it back.
I think everybody lost a lot of money, didn't they?
Yeah. I tried Kickstarter last year and it didn't really work. Maybe I tried it at different times. I'm going to try Kickstarter maybe sooner or later with something different. But the whole point is that they usually have a costume contest. They usually have panels and stuff. And I've done a panel there before, but no panels this year, no costume contest, just people. And they encourage people to dress up, and I hope people do, because I mean I can't wait to get out and. Because right now there's another one that I used to go to. I haven't went to in a while, but there's another one going on in Akron, Ohio, called the Akron Canton Comic Con, and it's in Akron, Ohio. It's just a one-day Sunday thing. It looks okay. I've seen it before. I've been there before, and it's pretty nice. You know.
Let me try that again.
Turkana.com.
Let's try com instead of com.
Yeah, Turkana. Right behind me there. Turkana.com. Not COP. That's CPM.
I could have swore I just fixed that one. Try again. Okay. Are you good?
I don't see it. There we go. Bada bing, bada boom. That's awesome.
That's what happens when my tech guy takes over hosting shit.
Hey, Frank, you wouldn't believe the stick that Pops gives me just because I got the time wrong last time. And he's typing away there, and he's everything but what you need.
Yeah. I try and make things pretty simple. Like I said, just go to Turkana.com. You'll find everything you need there. I got prints, I got comics, I got special covers for comics and that kind of stuff. So everything's on Turkana.com. Now I can tell people, go to Twitter, go to Facebook, all the other places. But
Frank knows how to share his screen too. When he's ready to show us what he's got to show us, he knows how to share his screen too.
Well. Is that a good segue? Is that what you're trying to say?
It just so happens.
I'm just saying. We do have, we actually do have a book to talk about at some point. It's your time.
All right, man. Let's go here. Let's share the screen and. I'll just do here. I was going to put it up in the. Let's do this here. Let's be about there. There you go. This is the comic number 1. This is called Who is Thea Beaumont? And this kind of starts the comic book series because before this, it was novels. But I'll get to that in a little bit. But anyway, this is comic number 1, and you can go to Turkana.com and read this one for free as a webcomic on Turkana.com. The reason I made this one for free because read it for free as a webcomic because it's the first one. I have 5 others.
Be nice to that comic. Quit shaking it around like that.
Hang on here. Well, this is like in my there you go. I'll be there you go.
Look at all the spine ticks on that. Jeez.
Well, I know, but it's like this is kind of like how do I put this? It's my copy down here. Model. Yeah, it's like my copy down here so I can play around with it if I need to. Or this is number 2. This is called The Secret, and this is Turkana's friend Brittany. So it's mainly about her, a secret that she's kind of keeping from, and the other girl is kind of her sister there. And her number 3 here. Number 3 will meet a brand new villain. This is the one where I had tried to do a Kickstarter last year, but the Kickstarter didn't really work out for me. But anyway, I did what I could to try and print this off, and it did. So it's available. Comic number 3 is called Burmese. Burmese is basically this big 7-foot-tall black guy, and he has the snake around his neck, and if he sees you, looks into your eyes, he can mind control you. And that's what he does. He mind controls Brittany, and they end up fighting, and he ends up getting away. That's number 3. Number 4 is called Fighting Blind because Brittany right there, she figures out, well, okay, if he needs to look at my eyes, I'll just fight blindfolded. I can fight when you're blindfolded, right? So she figures out a way to try and fight blindfolded, and that's where this girl over here comes in. Her name is Maya Rose, and Maya has actually been in the book since the very beginning, just really didn't hold out with her until this book, and she'll also have a prominent role in comic number 6, which is coming out next year. And comic number 5. Comic number 5 is called Coming Out to a Friend. This, I debuted this one this month because it's Pride Month, and this is sort of an LGBT comic. It's sort of an LGBT positive comic. Basically, she's a lesbian, and I just now started talking about it, but if you read the book since the very beginning, even in the novels, I put the hints in there the entire time. It's never said anything until this comic, and it's like 5 years later. So, but I figured it was a good time to talk about it. Good time to, tell people what sometimes LGBT characters go through. So that's number 5. And this comic actually has a special cover. This one's in plastic, but this was by an LGBT artist named Sadie Samet. She's on Instagram. She did a special cover for it. This one is $10, but you can get them all on Turkana.com.
Right there. Check out Turkana's Adventures.
Yeah, exactly. Whoa, my little fan's blowing on here. Hang on here. These are the original books that came out in 2015, 2016, 2017. But anyway, this is the original book. It was a novel. It's an illustrated novel. I put a lot of color pictures in it. I liked the format, but it wasn't selling as much as my comics. Because I tried a comic in 2019, comics outsold my books like 10-1. So I just stepped with this comic. But the book number 2 is this one. It's called, people love the title. It's really funny. Dr. Q and the Banana Gun. That's Dr. Q, and she has a gun that looks like a banana. You can find these books on Amazon.com, and plus I sell them also on my website as well, Turkana.com. But this is book number 3, and this one is called Trinity's Traps, because this girl is Trinity, and she she basically traps these 2 people, and Turkana has to rescue them. But she also breaks the 4th wall sometimes, kind of like Deadpool, but a lot less vulgar, a lot less profanity. She's basically telling you, just buy the book. I'm in it. Yeah. But the one line I really love out of this is she has these 2 people captured, and they're somewhere, and the redhead, who's the boy, says, "Oh my gosh, he's gonna kill me!" Well, the blonde, Trinity, looks at you, the reader, says, "I'm not gonna kill him. It's a kid's book." Yeah, so Yeah, that same kind of humor with Deadpool, but yes, a lot less vulgar, you know?
Right. That's good.
I'm not going to kill him. It's a kid's book.
That's part of what I talk about. It's like you have to engage with the audience now. People are not going to react as well if they don't feel like it's including them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, so when you do little stuff like that, or, you know, just like this, you make sure that you acknowledge everything that people say, you know, throughout the show. All of it is about engagement.
Yes.
Between everybody, you know, and that's what you got to encourage. You know?
I also like to make it very unique, or at least every character very different too. Like, hang on, let's go back to number 2. Her friend Brittany, okay, Tricana obviously wears the blue suit and the blue hair and stuff. But I mean, as you can see, Brittany is in a crop top. She likes to wear crop tops. That's her thing. And I've shown this in the group a couple times. Like, I had my artist draw a couple of pictures. Oh, hey, they're all going to the pool or something. Well, yeah, Brittany's in a 2-piece suit, but the other Paige, her alter ego's in a 1-piece suit. You know, it's just the way she is. They're individual different characters, and they dress differently. They act differently. So, and Brian's the big nerdy kid who likes to play computer games and stuff.
So you having fun, Frank?
Pretty much. But before I came here, I was actually getting ready to do another TikTok video. I do cartoon reviews on TikTok. Basically, I love doing animation stuff. I've noticed there was a lot of people on TikTok doing movie reviews. But I love cartoons. I love animation. Even though there's a lot of cartoons that are made for general, really young kids, I don't do a whole lot of those. Mostly somewhere in the middle. I think it's like 7 to 12 range that can have a really good audience that anybody can like. And there's also some mature audience cartoons like Invincible, Harley Quinn, Rick and Morty. I'll cover those, but I'll also put a warning in front of, hey, listen, this one's for a mature audience. So just letting you know.
Oh, yeah. Wubba lubba dub dub.
But yeah, I did Rick and Morty.
The new season started.
Yeah, I saw the first episode last week because it was on YouTube. No, I don't have cable, so I don't have Adult Swim. So I wasn't able to watch the second one yet.
A lot of times Adult Swim online streams those for free.
Oh, I'll have to go check it out.
A lot of the stuff for Adult Swim they stream for free, at least certain episodes.
I know. I what's that, Pops?
You just got to go.
Should have never gave you a new toy.
Right, Pops, I've got to go. Just to interrupt everybody. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you so much for coming out.
And I will see you. I'll carry on watching later. I've just got to take a break for some things, and I'll be watching later on. So thanks for having me on. Nice to see you, Dave. Nice to see you, Phil. Frank, Will. Thanks a lot. I'll see you soon,
Glenn. I'll see you soon. Yeah.
Yeah, you will. See you later. Right. Thanks a lot.
See you guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Now, Pops, you were saying a storm came through there once or today?
No, like last night.
Yeah, one time back in the 1980s.
Well, I meant today or yesterday, but
no. See, last night about 8:20.
Okay.
8:25 during Piper's segment. Poof.
Wow.
Everything went out. Right. It's just starting to get dark here. So, I go upstairs. My son's like, "Yeah, I heard a transformer." Okay, well, usually they're on it 3-4 hours, and we're back up when something like that happens. No big deal. But I knew I was done for the night. Phil and Will picked me up. They carried the show out the rest of the night. Thanks to Varian coming out, giving them somebody to talk to.
So what? You blew a transformer? If you believe that, I have a bridge in Brooklyn to sell you.
Now hold up. They blew the transformer blew up the road that way last night. Now, right after we started the show, Dave knows he was here. Will knows he was here. Poof! Power went out again. But I heard the pop this time, and it came from that way down the road.
So
the people down there probably ain't got no power right now, But ours came right back on after the pop, So,
I only mentioned it because just before I came here, my wife and I were out fixing the trampoline because a couple of screws came loose, and she's like, you better come in here. There's a storm coming. So we ran to this other house. And it just so happens it was like, 12:30 anyway. I had to get going, but still, storm's passing by right now up in,
There's a storm coming. Get down in the root cellar.
Well, the funny thing is I am in the basement. This is my studio in the basement, so I'm fine.
I'm downstairs too, and all of my comics are up off the ground.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Good idea.
At least this far off the ground, which gives me time to move it all if I have to.
Well, mine are all upstairs here. So
yeah, I mean, I guess it's supposed to be a pretty rough week too, with all the hot weather in the west. It's just messing with the west all up.
All I see is we have thunder in this area. Which should probably be hitting you too. It's like thunderstorms and rain, like
all week,
high percentage, all damn week. Man.
The ironic thing is, my wife works at a factory, and most of the days this week, it's like this is the fourth week, so they're off a lot this week. A lot of factories, some factories close down for the fourth week, to give you a week off or something. Anyway, so we wanted to go to Kings Island. We wanted to go to the pool, but if it rains all week, how are we going to do that?
Yeah.
We're making plans right now to try and go to Kings Island on the 4th, but we might have to adjust that if it's still when we know it's going to rain.
Kings Island, is that closer to you than Cedar Point?
No, Cedar Point is, I think, east of us, but Kings Island is south of us. Kings Island's about a 2.5-hour drive south. The kids been to Cedar Point once, but they've been to Kings Island twice, and they love it. So that's be the third time we're going to Kings Island. I don't know what it is, but they like Kings Island better.
I always like Cedar Point. I don't know how it's been for a while. I haven't been there for a while, but used to go there a lot when we were younger.
Yeah. I used to go to Cedar Point when I was younger, too, because I lived in the Cleveland area, and it was less than an hour's drive in one direction. Ever hear of Jogga Lake?
What was it?
You ever hear of Jogga Lake? It was another amusement park in Ohio, but they shut down in like the early 2000s.
No, the only other one in like the area, there was Kings Island, Cedar Point, and then headed up towards the edge of Chicago or something, we'd go to Six Flags.
If you ever get a chance, do a Google search or at least a YouTube search on Jogga Lake. It was an amusement park. It was huge for a while and it had been around for like 100 years, but they closed down in the early 2000s because the people who bought Cedar Point bought them and then closed down their competition.
Yep,
yeah,
of course.
But Jogga Lake was literally 20-minute drive from my house. And I went there a lot when I was a kid. But once they closed it down, I didn't go anymore. But yeah, I used to love. I'm getting older. I can't ride roller coasters like I used to. But I still like them though.
Yeah. First thing I'd always hit. What's the tallest, biggest coaster they got here? Okay, that.
My son loves them, but it's like, hey, listen, dude, I can't go on every single one of them. I can go on a lot, just not every one of them you want to go on.
Going on the mean streak, those damn wooden coasters tear up my back.
I was going to say, Phil, if you ever get over to the UK, there's a big coaster at Blackpool Pleasure Beach called the Big One.
The big one, huh?
The big one.
You got it. It's the big coaster out there.
Is it related to Big Ben in any way?
It's part of Blackpool Pleasure Beach. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
So it's got a drop like that.
Wow.
It goes up and then it just tips over the edge.
Oh
yeah.
Down.
Yeah. I've not.
And that way you can get a T-shirt that said, "I rode the big one."
Yeah.
You can already get one of those shirts, Will.
I've not been on it myself. I've not been on it.
Oh man.
Yeah.
But I'm bummed.
But at least you didn't blow a transformer, Will.
Yeah.
Nope. Speaking of which, how is Bumblebee?
See, now look, I don't even know what that's about because the power was out, guys. I have no idea what that joke's
Okay.
about.
This is
you
what
said
happened.
You blew a transformer, man.
Oh,
last night you left us a message that you blew a transformer.
Okay. So,
But you didn't name which
out
one.
there and made a joke out of it. Okay.
Yeah, the chat did that one for us. We didn't have to jump in too far.
Man, there just can't be no female transformers, can there? Ain't there some in the animated show though?
Yeah, RC.
There you go. Okay. At least there's one.
One. I'm like, what is it? You get the Smurfs. You have a village of
Where's
like
the
a
diversity
billion.
in the Transformers, guys? Where's the women?
Yeah.
Where's the women?
Oh yeah, Smurfette. One Smurfette, and oh yeah, that
A million Smurfs.
they made
It's
a
like-
few good play jokes on that on like Robot Chicken in the past, man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, it happened again today.
Mm-hmm.
Boom. Okay, that's what happened. It went boom. The transformer over there went boom. Okay.
And everybody just had Dave on a big screen for like about 20 minutes till Pops came back.
Yeah, I was stuck, dude. I mean, I couldn't get back in right away. I had to reboot the computer, the whole thing, because it all went down. Had to
It
wait
was a
till-
Oh, it was
ploy.
fine. We were looking at some great stuff.
Oh,
it was
yeah. Dave was like,
yeah.
"Hi, everybody."
Yeah.
It was a ploy by Dave. Dave hacked your power grid, man. He did that on purpose.
You know who does that shit, man. You know who's involved. It's
Yeah.
this one. What do we got?
Wonder Woman.
Wonder Woman. There you go.
The 70s.
Yeah.
There you go. Look, a
That's the
powerful woman with the M50 or something.
Yeah.
Was that the time that they tried to get her to go all like? That's the period of time where they had her being all like not Wonder Woman too much. Isn't
Yeah.
it? That back panel. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the one where they where they changed her into
That's when they
Right.
thought they were empowering her, and they found out that by doing that, they actually took the power away from Wonder Woman
Yeah.
by doing that.
yeah. I would,
Depowered. The
I would say
depowered.
you're right.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they thought they were empowering her by doing that, but
Yeah.
you know, see, they screw up in comics since even way back, man. It ain't anything
Oh, yeah.
new, man.
Oh, yeah.
People
Yeah,
act like that's a new thing or it's
Hmm.
never happened
See,
before.
now you're getting told how it is, Phil. See, there are 4. Count them.
Well,
Oh.
yeah, what? Since like the new movie, is that like canon?
Yeah, that's right. There was 4 in a different movie. It came out in the early 2000, mid 2000s, something like that. I remember my kids were watching that.
That's Jay-Z. That's Joseph Clements out there, y'all.
Hey, Joe.
What's going on, brother? I think he's got. Do we got Joe today? I don't even remember. I got so rattled by the whole power going out thing, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's gonna be here at 3:00.
Joe, which Joe?
Joseph Clements. That guy.
Oh,
right
okay.
there.
I thought you were McPhee.
Now there is some stuff going on later. Okay, JD is taking the show over.
Well, Calderon.
Okay? Yeah. He bought Cancel Pops.
Oh,
He bought
okay.
a Cancel Pops block, y'all. So in a little while, you know what happens.
Yeah, the power's going to go out again.
Well, that would be the perfect time if it was going to happen, then, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, I'll be in the background handling the tech and the banners and stuff like that. But
Oh,
I'm
there,
gonna
that
be
means
off-
that we can
I'm gonna
disappear
be
for a
off
little bit,
screen,
huh, Will?
man.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have somebody different out here interviewing people for the next few hours. It's gonna be kind of cool, kind of like when Frank did it. Yeah.
Yeah, I did that for a little while back. Like I said, back in November, I think it was. I helped you out. You know, it was interesting. Now, I don't think I can do it for another 6 hours again, though. When I go live on TikTok, I usually only going live for like say 20 minutes at a time, maybe an hour. That's really pushing it. Maybe an hour, but that.
And then you got to take a nap.
Well, no, it's just I got the other, when you do live on TikTok for so long, it's like it eats up a lot of time. So it's like I got to get people to watch me with the videos that I put out. But I think TikTok is implementing something, and I don't have this yet, but they're implementing something where if you go live for 3 hours a week, they'll pay you up to $300 a week.
Oh, wow.
But you'll have to go live 3 hours a week at least. So, and haven't got it yet. So I maybe have to have so many followers and stuff. But yeah, but I see my time's almost up here. So let me wrap my things up here, and I'll give you guys to chit chat about the stuff. But yeah, just find all my comics on Turkana.com. You can find me on Facebook as well. I'm Frank James Bailey. You can go to Google, just put in Frank James Bailey. I'm on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and of course on TikTok. Just look for Frank James Bailey. But there's something on Facebook. I have a group called the Turkana Fan Club. So if you're on Facebook and you want to join that group, feel free, because I post fan art in there and everything else. But I try to post everywhere else as well. But that's the group that gets it first. And that group has been around for like 4 or 5 years. So, but I haven't been able to get a whole lot more people in the group, probably because people are going other places like TikTok. So I don't know. I find it kind of different. You know, that maybe social media is evolving in different ways. You know,
just keep pushing it. Just keep pushing it everywhere, man. Do what you do. I don't know if you're aware of our next guest, if you know about her project, Animalized, Cindy Koepp. But
I don't think so.
Frank, you might want to hang out in the chat and pay attention to this next segment, because Cindy's stuff is good too, and it's also for the younger audience. And hi Cindy.
Hi.
Hi.
What are you doing?
She got in right before the cancel pops. See, she's smart. She said, I'm getting in right before they cancel it, so I can actually talk to him.
So she was like, dang, I wanted to hang out with JD.
Yeah, man.
So I have to say hello. This is Cindy Koepp, y'all, and she's a good friend of ours that we met over there through the Rising Tide Network. The Rising Tide Publication Network over there, Brian K. Morris, all his people. And that's how I met Cindy. And Cindy has been doing, real books for a long time. And just jumped into the comic book world just last month. And it was fun. Got to launch her book, had a blast. Promoted it all month, had a blast with it. I'm going to let her tell you guys all about it.
I have proof copies.
Oh.
All right.
Awesome looking.
We got the proof copy beginning of last week. There were a couple of tweaks that needed to be made to the cover, but other than that, we're ready to rock and roll, and the final print order has been made. So
I'm looking so forward to getting this.
Our artist is Raul Cruz. He is a Filipino gent. And he did a fantastic job of translating the script I gave him. So you get some fun stuff. Whoop. There you go. Get the glare off of it.
There you go. Nice.
Some of the stuff that I enjoyed the most. There are a couple of places. The story is about a game that's being play tested by Kinmei and Jake, who are playing Alva the Crow and Nagid the Dog. And so there are a couple of places where they get into fracases. And
nice.
Cool.
They have humans that they're helping out. And so Aussie is the kid with the bow.
This is gonna be one of them bedtime stories. I'm gonna have the kids all gather around, and I'm gonna reading it and showing them the pages. And that's gonna be. I'm gonna have so much fun with this book.
And then they're running into maniacal killers. They're decaying cyborgs. So the game starts off looking like a Renaissance fantasy, but the players quickly find out that there's something weirder going on because there's too much tech. And let's see, other fun stuff. There's also a bear named JL who has a couple of cubs that disappear on her, so she goes chasing off after her missing cubs. And the characters do encounter her. Ava the Crow finds her first. And that's way back here at the end. Ava the Crow finds her first. And but they're not real sure if she's a player or an NPC. Because all she'll tell them is, my name is JL. And so
it's great. The concept is so awesome. It was like I was sold right away. Tell your cat to quit kicking your microphone, Dave.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Yeah,
Pops,
kitty, that's a bad kitty.
I
Yeah,
think
that's
I'm
a
gonna-
pie.
I think I'm going to have to go because I think she wants some food, so I'll have to leave you all, I think, and catch you next time.
She's
All right.
taking over.
Good to see
This is one of those cases where the cat is in charge, y'all.
Yeah, definitely.
Cheers,
Yeah,
Dave.
you're right. Anyway, it'd been nice speaking to you all, and it's nice to see you, Phil, at
You
long
too.
last.
I will see you next
Oh,
month again,
there's-
bro. I'm sure.
There's Will as well. Nice to see you, Will.
Will can't
You too,
find his
Dave.
hat.
Okay, so I'll see you next time.
Have a good one, Dave.
Okay,
Hey.
bye.
All right, Cindy. So you got all kinds of look. We're out here talking to Mike Jimmy. I think he's still in the chat. He's making those big plushies.
He's always in the chat.
Hey, he's making those big plushies, and you got your what do we call them? You're a
Amigurumi.
Amigurumi. I'll never get that right. I will never get it right.
Crocheted critters.
Yes. and it's like everybody's doing cool stuff like that now, you know, but it's not just like something that they're buying from somebody else. They're actually putting their own heart in it, like you're doing, you know, like Mike Jimmy's doing. I love that kind of stuff. It's amazing. Shows that you care more than just about getting your book out, you know. It's like, I like that. And you can show any of them off if you have any handy.
Oh, I'd have to run down to the basement for them.
Oh, no.
Do I have any
no.
amigurumis up here? I do. I have one amigurumi.
Oh, all right.
It's not a critter, though. I had a request to make some maces and other types of weapons, so I've got an amigurumi mace. Oh, there's another.
Nice.
And then
Okay.
I have a Jedi cosplay that I do from time to time, but I didn't have a lightsaber, so I made me a lightsaber hilt.
Nice. Nice. Look. I'm gonna need a Molnar now. Can you do Thor's hammer that way?
I probably could, yeah. Yeah,
Oh, cool.
I'd have to take a look at a picture of a Warhammer so I can get it right. But yeah, I mean, it'd just be a matter of building the shapes and then attaching all the pieces parts. It'd probably be very modular, but it could be done.
I could beat Phil. I could beat on my beat Phil with it. Bam, bam.
Hey, you quiet up there. Get down up there.
And the handle is stuffed with a piece of pipe insulation, so it'll stay rigid, but it's still not dangerous. So if you whack somebody with it, it's not going to really do major harm. And then the head of the weapon is just pillow batting.
Right.
So,
but it's still cute. It's still cute.
For me, you need that for Will. You need that for Will.
Grandkids with it, everything, and you know, it's like not hurt nobody.
You don't need that for me. You need that for Will, so we can jog Will over there, man. Hold it. Let's see. Oops. Hold it. Will. There. Oh. Okay. There you are.
Getting the stink eye over there.
So Cindy, what? How did we finish up? What were the final backer count and everything? How did you do?
the final backer count was 70, but we had 2 people bail out, so we ended up with 68. Our final money count was 3738.
Good, we're good.
So yeah, we funded, and we got a little bit more in funding, and I think our overage covered what would have been taken out by Kickstarter for their fees and so on. So we're gonna get pretty close to 3,400 clearing, and that'll reimburse the payment to the artist, and then of course pay for all the swag that folks got, and then. And,
you got to figure it. You got to figure it all in. You know,
right.
You have to figure it all in. It's all part of the project. So,
right. And then we, the script was translated into Spanish, Portuguese, and French. So the translations themselves are done. My publisher, Travis Perry at Bear Publications, is a professional translator, and so he handled the translations and then got native speakers to check him on it. To make sure that was how that they would actually say those things, and so we just need to get them lettered now. and so part of the proceeds from the Kickstarter will go toward getting the lettering taken care of.
Nice. That's awesome too. Making sure that kids in other countries that don't speak English can also enjoy the book. Very good. I love it. So, I know you're working on number 2, right?
Right. Yeah. We've gotten a preliminary cover. Travis has asked for some modifications to it, but and the first 5 pages.
You said Portuguese or Portuguese from Brazil?
Barb's
from Portugal, so
I'm not real sure. I don't. I know that there's probably some dialectal changes and stuff, like the difference between Catalan Spanish and Middle America Spanish, but I'm not sure which they use for the base.
Well, you can always test it. You can always throw the Portuguese version of the PDF over at Marv and let him tell you. How it reads actually in Portugal.
Right? Yeah.
Just another test reader for you.
That's
find out
how it reads in Portugal.
Yeah, the people in Portugal, how they read
Portuguese.
The people in Brazil.
Yeah, exactly.
Portuguese.
They read it in Portuguese.
So do the people in Brazil, but it is not the same. That's the point we're making.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, it is. It's totally different.
A little dialectal shift.
Yeah.
So you say how the people in Portugal read it as opposed to how the people in Brazil read it. 2 different.
Well, people read the same way all over the world with their eyes.
Their eyes.
Shut up, Will. I'm gonna have to make one of them. I'm gonna have to make something now that says "Shut up, Will," that I can just pull up whenever you. I mean, I have something for Christy. I might as well have something for Will too, right? We got this for Christy. Might as well have something here. This one's for Will. So, I know one of you guys has to have some questions for Cindy. You're all just sitting there. What's up?
Sure, questions.
Nothing.
When is fulfillment going to be done, and will people be able to buy this after fulfillment on Amazon?
Don't know about Amazon. I don't know if he's going to put it up there. It'll definitely be available on my website, on Bear's website. We're looking into Indiegogo in demand. I think the publisher's even looking at Diamond Distributing. So it will still be available. Fulfillment, we're getting started on that. I just sent out the backer surveys for all the digital stuff because we now have all the digital stuff ready to rock and roll. For the physical levels, I'm going to wait until we actually have the books in my happy little basement, so that as soon as I get the backer surveys, I can start pitching stuff out. Travis is going to handle getting all the swag taken care of once we have that dealt with, because he's the one with the account on Printify. So we're hoping to have everything settled and all fulfillment dealt with by the end of August. That might be a bit aggressive, depending on Printify, and but we split the order for the books. A local company that was more expensive, so we could get the 150 or so we're going to need to fulfill the campaign orders, and then a less expensive print for the main run that's going to come from overseas, and will take longer to get here, of course.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it. I've been excited about. It's like some books I get really excited about right from the beginning. Yours, Charles Santino's book Rammer. I'm like really looking forward to that one. There's a few that I get really excited about because the way they're presented to me completely appeals to something in my life. Like yours to the grandkids the video games. They're all into video games. It's going to be great. I'm going to be able to hook them into another comic book.
Yay!
You know what I'm saying? Anytime I can hook the kids into a comic book, I'm jacked. So, you know, and I'm hoping the same thing with the boys with Charles's book, because it's not real crazy, you know, gory or vulgar or anything. It's that old Batman anime look, you know. So, I mean, I'm hoping I can hook the boys in with that one. So,
that and Pops wants a crocheted hammer.
Down the line somewhere, Pops might hit you up for a crochet hammer.
It'll be done.
And yes, there's also Variant over there in Indie and Liberty Distribution. They're putting their thing together. And I assume you're going to be using Gemini mailers. You know they got that discount code for your Gemini mailers over there. Bolt 10. Just so that when you order those, you get 10% discount.
Cool. All right.
I think Varian might be out here in a little while with JD. I'm not sure, though. I really have no idea what they're going to do. They're going to take this show over. And I'm just going to sit in the backstage area and watch. It'll be different than the power being out. See, because when the power's out, I can't watch.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Varian ended up making it through last night.
Did y'all end up with any crazy tornadoes in your area? There's a bird rescue that I know of in Battle Creek that had a tornado that nearly
there was all
real
kinds
close
of
to them.
There was a line from like Michigan down to
it was
below
all the way
Indiana
across the state.
coming through.
And it's like supposed to be like crazy like that pretty much all week.
All week, yep.
You know, but yeah,
I found videos on
what was
Twitter.
it? Will pulled up a video from somewhere in Michigan from last night where they're getting on jet skis out in the streets. There's so much water going.
Yeah, their houses are flooding, but they're breaking out their jet skis.
What are you gonna do?
Dearborn.
Oh, Michigan.
Dearborn, Michigan. People diving from the
You would think it was
overpasses
Florida
into
with
the
out
water.
in the streets on jet skis.
Check it out. We got 2 boats and 3 kayaks. Our family's covered if it comes to the flood. You know? We're gonna get where we're going. You know?
Okay, Noah.
Yeah, we're gonna get where we're going. But we actually live. It's like in a really weird place, though. It's between 3 lakes, but we're like on a hill, kind of like on the down slope of a hill, if you know what I mean. Yeah. The house is kind of built into the hill a little bit. The lower level's kind of underground. You know, it's kind of weird. Half of it is, and the other half is garage.
It's a walkout range.
So, you know, I mean, you walk in, you go down the stairs, or you go up the stairs. It's, you know what I mean? So, I live down here, and something hit the wall last night right there, knocked 2 comics off the wall.
Yikes.
And that's right about ground level, so I figure there's probably a branch laying out there that's pretty big next to the house. I ain't looked yet. Don't want to know. Don't want to know.
You live in the Shire House, Frodo.
It didn't make a hole. I don't care.
It was Bumblebee.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, the weather was real crazy pretty much all night, you know. And we didn't have no power all night, so there was no getting any warnings or anything, you know. Even the cell phone reception was horrible. I tried to make a couple comments during the panel and stuff, and they know it's like I was having a hard time just getting a comment to actually go through.
Yeah.
So, you know, even the satellite reception, everything here was bad. Cell towers, whatever. They weren't working the way they're supposed to.
Yikes.
So what about you, where you're at? You everything cool where you're at, Cindy?
Yeah, actually, I mean, we were fine. We've got some rain, and a fairly impressive thunderstorm that rattled some buildings. But other than that, it's been fairly normal-ish, just a bit soggy.
And you're down there like where Indiana and Illinois and Missouri meet.
No, I'm in Des Moines.
Oh, yeah, Iowa. That's right. Yeah, you're right on the outer edge of it. It's all starting right after it goes past you and getting like crazy through Chicago, through Michigan, through Indiana. You're on the edge of the heat wave.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. It's been pretty warm here.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right, we get.
But
this.
it's a dry heat. It's a dry heat.
No,
that's
yeah,
Arizona.
really. We've got a bunch of corn that's dumping water, so.
It's funny they say that. I lived in Phoenix for 35 years, and when it's 118 out and you open the door, it's like getting hit with a blast furnace. It's not a dry heat. It's a hot heat.
Well, that's what they always say. It's like, oh, it's 99 here, but it's a dry heat. It's a dry heat.
I never
Yeah,
said,
it's not the heat, it's the humidity.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like in Florida it can get pretty bad when I've talked to some of those guys.
Texas was
Step
horrible.
out the door and you just get hit with a wall of heat and damp.
Texas was horrible. I went from Phoenix to Texas. What a stupid thing to do.
Yeah, I lived in Texas for about 43 years, so Texas was really warm.
And humid.
You get both.
And
You're in the coastal zone.
Horrible.
Yeah.
So
August
yeah,
was
Michigan's
the
nice.
worst.
I'll take the tornadoes. I'll just duck. No, I went so long in Phoenix, it got to the point where I was like couldn't go outside in the summertime anymore. It was like draining my energy and just making me feel weak. And I had to get out of there, so went to Texas. That was stupid.
Yeah, try to get away from the heat, so you go to Texas.
Didn't help at all, right? I figured it couldn't be as bad as Phoenix. Nothing can be as bad as Phoenix. It's like there's 2,000 foot, what they call foothills on 3 sides of the valley. There's no airflow. You know, when it's hot in the summer, and it's America's dust bowl. It just bakes. And it's all concrete. Nobody has trees. You pay to have a lawn. You water a lawn because God ain't watering them for you. Either you have a dirt yard or a landscaped rock yard, or you spend a lot of money to have a lawn.
Cactus everywhere.
Good stuff, though. I loved it. I mean, it was great until I got older and it started to affect me physically. I was like, okay, I got to. But we're not talking about Cindy's book. Damn it. What else? What else we got going on, Cindy? Because I know you have done some great stuff in the past. I know this isn't like where it all ends. What else are you gonna do? Is the game still a possibility?
Oh yeah. I finished pulling together all the information for the gaming company, and so it's now all in their hands, and they're giving it a review right now to see how involved it would be to turn the idea into both a mobile game and a desktop game. So that's in the works. I haven't heard back from them lately, but it was a truckload of information when they said, we need all your notes for all the stories you've done related to this. Like, you have no idea how much that is. Okay.
You said all that stuff to them, and they went, damn.
10 terabytes of information later.
Pretty close, yeah. So I mean, they got all the notes for the first novel, all the notes for the pending second novel, all the notes from the comic book, because there are some differences between what happened in the comic book and what happened in the novel. I had to cut some stuff out, reorganize some stuff, introduce the bad guy faster, stuff like that.
Right.
And then there was a flock and a half of short stories I was working on, about 40 of them, and so they wanted the guts of those. So like, okay, here you go, have fun. So they're working on that. They're gonna check it out and then get back to Travis about how much would be involved and what the damages would be to actually build the games. So while that's going on in the background, I've also got issue 2 rocking. Raul started doing the artwork on issue 2. We have a preliminary cover that needs a bit of tweaking. And the first 5 pages, I have line art. and it's really looking fabulous again. He's doing a great job translating the script. And so while he's working on that, I'm working on a couple of short stories for some anthologies I agreed to play in that are not related to Animal Eye, but they're still game-lit. And then as soon as I've got those drafted so I can start editing them, I'll start working on the draft for issue 3. So that hopefully by the time Raul's done with all the artwork for 2, I can have the script for 3 and he can just dive right into that one.
Cool. Too much fun.
Woo!
I can't wait. Because look, I get the kids hooked on the book and then pop the game on them. Oh, you know how much they're gonna love Cindy? Do you know how much they're gonna love Cindy? You don't know how much they're gonna love Cindy. The kids are crazy. They really are. And yeah, you hit them with a comic book and then a game too. Fans for life. I'm telling you.
Yay!
I guarantee it. Lots of work. That is awesome. Thanks, Hex, dropping that in the chat. Appreciate you, brother. Yeah, Marv knows. Marv's been working all year getting his book ready. He knows. But man, 2 novels, then a comic book, then a game, followed by more comic book, more. That's what y'all can expect from Cindy. It's just going to keep being more. We like it.
Woo!
Work, and more work.
Yep.
That's all right. I don't like being bored, so so I just keep busy with writing projects and working on just all kinds of craziness. I'm working on some different gaming dice patterns for Amigurumi. I've got both ones that I can sew together and ones I can crochet together. And
gaming dice.
Yep, gaming dice about the size of your hand.
Gaming dice, Bill, for crocheted gaming dice.
20-sided is going to be tough.
Yeah. Fortunately, the triangles for that are fairly small. The triangles for that one are that size, so they're smaller than the palm of my hand. But you need 20 of the suckers, so this
Right.
can take a while. The tetrahedrons
Y'all
are
never
bigger.
talk about Cindy's got stuff going on.
Just a few things.
This is cool. Now we're talking about a hammer, some dice, and can people get stuff like that from you at your shop? On your shop?
Yes, on my webpage I do have a shop, and no one has taken advantage of that yet, but I do have a shop on my website. For the Amigurumi, you end up having to send me a note, and we talk back and forth to make sure I get the colors you want, and talk about the specific details. But yeah, you can order custom Amigurumis from me.
There you go, y'all. Now see, that was something I wasn't sure that you did that people go order certain things. I didn't know you did that. Of course, it has to be something you can find a pattern for, right?
For the most part, yeah, especially if it's something complicated. I have done some pattern design for myself. I made most recently a unicorn pattern. The unicorn is maybe that big. But yeah, it's so I put together a unicorn pattern, and first time I got the body the wrong shape, and so you had a little bitty head, gigantic body. He's like, yeah, nope. Took that apart, put that back together, and got it right the second time. But the amigurumis for the bear, the dog, and the crow from Animal Eye, I had to design those patterns too, because every pattern I found that was commercial had a restriction against it. You couldn't sell the things you made. And so, okay, fine, I've done enough of these. I built a pattern, and it did take some trial and error, especially with the bear. Getting the bear's head right took some effort, but I got it sorted out, and I've got the pattern written down so I can do it again. So yeah, I mean, for really complex stuff, I'd rather find a commercial pattern that allows for resale, but if I can't find one, I will try to put one together.
Right. I'm just thinking, it's like some comic book characters like the Thing or the Hulk. The Thing would look really good crocheted, I think.
Yeah.
And I don't think it would be too difficult to pull off because he is kind of blocky. You know.
Well, the problem you get into with licensed characters is I don't own the license.
Right,
so,
right.
So
we put him in a
you
red dress.
You just call him Rock Dude.
Yeah. The thing. The thing.
The thing.
The thing.
Yeah, he's a southerner, the thing.
He's from Bama. He ain't from Yancey Street, y'all. He's from Bama. He created a whole new character on that. Jeez, look at that. The things that happen.
Yeah, that's one of the things I came across. I made some Yip Yip Martians to sell at shows from the Yip Yip Martians from Sesame Street. You know, Yip 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 telephone.
Oh, yep. Nope.
Yep, those. And because I thought that anything that was from an educational program was public domain, and I discovered no, they're not. And so I've gone back through and I've mutated and tweaked the pattern, so now that they're just generic all-purpose aliens. So they got a third eyeball or extra.
Now that they're under the Disney banner, they're definitely not public domain.
Yeah. When I realized that, I started coming up with ways to mutate the patterns.
Oh, I heard a pop.
Pop.
You notice how I did that? With a simple click in a box, now we hear when somebody comes in the backstage room.
Did you do that?
Yeah, I did that.
Bill did something, y'all. That's how you do it. When you do your job, you make sure everybody knows. Now, Bill came through last night. Bill and Will both did. They came through. That's one of the reasons that I've always tried to reach out and have somebody be part of the show, because you never know what's going to happen. You know, I mean, I don't never want the show getting shut down because of what happens to me. I want everybody to be able to partake. Still be seen. That's what it's about, you know. Cindy, as always, it's lovely talking to you. You guys got to go check out Animal Eye. I think she said something about Indiegogo, in demand, so be looking out for that. If she says the word, we'll be promoting it.
Yay!
You know?
All right.
Thanks for having me on, Pops. It was a great time.
You bet. Thanks for coming out, and you know, thanks for everything. You know what I'm talking about. All right.
Before you get out, tell everybody where to find all your goodies and stuff one last time.
Oh, yeah. The easiest place to find me is my webpage, CKOEPP.com. I'm also on Patreon, and that's patreon.com/CKOEPP. On Facebook, you have to flip that around, and it's KOEPPC, because somebody else had it the right way. So it's facebook.com/KOEPPC.
All right.
Awesome.
Always great talking to you. You have a good evening, and stay away from them thunderstorms, all that.
Definitely, yeah. Little thunderbanger thingies. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. All right. Have a good night.
You too. Thanks very much.
Peace.
Take care.
And now, I don't know what you all know about the Cryptidnals.
A whole lot.
Have arrived. And Oliver is here. And Javier's here. I don't see Harry though. I sent Harry the link too. What's up?
Harry had an
Was he watching backer shots last night?
So what?
Was he watching backer shots last night? Is that what happened?
No, I don't know. Well, he was drunk yesterday, but I don't know if he was watching.
I think Happy Harry has a little Happy Harry hangover right now.
How's it going, guys?
Oliver, how you doing, brother?
I'm doing good, man. How about you?
Having a great time, man. As always,
awesome.
Doing my thing. It's kind of a scary weekend with the weather kicking me off every time I turn around, but we're gonna get through it. You know. Go ahead and introduce yourself, introduce your partner here, tell everybody what you do, and you can share the screen, I can share the screen, however you want to do it. But
you share it. Well, my name is Oliver Liarce, codename Oli 6x6. I am an illustrator, colorist, art director for 656 Comics. How's it going, guys? And to my right, left, whatever, it's Javier Gutierrez. Take it away, man.
This is Javier. I'm actually not involved in the Cryptonauts, but I'm the artist for before that project on Dead Border.
Okay, yeah. I wanted to talk about that too. Yes.
Yeah, I was the artist for that, and I'm part of the team. I'm just doing something really small for Cryptonauts, but right now I guess I'm kind of filling in for other members of the team.
Yeah, he's filling in for Ray right now.
Well, you guys, the time has come. I wanted to say hi to you guys, but I've been canceled for the next 3 hours.
Why?
Well, it's one of them things that I offer, Oliver. I offer a tier in the CRoM Con support where somebody can come out and they can host the show. Okay, and our friend JD Calderon, he stole this 3-hour block from me. He canceled my ass. So I'm gonna be in the backstage. I'm gonna be handling the tech, and Mr. Calderon is taking over the freaking show, man.
JD.
That's how this is working.
JD.
Yo, what's up, gentlemen? How you doing?
So he's gonna be the one interviewing you and doing all that. And Pops has pretty much been officially canceled.
Cancel. Hit the bricks, Pops.
Get out of here.
Just before we start with the interview, we're not the writers of Cryptonauts, so
okay.
We want to go deep into cryptid and Tulpa lore. We're not the people, but we'll try.
I got you. So I mean, where you guys out of?
I'm from Ciudad Juarez.
Okay.
Javi's from Chihuahua. We're on the border of Mexico and Texas, next to El Paso, Texas. Javi's 4 hours away from me, and Ray should be 40 minutes away. So we're pretty close. We're pretty close.
That's cool. So I'm out of New York City, so you know.
New York City.
New York City. Yo hablo español. You know, I'm one of those New Yorkers. So, you know.
Cool. That's awesome.
New Yorkers.
You know, but yeah, man. So, fellas, talk to me. Like, all right. So, you guys are all new to me. So, you know, let's just start off like I'm gonna interview, because I have a show that I interview people on. Okay, this is Cryptonauts. I looked at this campaign. This thing looks awesome. Are you guys the artists on this?
I'm actually the letterer and part of the art director, if you can say that. Javi, he's just a colado. He's just here for looks, but he's working on sort of a spin-off of the Cryptonauts, maybe. Cool. Right, Javi?
I wouldn't call it a spin-off, but it could be. Right now for Cryptonauts, I'm an artist. So I'm doing a pin-up. Yeah. And I was the artist for our previous project, a story about zombies in El Paso and Juarez borderland.
Yeah.
Nice.
This is actually a campaign we fulfilled a couple of months ago. So, yeah.
Was that a Kickstarter?
Indiegogo. It was Indiegogo. Yeah.
Cool.
So Cryptonauts is our second campaign.
All right, cool. Now, Phil, what's Phil's association with the project?
We don't know Phil.
What are you talking about? I'm just here for backup for you, JD, man.
You know what's funny, Phil?
I can disappear for a bit if you want. That's fine.
No, I didn't recognize you because you never show your face. This is the first time. This is the first time I've ever seen your face. Every other time, yeah. But there you go. That's what I'm used to seeing.
I'll make you comfortable, man.
That's funny. No, put your face back up, bro. I like to see people's faces.
Phil is our hype man.
Yeah, that's me.
That's
funny. That you couldn't make it right now. He's probably at work right now painting. So.
Gotcha. He's the writer, or is he one of the other artists?
He's the artist. Dario Rodriguez. He's the artist of the Cryptonauts.
Okay.
He's also a muralist, a painter, a sculptor. He's a true Renaissance man.
Yeah. This is his work right here on the screen.
Yeah, he did the cover. Colors by Red Garcia. He's another colorist for his comics. But yeah, he's the interior artist. This cover is done by Raymond Gay. He's also El Paso local. He's done work for IDW. His current gigs are variant covers for The Last Ronin for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Cool.
Yeah, he's really
Mothman. Is that Mothman?
Yeah, he's a Mothman.
That's
That cover is based on an X-Men issue where Wolverine is crucified. I don't know the number.
Oh, okay. I know the one you're talking about. Yeah.
That's the classic Mark Silvestri cover.
Mark Silvestri, yeah.
This cover is called The Battle of Nightmare Hall, which is a crucial point in the story where all the cryptids unite to fight off an alien invasion. So it's really awesome part of the story. So we got the Mothman, we got the werewolf that was Monster, Wendigo, Nosferatu.
And the dude really wanted to draw anything with the Mothman.
Yeah, he's into Mothman. If you go to his Instagram page, he has a lot of Mothman.
Right.
So yeah, we would have the Jersey Devil somewhere in there.
All right, cool.
Mothman's cool. I've done a Mothman sketch a couple times.
Mothman is really big, right now.
Yeah.
And that cover is our sexy cover, right? That's drawn by Aurelio Mazzara. He's also a Marvel artist. Some work for Marvel, and his claim to fame right now is the concept artist for Psycho Gorman. I don't know if you've seen that movie. It's really
Psycho
bad.
Gorman is cool, man.
Yeah,
enough people don't know about that movie. That movie is great, man.
I actually feel I think you're the first person that knows about that movie.
That movie's awesome. It's got that retro practical effects monster kind of thing going to it. It's fun.
I think this was the dude that designed the monsters for the movie.
He did the monsters.
That's awesome.
Costumes and all that. So yeah.
What's the name of that movie? Because I never heard of it.
Psycho Gorman.
I gotta write that down. Psycho Gorman. I like that.
It's like a rated R episode of the Power Rangers.
It's kind of got like that almost in a way a feel of like maybe like Army of Darkness or something, kind of that comedy edge kind of thing.
All right, that's cool.
Like very very cheesy, but you're there for the effects, not for the gore.
And practical effects that are decent, even, man. Not CGI.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, nice. Now, Oliver.
Yes.
So now you said you guys aren't the writer. What happened to the writer?
I think he's caught up with something. I don't know, his wife. So he couldn't get out of it.
Gotcha.
So yeah, you know, family duties. You just
He's probably at a barbecue, having a steak. He's like, let these guys do this.
But I know he was drinking yesterday a lot.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Well, you know.
That explains it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He could have had a cup of coffee. Made it in.
Or a menudo, no, something to wake up.
So I mean, how long has the campaign been running?
We did this. We did it first 30 days. We launched in June.
Okay.
I think it was in June or mid-May. No, we launched on Cinco de Mayo because we're Mexican, you know. And yeah, we're almost done. We're 8 days left for the campaign to finish. But we are going into demand, so don't worry. So if you can't back right now, you still have a chance.
All right.
And
now, the artwork is gorgeous. Now this was the guy who did the cover, right?
Yeah, he's Rodriguez. Yeah, he's a very awesome artist.
That line work is great.
Local too, so he's from our city. He told us he had to develop this style, this cross-hatching style exclusively for the book.
I'd like to see more of that. I love it because I don't see as much of that as I used to with line work, man. I mean, I want to see more stuff like that, like Wrightson or Wally Wood or even McFarlane for that matter, where there's detail in that line work. That is awesome.
Yeah, well, you also look harkening back to Barry Windsor Smith, Michael William Kaluta, Charles Vest. There are a bunch of different guys that use this style, but again, these days you don't see a lot of it, which is a shame. And this is beautiful, man. This guy, he has it on point. He's really good.
I mean, even without the colors, it's got so much depth, man. That's what I really dig
actually, Phil, me and Ray got into an argument because he wanted to do a color book. He wanted a different color. So it was like probably a week back and forth. I want this in color. No, dude. Trust me, I'm a colorist. You don't want this in color. It's not. And besides, you want to
Well, you could do colors because I do colorist work too, but I would really lay back on it. I mean, the colorists don't. You don't have. All you have to do is barely enhance that. I mean, you don't even have to do much rendering at that point.
Exactly, but I told them, you want to sell this as a horror book? I think we should.
Oh, right. So it fits really well. Yeah.
Yeah. So I am adding some little halftones, some little grays, just to enhance certain spots, but yeah, we're not gonna go overboard with that. So we want to make the artist shine. We want the art speak for itself.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So
no, it looks incredible, man. I mean, good job. You know, especially, I mean, that shows me that you, Oliver, know your job, because you as a colorist, you knew to say, nah, that really doesn't need color.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because there's so many people that were like, yeah, they don't care. They'll throw whatever on there, you know?
And over render it.
Right.
Oh, dude, I'm not a fan of over rendering.
Me neither. It should only enhance the line work as much as it takes to enhance. That's it.
Yeah, I remember, was it Kelly Jones? He once said, he says he talks to all his colorists. He said, listen, black is a color.
Exactly.
You know, he says black is a color. You know, leave my lines alone. You know, but yeah, man, I mean, this is gorgeous. So, I mean, I don't know who's controlling the board. Pops, keep scrolling. Wow, look at that. That's awesome.
Yeah, so the premise of the story is pretty interesting. It's monsters of myth confront dark space entities known as tulpas from distorting reality. So what we have here are cryptids versus characters from creepypastas. I don't know if you guys heard about creepypastas, but those are like stories, horror stories that come from the internet, like the like kids, the rake. So all these new monstrosities that are rising from the internet have to face off the cryptids.
Yeah, it's where like Slender Man came from.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like kind of like old versus new, no, more or less.
Yeah. Now, how many pages is the book?
It's 132 pages.
Okay. Oh, cool. Nice.
Right now.
Right. Okay. So now, have you met your goal?
Oh yeah, man. We started asking for 3,000. And we're currently at $11,560.
Nice.
So yeah, we're still going for those stretch goals. At 13K, we have a next stretch goal.
Okay.
So yeah, 6x9 prints of the covers. So that's pretty cool.
Now, what were the stretch goals?
We have, if you're going to go down, we had a few stretch goals already unlocked. Yeah, right there. We have the Man Dog supplemental, which is a 24-page floppy of one of the main characters of the book. We did stuff back in the day, so we're going to collect that in a single floppy. And we have a cover by Preston Acevedo, so he's really big right now. The next reward, because we already unlocked it, is a creature profitable. I can pronounce that word, which is a 24-page sketchbook by Dario Rodriguez. So it's all behind the scenes, his character sketches, his process, all that, black and white. So everybody's gonna get that. And the next item is the Monster Madness scrapbook, which is kind of like a field guide to all these monsters, these tulpas, these creepypastas, which will have an illustration of each character and a little description. Also, we're going to include an MP3 file for each character, for each monster. That's gonna be kind of like a coast-to-coast AM call, which are people citing these things, and they're gonna describe what they saw and all that, creepy detail, kind of like in Evil Dead 2, where Ash goes to the cabin and plays the real player and hears all this craziness. So that's kind of like what we're channeling with that.
All right, cool, nice. I mean, so is the book already done?
The book is in process right now. We're halfway there. Okay. Dario just turned in a few pages, a few pages last Saturday. Okay. So we're going there, yeah.
Okay, that's cool. Now, the reason I ask is, a lot of campaigns, they have sometimes problems fulfilling,
Yeah.
That,
Under the border, we had a problem.
Mm-hmm.
My hard disk failed, so that set us back a few months.
Right.
But we got everything back in order. It took us time, but we informed the backers that hey, it's going to take some time. We're hard at work, and don't worry, we're still on it, and we managed to fulfill.
Okay, cool. No, that's nice, man. Because I don't know. I'm filling in for Pops today, and I might end up buying a bunch of books today. So yeah, because I'm definitely gonna back this. This is a nice looking campaign. It's a really
Woo! Doing my job, y'all. Doing.
There you go. Exactly. Pops will just pop in every now and again.
Pops popping, yeah.
Exactly.
Popping.
Yeah, no, this is really cool. So I mean, I know you didn't write it, right? But I mean, I don't know how far in the process you got into that. Like, did you guys sit down as a group and discuss it, or did the writer just come out and say, "Yo, this is what you're doing"?
No, actually, how Ray writes, he leaves a lot of room for suggestions.
Mm-hmm.
But mostly, yeah, it's all him. For issue 3, I did suggest a few changes. Man, you should add this monster because it's gonna look cooler, no? So it's more like I'm more there for the visual, and he's there for the story, no, the words and all that. So
right,
that's my contribution to the script writing. But yeah, man, you know what? We should add an establishing shot here, just to set the mood better and all that to make the flow.
Right.
Better. So yeah, that's my contribution. But yeah, man, I'm not messing around with the dialogue or the narrations because
I'm
not a writer, man. So but yeah,
I got you.
Yeah.
Creative.
That's
You're the creative consultant. No, that's cool, man. I mean, all right, cool. Now you guys did another campaign before this one?
Yes, the Under the Border, which is a zombie book, not just a zombie book, because that's what people are telling us now. Yeah, it's a zombie infestation in the border of Ciudad Juarez and El Paso. Yeah, here it is. So this is the regular cover.
Nice.
And we had a variant cover too by Preston. One of the bad guys from the book.
Nice.
I dig that.
So yeah, it's some mix like Return of the Living Dead meets Mad Max meets Running Man. So it's kind of like that. So it's a bunch of teenagers that cross the commune, which is kind of like the cartel of the infestation world. And they do stuff that they shouldn't, and they are cast exiled to no man's land, which is a part of Juarez, of the border that contain most of the zombies. So they have to like fend for themselves, try to escape or die. That's pretty much the concept of the story.
And that one was also a 100-page plus book.
Yeah, it's 124-page book.
So is that other book available on this one as an add-on?
No, we're going to do a second chance campaign, hopefully by late July. We're gonna do a double feature. We're gonna also offer this floppy, which is an anthology.
Okay.
It's a horror anthology called Ñañeros the Border. So it's written by Ray and my brother Pancho, but all the art is by all the art is done by Darío Rodriguez, the same artist as the Kryptonals. So yeah, the difference between the art style is this is more kind of like let me get a page. Pop zoom in. Yeah, so yeah, it's more animated. I guess you can say more loose.
It's a little bit more cartoony.
Yeah, more. Actually, Darío said that this is his real style, but yeah, so you can see the contrast between the both styles of Darío.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Now, I mean, so you guys obviously got your whole team rolling. So I mean, this is really cool. Like, is there any place else you guys are offering these books besides Indiegogo?
We're just doing it Indiegogo right now. We are talking to a comic shop in Albuquerque who's going to be purchasing some of our books to distribute with this chain of stores. So it's still up. It's still in the works right now.
All right.
But yeah, right now it's Indiegogo.
Gotcha. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Cool. Now I was going to ask you the artist. I mean, obviously he's not here, but is he a big fan of Junji Ito? Because that's what his work was reminding me of.
Oh,
a lot of Junji Ito.
Yeah, he's into Junji Ito. He's big into Kintaro Miura from Berserk. Rest in peace, man.
Oh yeah.
And but he's more into the old school art, man. Bernie Wrightson. I think Ernie Chan, is he from the Savage Sword of Conan?
Yeah.
He's into that art style, that really ink heavy artwork. But yeah, Junji Ito actually was a suggestion from Ray because he wanted to channel that eeriness, the creepiness that Junji does, no? But especially the page turner, because I think he's a master at that.
We were discussing this about Dario's style the other day. That although this one is really inspired by Junji Ito, we came to the conclusion that Junji Ito goes really on to draw a lot of the monster aspect of humans. Like he's a really human side with his creepy art.
Yeah, right.
And the difference here is that what Dario is really into is into animals and actual monsters. So this book, one of the differentiations you could find is what will happen if Junji Ito was really into more animals than creepy human stuff.
That's interesting. Yeah.
I mean, I just find it incredible because he went from like a completely, somewhat cartoony type of style to this type of style. And that's not easy for any artist to do. That's not something that, like you said, the guy, he's a Renaissance man, because I've seen artists do it, but it's not easy, and it doesn't always come off seamless, and it looks like he made a seamless transition, or he did a lot of practicing before he committed to those pages.
Yeah, the guy, and sorry,
amen to that. I'm a manga artist, and these guys want me for a zombie book and for a monster book. It's really, really hard going out of your zone of comfort in order to do something that is really counterintuitive with what you usually draw. At least talking like an artist.
Yeah, and when you say the animal part, Javi, Daniel likes to draw animals, man. He's big into dinosaurs. He's into nature, man. He likes to draw nature. He did some watercolors, like duck watercolors.
Dario knows his animal anatomy, and it shows in the pages we've seen. It shows.
Yeah, and there's this character called the Smile Dog in the book, which are smiling dogs, like literally. And man, he knows how to draw dogs.
No, I mean it's evident in the work. You can just tell just by scrolling through it. The guy knows what he's doing. That's really awesome. Oh, man, that's really cool. So, I mean, all right. So, how many days you got left on this campaign?
8 days left.
8 days left. Okay, cool.
We're closing on 4th of July. That's pretty epic, huh?
No, it's incredible, man. And this is really nice. I mean, I'm happy I'm talking to you guys. I have my own. I'm gonna plug my show called Indie Comics Explained, and that's where I interview other people. So it's kind of cool meeting you guys because I've never,
man. If you can get us on, while you have time in your schedule before that campaign ends, we'll bring in over Ray and you can ask everything.
All right, cool. Yeah, that'd be awesome, man. Because I mean, listen, all the shine you guys can get, you guys deserve it, and you deserve more, man. Because this stuff is looking really, really good. It's a really nice looking book. So, all right, we got a few minutes. I guess according to Pops' clock, we got a few minutes left because everybody got 30 minutes. I don't know. I'm gonna have people pop it in and pop it out. So, out of this campaign, what are you guys looking to achieve out of this? I mean, are you guys looking to get into previews? Are you guys looking to get into bigger distribution, get into bigger bookstores?
Well, that'd be nice, but I actually want to just. I might sound corny right now, but just for the fans to get a kick out of it, man.
I think it would better be put to mention what the work plan we have for 656, or Oliver and Pancho have for 656, because they have like a work plan that we've been like trying to organize for the very next few months and maybe years. And the fact is that we don't have like 2 or 3 books in store to launch. We have a lot of books that we want, both that are almost completely drawn or more new books that we want to launch, and we are working towards that. We have more work.
Yeah, we're gonna launch this pretty soon, and then we're gonna launch this other book.
Nice.
Which is an all ages book of video games. This was drawn by my brother, my youngest brother, and I helped write it. So yeah, it's more geared towards video games. So as I was going to say, we have which is what people to know our work, get to know the 6x6 Comics brand, because we're here to stay. We had ton of work we want to share with you guys, and a lot of stories, and that's probably it, man. Just to get to know us, man. The diamond and all that comes in later. We'd be happy to get distribution, but right now we're just focusing on fulfilling, getting their backers their book, and hopefully they like it, and word of mouth starts to spreading the word of 6x6. And
no, it's really cool. So Oliver, you said you're in Texas, right?
I'm in Juarez. I'm in Ciudad Juarez, Chihuahua, Mexico.
Okay, Mexico. Okay.
Yeah, so we are next to El Paso, Texas. We're like on the border, right on the border.
No. The only reason I ask is because I see the size of your room behind you. Right, and it's huge. It's huge, as opposed to the room you see behind me. I'm in New York, tiny.
Yeah, no. Yeah, my dad built this house like 30 years ago. So yeah, and we are a big family. So
got you. You need a lot of space. Right?
Yeah, we need a lot of space.
Right. We're in New York. We don't have a choice. We're small. What's up, Pops?
I appreciate you guys for coming out, man. You rocked it. We're gonna push this a little bit this last week. We're gonna get you 200 backers. We're gonna get you over to 12 grand.
Oh, yeah.
Count out.
Get us more, Pops.
Thank you so much, Pops.
Do it. I'm pretty sure you guys know John, right? John Hervey?
Oh yeah, man, John.
Man. I know these brothers. Hey, Oliver, you know what's funny? One of my coworkers, she just went to Chihuahua because I'm in Houston.
Oh, really?
So she just drove out to Chihuahua end of last week. I've been covering for her. So that's how I knew where Chihuahua was.
Oh, awesome, man.
Yeah.
For vacations
went to like the city or some of the touristic
No, she's got family out there.
Oh, awesome, man.
Yeah. So she was just going there to visit family.
Tell her to bring you cheese, man.
Was that right?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna WhatsApp her. Tell her to bring me some cheese.
What's it called, Javi?
Ask for Mennonite or Mennonita cheese.
Mennonita.
Yeah, man. That cheese and like for quesadillas, great stuff.
I'm writing that down.
Tyler, the boys from 6x6 Comics said to bring me cheese.
That's right. He's gonna be like, "How did you know?" I'm like, "Cause I got people everywhere."
Awesome, man.
Yeah, man. Your campaign.
What the hell's going on here?
We're talking about cheese,
man.
Dude, we gotta talk food, man. Every time.
Yeah. Wait, no, your campaign looks hot, guys.
Thank you, man.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yours too, man.
No, I'm looking forward to when you guys fulfill that.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, man. Yeah. So what? So is there time to jump off? Because
I don't know how this works, bro.
Yeah. Well, you guys can hang around if you want, I guess, but you guys can jump off if you like to. I guess
we're going.
Thanks for having us.
All right. But Oliver,
see you guys.
I'll be talking to you soon. All right, because I'll reach out.
Man. Thank you.
Good
All right,
stuff.
All right, take care, dude.
Bye, Phil.
Take care.
There's
John, I never met
JD.
your name. How you doing, bro? JD, how
Doing
you
well,
doing?
man. How are you doing? I've seen
I'm
you on
good,
I've
man.
seen you on numerous streams, but I've never talked with you before.
Yeah, you know. So you know how it is. All crazy and lunacy. You know, that's what
JD's
we go for.
everywhere.
That's
I'm,
right, Phil.
I'm trying. So, John, I mean, so I guess you have a project running?
I do. So it's Black Tiger, Hidden Dragon is the project
Nice.
that's currently running. Let me
pull that up. Let Pops pull that up.
let me pull that up. Is Pops running the board?
Yeah, Pops is running the board. I have no
Yeah, we're
control.
making
I'm just a
him run
face.
tech.
Okay.
He's riding shotgun.
Pops, you're running the tech. Don't be a boomer, Pops.
That's it.
Look at Pops. Look at him. He's good to go, man.
He's good. Nice. All right, cool, man. Black Tiger, Hidden Dragon. This is volume 1.
This is
Bill's getting a lesson how to do this right now. That's what's.
Pops is schooling you.
Look at him. He's getting all feisty, thinking he knows stuff.
Yeah, he is, man. He's like, I got this down now. You know, bringing the StreamYard with the sound enabled, and then all of a sudden that's it.
He's like, look, guys, I can click a button.
Gotta have my pops.
Look at this guy. Now he's cutting in on the show. It's terrible.
Yeah.
So
that's what happens when he controls the board.
So John, are you the writer, artist, creator? You all those things?
I'm the creator and the writer. I'm hoping that Rod Looper, who's the penciler and concept artist, will be on with me. Even though this is volume 1, this is actually the second story arc. So we published the first story arc in Legacy of Fury. We published that end of last year, beginning of this year. That was kind of our first campaign, and just been picking up traction since then. So this was a culmination of work that we had done over years. So this is a 172-page book. It's a full story arc.
Nice. Okay.
So I'll give you the flip book version of what my dude Rod. Yeah, here we go. I'll do that again.
There you go.
There you go. Little flip book.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it looks good.
So you can see that it's real and that you get all 172 pages in there. And we've been working for a number of years on this project. I mean, JD, you know, this industry has changed so much.
Yeah.
When we first published Legacy of Fury, it was actually, through Diamond, into the shops independently, and that was a show. Because you have no intel about even what shops your book is going to.
Right.
And there had a couple LCSs that I knew wanted to reorder, but I guess the amount that the cumulative amount of the reorders weren't enough for Diamond to do. So
well, I'll be honest with you. If you had a reorder and you're an independent and you weren't like in the beginning of the book, you were never going to see that reorder no matter how high it was.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Listen to Peter Simeti. He says he lost 20,000 reorders, like 20,000 books. You understand? Because they wouldn't send him the invoices. And he can't just send them.
That's absolutely insane, man.
Exactly. And I mean, it's just it's one of those things where it's just like, they've never had our best interests at heart.
No.
They had their own, obviously, in Marvel and DC's, which is, they're big business partners, whatever, God bless, blah, blah. But as far as the indie guys, they never looked out for us.
Well, that was the problem, really. I mean, ultimately, really, it was kind of a, I'm not going to say collusion, but pretty close to that with Marvel, DC, and Diamond. And even as an indie, when you got into the book, you had to really pay. You had to get your ad space, all this kind of stuff, to try and hope that you get somebody to see your stuff, because whoever's gone through the book has already gone through Marvel, they've already gone through DC, they've gone through Image, they've gone through Dark Horse, and you probably got fatigue. By the time you get to the back, and this is the other thing, even though our company's name began with a B, everybody's company began with an A.
Yeah. Exactly. There's a good 30 of them in the beginning.
Yeah. And they're like, gotta have an A in the name so we can be at the beginning of the end.
Yeah, and then what is it? I think Dave Sim, he was the smartest one out of all of us. He started in the beginning. Aardvark van him, AA.
Yes.
So
boom,
exactly.
right out the gate.
Yep. So yeah, but man, I know. What year was that where you first started with them?
That was in 04.
04. Okay. So so you've been around for a minute. How long did you stay in the catalog?
So we stayed in the catalog for 4 issues.
Okay.
And then and this is my dude Rod. He's the penciler, the artist supreme. That's my man. We've been working on Black Tiger together for what, 17 years now, brother?
Yeah.
Wow.
A long time. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right.
Yeah, we can hear you. So I mean, that was and one of the reasons why I say that is just because it's a different world now, and anybody that's got a property and has an idea, I mean, you have an opportunity now to get your stuff out and people actually find it.
Yeah.
Whereas before, I mean, like you said, God bless them, that was their market, that's how they did it. But we don't have those same gatekeepers, so you got to take advantage.
Yeah,
for sure.
So I mean, this process. All right, so you did your original book. Now, did you do an Indiegogo for that one, or Kickstarter?
Yes. So Rod and I did an Indiegogo for that. That was really kind of our introduction, really into the whole indie comic scene. That's. I mean, and time goes fast. I mean, it's like that was just last year, but yeah, exactly. That's when I met Pops. That's when I met, a ton of folks that I'm super cool with now and kind of in the industry, in kind of like the community with now. That's the time I think, Pops was just really emerging and kind of figuring out what he was doing with the madness. Folks like Mandy and Shay and all these different folks were kind of jumping off and doing their thing. And I think I met people all the way across the board. I mean, whether it was Niobe, I met Larry. I mean, you name it, man. I met people all the way across the board, and people were all kind of striving for the same thing, which was, how do we get our book out there? How do we let people know about what we're doing? And how do we become a community, in the process? And that's what's happening.
Yeah, definitely. You see a lot of people coming out and coming together, which is awesome. Now, your book, how many pages is it?
This one is 88. So the current one is 88 pages. So yeah, Rod is insane. But
damn.
He likes to keep busy.
Yeah. And that panel before it had, so there's a lot of martial arts in this book. So this panel, you see our heroine, she's battling a master of capoeira. So you get to see Kung Fu versus capoeira. You get to see, karate, and you get to see just good old fashioned pugilist. And this is a scene where she's back in the city, and she's, back in costume, and she's actually battling the Organizatia, which is ex-KGB bionic Russians. So the lady in the purple shirt, she's actually holding that container up. It's hard for you to see from that angle. She's holding that container up.
Nice.
So a lot of different gangs is what I would say is in this city. And Black Tiger, when you pick up in this story, she has now fully taken on the mantle of Black Tiger. If you read Legacy of Fury, you really see how that's happened. How she became the Black Tiger. But now she is the Black Tiger, and she is an assistant DA by day. I'm not just comment on this page because this page has some Jackie Chan influences. So you know how Jackie Chan has the physical comedy. So I mean here she's deflecting the knife with a stapler. The dude's in a rolling chair, so she's using his chair to help evade the assassin. So just a homage to a lot of stuff that I love, that Rod and I both really love, and putting it into the book. But yeah, I mean, so in the story, she's now she is an assistant defense attorney, and now she's the Black Tiger. But those are kind of dissonant roles for her because as an assistant DA, she was very much straight by the book. Right. Until in Legacy of Fury, she found out about her father being the Black Tiger, and then she got the power herself. So she's working to solve the murder mystery of her father, because her father was killed as the Black Tiger, and then he was a cop. He was also here. He gets posthumously dishonored and dishonorably discharged posthumously as a cop. So there's a serious attack on the family name. So she's she's forced into action. even if she doesn't want to be the Black Tiger, she's got to figure this out, or she's going to find herself getting destroyed as well. And then you have a giant dragon in a mall.
Yeah, that's a gorgeous, gorgeous looking shot. Good job, Rod, bro.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, but that's
really nice.
Yeah, that's a lot of pen. And are you working straight from your pencils to color, or are you?
Oh yeah, that page was early version when I usually to just make the pencils. So John dark a little bit the line art in Photoshop to transform in ink, and then the colors finish. But now for the next Black Tiger, I'm doing everything pencil and ink. But this original people got mad with this original. I already sold this original art because people get, oh, come on, man, a dragon in the mall. I never saw that in a comic book. I say, from the craziest mind of John Hervey.
The thing though, it was all about the execution. So I mean, it's like when I write, I don't do it the Marvel way. Rod knows I overwrite. So like I throw up all over the page. I want him to know exactly what I'm thinking, because whenever I do that, he knows where I'm coming from. He can either be like, hey, that's a good idea, or B, that sucks, or C, I got a different way of doing it. And this is a panel. This page is an example of I got a better way to do it. So I wanted to do the dragon in the mall, but I actually had it broken out in panels because there's so many things I wanted to show. I wanted to show that the dragon was manifesting from the ground up in the mall. I wanted to show the different levels of destruction, and he did it all in one freaking image. You know, I mean, you can see the dragon must have come up from manifested from the ground up, because there's people on the dragon. There's a dude still in a chair. You know what I'm saying? In the food court. It's insane.
Man, this was so fun to work because I'm a freaking maniac for details. So I said to Joe, man, can you give me freedom to do that page? He said, man, go for it. And then I start to put little detail, little guys, like I said, a guy drinking a coffee still in the chair, you know what I mean? Another guy running, another guy. John has one guy that is laughing a lot. I think he's in the second floor. It seems that the guy is pushing the dragon away. You know what I mean? Like, whoa, what is happening? So I like to pass this fun for the readers, you know, because remind me when I was a teenager, when I look at Superman, Batman, X-Men, it was so much fun. And it seems that we got lost in the path of comic books these days. So we are trying to bring back the sense of adventure that we had with Indiana Jones, the early Star Wars. We like this kind of feeling of adventure story.
Yeah,
and craziness.
Yeah, no, that looks incredible, man. Now, what's this image that, I guess, is that like an alternative cover?
Yeah, so there's 3 cover options. This is one of them by Valerio Giangiordano. So his is kind of like I really like it, kind of a painted version of Black Tiger being on the wrong side of a karate kick. But there's 2 other images as well. One is by my dude Rod and painter Artisita, and that is the one that when we hit $5,000, it became a wraparound. Oh, nice. So if anyone gets the Rod Looper cover, you'll get the wraparound image. And I don't know if I structured the page well. It's at the very bottom. So that's the original. So this is the first. This is the front.
The front cover.
Oh, okay.
With the dragon manifesting in the background. If you scroll down to the bottom, because it doesn't make sense to do so, that's the way I did it anyway. So this was, you know, you get the front and the back. So the front cover, you see her, she's looking fierce, and this dragon is manifesting behind her. And if you look at the back, you see why she's looking so fierce. These guys are called the 5 Fingers of Death, and they are basically 5 hitmen that are hired by one of the agents that's really going after Black Tiger, and it consists of a Filipino stick fighter, a British pugilist, a shinobi, African wrestler, and a character called Touch of Death, kind of 36 chambers, you know, kind of character. So
nice.
Yeah.
I see you spent a lot of time with Run Shaw.
Oh, you know it, man. You know it.
Nice. Yeah.
You know. Awesome. So I mean, just like enjoying that, and Oh, go ahead, brother.
Who's the artist on these two pieces? Is it these rods?
These are rods. So Rod, go ahead,
I did
Rod.
the pencils.
Yeah.
I did the pencils, and Art Cedar, that is a brother of me, of mine. He did the paint like old kind of style, but digitally, like Alex Ross, without leave the line art under. And man, it's awesome. They'll be beautiful to see in the book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They look incredible.
That's a metal bookmark that we have that people can pick up. So Phoenix Animation, the dude, he's like the metal alchemist of independent comics. I mean, this dude could do anything with metal, you know, and he mocked up these bookmarks, and I love them. So bookmarks are available. There's 3 different T-shirts that you can see right there. That Shay took Rod's art and design. So you have the tiger, the dragon, and then basically the tiger versus dragon shirt.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and for those that are domestic, there is no shipping for the shirts. It's just the flat 40.
Nice. All right,
And
cool. Now,
this is Greg Horn. So if you get the Catch Me Up, the cover for the Legacy of Fury book, the 172 pager, is going to be the Greg Horn cover. So when Rod and I originally did this back in the day, I mean, the two artists that first were engaged on this project were Rod and Greg Horn. And you know, when I reached out to Greg, really cool dude, really gracious dude. I actually, being the nerd and the fanboy I am, I gave him the whole script. But he actually read them, because he said usually when I make covers, I don't even know what's going on in the story. So he's saying usually I'm just making like a generic, just kind of a pin-uppy kind of a cover. But he actually read the scripts, and he made things that were either kind of seminal moments in that issue or were representative of what was happening in the issue. So I mean, dude is just awesome. Good dude. He really put it down with the covers. So we're going to be using one of the Greg Horn covers for the cover for the Legacy of Fury Catch Me Up. And then you get to choose between 3 options for the Hidden Dragon cover.
Nice. Now, the story itself, obviously you got your introduction story, you know, Legacy of Fury. You got this one.
Yes.
I mean, what's going on for what are you looking at, you know, past this? What's going to be, what's coming up?
So I told you Rod's insane. So the 88 pages that complete Hidden Dragon, I think Rod is 9 pages away from completing the pencils and the inks for that, because he's penciling and inking that. So the intention is we'll wrap this campaign. Then we had another book, Magna, that will provide the second volume for, and then we'll come back and we'll do the second volume of Black Tiger, Hidden Dragon. So we're trying to stay ahead of the production cycle, and just so that we can kind of hopefully go from campaign to campaign, maybe every 4 months or so, 5 months or so, you know, get a new one going and get it into the hands of people.
Cool. Now, Rod, I mean, I got a question for you. Like, how long does it take you to illustrate one of these pages? You know, you get it from John, you know, he shows you his script, I'm sure your head explodes, and you're like, damn it, how long does it take you to, you know, illustrate that? You know, like in general.
In general, 2 or 3 days from layouts to inks. That was one of the reasons that I prefer indie comic books and the mainstream comic books, DC Marvel, because I'm a slow artist. I can't do like those guys that make like 7 pages in a week. You know what I mean? I got mad. I don't like my art to be too much fast. So when I talked with John, I said to him, man, I deliver quality comic book art, maximum 3 pages a week. And he said, man, no problem, let's do it. So sometimes I did, sometimes I had other current works to complete my monthly payment. So I did illustration book, I did the concept art. So many years. This is why one of the reasons that took so many time to finish the book. I was working in concept art, I was working in different projects, and always I receive an email from John saying, "Man, can you draw 3 pages a month this month?" And I say, "Let's go, John. Let's try to fit in my schedule." And then we keep it up. And this is something that I admire in John, is his persistence. He's never give up, man. Never. I can't find another guy like him. When he puts something in his mind, he needs to finish. And he respects a lot the artistic process from an artist. And he respects a lot, and he keeps me fired up. Sometimes I got burned out because, I don't know, I drew almost 300 pages of a Black Tiger already.
Right.
So sometimes I say, man, I can't draw Black Tiger anymore. I would like to draw, if I could draw some ninjas and samurai. And then he sent me an email, wait a minute, I will find a way to put a ninja and samurai in the story. And then he come back with a new story and keep him fired up. So generally, I prefer to deliver. I could deliver 4 pages with college per week, but I prefer less, 3 maximum. But it varies. For instance, a page like that you are showing in screen, that is a desert and figures, I could do in 1 day, easily. Sketch and finish in 1 day. But a page like the dragon, at least 2 or 3 days. It depends. Depends a lot.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah. I mean, I can see it by just looking at the work that you put in a lot of care. There's a lot of quality, there's a lot of care, and a lot of time put into that. You know, you can just tell just by looking at it. It was incredible.
And I love, because he really works to make each page a masterpiece. I mean, like, look at this page. Even that page, you can even as you follow the flow of the action, you know. Yeah. And I love how he does that. Like he'll draw your eye, you know, so you'll kind of follow where he wants you to go.
This is very important for me. I love to draw. I love to draw illustration, concept art, but when I draw a comic book page, it's always thinking storytelling. For me, it's the story first, then the draw, not opposite. So I always try to make the Z kind of reading.
Right.
So I like to direct the eye of the reader, because this is something that I learned back when I saw, I don't know, Batman, Dark Knight, Daredevil from Frank Miller. I start to understand how they conduct the eye of the reader,
right?
And
it's
not just cool images.
You draw, you know, fine art paintings, the Renaissance and everything. You're drawing your eye.
Yes.
Back and forth.
Composition. I use a lot of composition technique, triangles, square, round,
golden
circle,
ratio, basically.
Golden ratio. I use it a lot.
Nice stuff, man. Nice stuff.
I use it a lot.
Yeah.
People, the artists now, it seems to forget about it. They just want to make beautiful women. That's it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's a lot of that.
Comic book is not about that. Comic book is about cinema. It's about movies.
Storytelling. Yeah.
Storytelling.
Yeah. It's
like
beautiful
this
women in a
sequence,
story.
Yeah. Like this sequence is mainly by John, because he always send me like, I need to, the guy hits the arm of the girl, the leg goes there, and then he turns. Sometimes it's hard, man, to put that in the draw. It's a challenge for me. Sometimes I say, man, and we need to cut 2 panels. I can't put everything in a page like you want, because it doesn't work. The flow of the art it won't be so good. And that freedom for me is perfect.
Yeah, I appreciate that with Rod, because, I mean, along with loving comics so much, I love like Hong Kong martial arts movies. So growing up watching Kung Fu theater back in the day, I love the dance. I love the dance of the fight, you know. And I remember back in the day, I was big in collecting Avengers, but my buddy, he was big in collecting Daredevil. And I remember I actually went to his house. That's where I read like the whole Death of Elektra, the whole thing with the whole Frank Miller run. But like I really got into it because I loved how they really choreographed the fighting in that book. And you could go from one page to the next, and you can see the flow. So that's one of the things that Rod and I like to do. We like to really have a flow, you know, in our fight sequences, so that, like, you know, you can just look at it. And that was one of the things that I think that was big for me when I first got my first paying gig in comics back in the day. I was working for Michael Davis, who was one of the founders of Milestone. He had actually set up Motown Animation in the Miracle Mile district of LA, and I was working over there. And we would go sometimes to Golden Apple together, just kind of as a group and look at books. And I remember one time in particular, I was watching him, and he picks up the book and he just starts flipping through it. He's not reading it. He's just looking at and I'm like, aren't you ruining the story? He's like, no. He's like, I'm looking at the artistic flow. He's like, there's two elements to the book. The artist is telling a part of the story. He's like, and the writer's telling part of the story. He's like, I should be able to see the majority of what's going on by following the flow of the art. Then when I go back and read it, the writer should be like small pebbles filling in the stuff that the art doesn't tell me. But the writer does not need to tell me things that I've already seen in the art.
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
And the same with good animation. You should be able, without a word being said, you should be able to get at least the idea of what's going on before the words are even down on that page.
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally agree.
Definitely.
That's what happens a lot with the work that Rod and I do. I mean, it's like it may be heavily scripted, but then like you'll get to some pages and there was no need for the words because he caught everything. He caught the expressions. He caught just the subtleties. He caught it all in the art. So it's like, read the art. Read the art. It's there.
Yeah. Any good comic book could be seen without any dialogue or anything on it. You should be able to follow the story easily.
That's right.
That's always been like the golden rule for the longest time. I mean, back in the day, I don't know how much anime you guys watched, but I had gotten like Akira when it first came out.
Oh, dude.
Right? Yeah. And when it first came out, though, no subtitles, no dubs, nothing. You just pop that sucker into the VCR. That's how old it was. Yeah. And then that's how old I am. And you just pop that sucker in there and you just sit there, you just watch it. And just by watching it, you can tell the story. Yeah. You don't have to know the language. You just watch it, but you have to pay attention. You have to watch it. You can tell by the tone of their voice what they're saying and the images, and that's it. That's all you need. Yeah.
That's storytelling. And to show you that I'm along with you, JD, I saw Akira with a buddy of mine who hit me to it at the West Side Pavilion in the movie theater.
Nice.
And that was life changing. Just insanity.
Where was that? Here in New York?
That was actually in LA.
In LA, okay. Because I'm out in New York City. We had it. Go ahead.
I think they showed it in New York and they showed it in LA. And I don't know if they really had it in theaters anywhere else. They may have, but that's all I was aware of.
Yeah. I remember what you saw. So you saw it dubbed.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
You want to hear something funny? So I watched it originally, no dubs, and then when I finally saw it dubbed, I was really disappointed.
Yeah.
But it had more to do with the dubbing.
Yes.
Yeah. And I wasn't able to watch it again for at least another 25 years. And I watched it. Yeah, I watched it a couple years ago. It's subtitled, and I was like, oh yeah, okay, it still holds up.
Yeah.
So do you guys remember Robot Carnival?
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If I remember, that had minimal dialogue and stuff in it, didn't it? In some of those stories.
I think you're right.
I don't think it has any dialogue.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even. I think the Animatrix they did that in a couple of.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
They totally did that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a very viable. If everything gets translated through the art, then there is no need.
For sure.
This is true.
For sure.
All right. Guess what time it is, guys?
All right, but
He's the man.
I thought you were canceled, Pops.
Seriously,
give
us a minute. John, how many more days left in the campaign?
I think 21.
21. All right, cool. Now, where can they find you and your work?
So you can find me at Beyond Time Inc. on Twitter and on Instagram and on YouTube. And for us older heads too, you can find me on Facebook at Beyond Time Comics.
Nice. All right, Rod, where can they find you?
Everywhere, man. Just look for Rod Looper art and you find it. But mainly on the Instagram, Rod.Looper, and Twitter, Rod_Looper. Oh, YouTube also, Rod Looper.
All right, cool. There you go. All right. Let's uncancel Pops for a minute so he can.
We'll let him out of his cage.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, it's good seeing you again, John, and it's good to meet you, Rod.
Good to see you, man. Good to see you.
Thanks, Phil. JD, a pleasure. Pops, Always appreciate you, brother. Thank you.
Praise you.
I'll reach
Rob,
out to you
good
guys
seeing
separately.
again. It's different watching, guys. It's way different watching. I'm telling you.
Are you learning?
I'm having fun. No, I knew JD was a great interviewer. I knew when he asked to do this, I was like, oh, hell yeah. I know, JD's going to do a better job than I do.
I'm learning as I go.
JD's got it down, man. Well, I know you got somebody else to bring on, so we appreciate you, dudes.
I want to make sure you get to meet him, though, John. I don't know if you met Joseph from JC Comics or not, but
actually, I haven't. I don't know how that is. We'll rectify that right now.
How's it going, gentlemen?
Yeah.
What's up, Joe?
How you doing, Joseph?
How you doing, Joseph?
Yeah. I'm doing, bro.
Doing well.
Man, it's good to meet you, man.
John,
I know that. Sorry, go ahead, brother.
It's a pleasure meeting you. I look forward to reading Black Tiger, Hidden Dragon, because I backed the book when it first came out.
Oh, thanks,
Oh,
man.
nice.
Oh
Thanks.
man, I really appreciate that. We're looking forward to getting the book out. Production is done.
For sure.
So yeah, man. But I don't want to steal your time. This is your time. I want to see what you got going on, man. Because there's so much good stuff cracking right now. It's insane.
Yeah, I'm gonna break myself financially today.
I know.
Buying all these books.
I know.
Uh-huh.
Well, you know what? Let me let you have your shine. I'm gonna hop into the chat and I'm gonna check out what you're doing, JC.
Me also. Thanks a lot,
All right.
bro.
All right, everybody.
Rod, take it easy.
See you.
JD,
Thank you.
Take it easy.
Nice
Thank
meeting
you.
guys.
All right.
Nice to meet you,
Later.
bro. See ya later.
John, I'm gonna reach out to you. Rod, take it easy. All right, we can hang out. All right, there we go. Joseph, how you doing, bro?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Insane. We're independent comic book publishers. That's all we ever are, That's all you can be. So Joseph, what's your book? What do you have currently rolling?
Right now, I currently have a military sci-fi action series called Vector Squad.
Nice.
Pretty much, we are in from book 1. We're pretty much just finished publishing book 3.
Cool. Very nice.
Are
you the writer creator?
I am the writer and creator. Yes.
Nice.
We had just finished our Kickstarter. Unfortunately, the Kickstarter didn't exactly it didn't go as well as we hoped, but learning lessons, all good. And right now, just still trying to make sure that this happened. As I said before, whether it works out on the Kickstarter or not, it's definitely going to go down, and we're definitely going to make sure that it happens.
So, all right. So you did it on Kickstarter. Now, so you guys didn't reach your fund goal?
No.
Okay. Now, because I'm on Kickstarter, I've run a few campaigns over there. So maybe we can just try to go through it. I know it's painful, and I'm sorry because I know it sucks having to go through that because I know it's a lot of work. So let me ask you a question. Do you think you maybe put too high of a goal on it? Do you think where do you think you had issues?
I think I've had many marketing jobs over the years, but marketing has never been my strong suit, and I think that definitely took a major hit as JC Comics Universe is not as well known. Right. So it was funny because toward the ending of the Kickstarter, when I started premiering on a little bit more shows over time, the funding started to come in toward the end. And so it was pretty obvious that was definitely one of the weaker points. And we're gonna definitely try again for Indiegogo, but right now I kind of want to market JC Comics, be the face a little bit more of the company and just kind of showcase who we are, what we're about, and the content that we bring out.
All right, cool. Now, with now, what do you plan on doing differently? Obviously, you're getting out there more often, but I mean, what are you planning on doing differently with Indiegogo that you didn't do with Kickstarter?
One of the outside of the marketing aspect, I think, which is definitely a big point. I think now that cons are coming back, actually, kind of seeing face to face, being able to promote these books and just kind of like push forward, I think would definitely have a heavier impact now.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, no, definitely. I mean, are you building a mailing list?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah, definitely do that. I have one. Most people, a lot of creators do. Trust me, it's gonna be big help when you do reach your actual fans. That's gonna be a big help to you. So I mean, all right. So aside from all that marketing stuff, tell me about the story. What's it about?
Okay. Vector Squad. But let me see. Let me get the pitch.
Oh yeah. No, get it together. Trust me. I know how it is, man. Yeah, trust me. I know how it feels. But it looks good though. So I mean,
yeah.
I see you got the young lady in front of the helicopter. So what's the deal with that? Like I know you're saying it was something about the military. So what's going on?
Well, Vector Squad is for all intents and purposes. Vector Squad is a military sci-fi action adventure series about a bunch of misfits from different parts of the globe who was kind of forced to band together as an elite experimental group, controlling high-tech military suits called Vectors. As the six venture together, pretty much they have to overcome a subspecies of human known as outlaws, which are people who were kind of born with abilities and born with special powers. Mankind is basically kind of terrified of these people now that they know that they exist. So they kind of wanted their own, task force, just in case, to keep these type of people in check, the type of keep pretty much just any kind of enemy forces in check. And so each of them kind of has this little stink about them. Eucla, who is the blonde, short-haired blonde, she's very much the military type, where her whole thing is, taking orders, don't question the orders, buy the book, through and through, a soldier. Which makes her the prime candidate for leadership, both because of the fact that they know exactly how to use her, how to direct her, and that they also know that she won't ask any questions.
Gotcha.
Then you have Joanny, which is the blue-haired girl, which is more of kind of like the tech specialist. Her whole thing is, pretty much computers, just kind of like she's the genius of the group. And she's a little bit green, where she's only had like 1 or 2 years of experience, and as a field agent, and basically she's kind of coming from this paramilitary group that was eventually just kind of incorporated by the military itself. Euclid and Joanny were kind of forced together to kind of get the other members, but pretty much going through some hiccups. First hiccup is they don't like each other, and because they both have egos. Joanny is feeling that Euclid is just kind of a military lapdog, and she's not going to question orders. She's just going to do what she's told. She's not going to think for herself. How can you put somebody like that in charge? And Euclid's issue with Joanny is like, you're a kid. You're 21 years old. You might be super intelligent and everything, but you have no experience. You don't know how any of this works. And quite frankly, like, you're going to wind up getting yourself and be killed. So them two having to kind of like deal with their egos, somewhere down the line, they don't necessarily become friends, but they kind of have a common respect for each other after issue 2. Issue 2 basically focuses on the two of them on the road, and they have to kind of like, book a hotel and just kind of like, get ready for the next day as they continue on. Unfortunately, they kind of run into this jackass by the name of Jackson Ryder, kind of a womanizer, a jerk, super entitled, and he blatantly harasses the two of them, and as well as pretty much everyone around him. And then somewhere down the line, 3 o'clock in the morning, he's like causing like major disturbances, and then Euclid knocks on the door and finds him harassing some other woman, and she's like, yeah, just keep the noise down. She sees what's going on, but she's kind of like, he's a civilian, it's none of my business, just keep the noise down. So that kind of pretty much escalates into him kind of like forcing her in and basically her having to defend herself, where Joannie eventually hears the commotion and kind of intervenes herself and winds up saving Euclid from getting shot, which the two of them later on at the end of the book winds up having like common ground where they have a mutual respect for each other. They still have a little bit of little tension there, but for the most part, they're definitely going to be civil. And book 3 kind of picks up off of that. Book 3 picks up where they meet the next package, and basically it's they meet the next package from a military facility, and they're trying to they're just trying to retrieve their package and just be on their way. Unfortunately, some complications come up, and they get detained, and they get suspected for murder at the hotel that they were staying in. And now, instead of actually picking up an inmate and going, they become inmates. And that's where and they have to kind of solve what's going on and what's happening. And down the line, they quickly find out that the warden and the commanding officer in charge of the facility knows Jackson. So Jackson is not just a douchebag who was just trying to force his way, but now they find out that he has a little bit more pull than they realized. And basically, he's out for revenge.
Gotcha. Yeah. All right, cool. Now, who's your art team? I mean, are these people? Where did you find them? How did you associate with them?
For book 1 and 2, excuse me for a second. I'm sorry. Unfortunately, sometimes my monitor goes to sleep when it feels like it's not being used.
Oh, gotcha. It's like, you don't need me anymore. I'm gonna take a nap.
Yeah. So I can hear everything, but the monitor is just like, yeah, no, that's it. But for book 1 and 2, I was working with Paul Anka. He's a Peruvian artist who was just kind of breaking into the industry. And considering the fact that I too am just trying to break into the industry, I've pretty much been writing comics since 2012. I didn't actually start to incorporate everything until like 2016-ish. Yeah, because I'm coming from a wrestling background. I was a professional wrestler.
Really?
For 8 years. Yes.
Nice. Where did you wrestle?
I wrestled in most of the independent circuit. I wrestled in 2KW, BWA. I wrestled in Bronx Wrestling Alliance. I wrestled in House of Glory. Pretty much, yeah. But
Now
I had
Are you 6'9"?
I am 6'2".
Oh,
I'm
big
not
enough. Big enough. Big enough. Yeah, definitely. No, that's cool.
Yeah. So like one of my biggest thing is that I've always loved to entertain. I would say beyond anything else, I am an entertainer first. Whether you know it's showmanship in wrestling, or whether it's creation of comic books, or whatever the case is. I don't consider myself as a high profile writer, but I will definitely say that I will tell you a story. You know, that's kind of my thing. But that also brings me back to Paul. Paul, like myself, was just kind of breaking into the industry, and he wanted a big project to work on, and I kind of wanted, you know, to hire somebody. And very similar to myself, he had a hard time kind of getting his name out there as super talented. But he, as talented as he was, like he had like no social media presence, and he was having kind of a hard time like finding work. So it was like, hey, you know what? I pitched an idea, and I was like, hey, would you like to, you know, come aboard the team, just kind of like, you know, play with some stuff? And then he was like, oh, well, what did you have in mind? So we talked about it, and I told him my idea, and he seemed to love it. And we played around with the first book, and yeah, and then Vector Squad happened, because Vector Squad wasn't supposed to be the main story that JC Comics Universe was focusing on. But unfortunately, the book right below it, World's Greatest, which is the aspect of the Outlaws, the species I was telling you about who were born with superpowers, they were supposed to be the forerunner of JC Comics Universe main content. Unfortunately, the artist that I was working with kind of disappeared for like 2 years. No word, just kind of like up and vanished. So Vector Squad was a story in the background, and it was just kind of like, hey, you know what? What do you have that I pitched him several different stories, and you know, he was kind of like, yeah, whatever, you know. So then he was like, do you have anything more grounded? So I was like, yeah, I'm a sci-fi writer. You know, that's typically my line of work. Sci-fi, action, martial arts, that's kind of my thing. And I was like, hey, you know what? Let's try this. And he loved it, and we just started going from there.
All right, cool. Now you have 3 issues so far. How much, like how long is this particular series? Like a limited series? You have 6 issues, 7 issues, 4 issues. How long are you looking to take this one?
Right now the plan is that it's going to be 3 volumes, and each volume is about 15 issues.
Okay. Cool.
So about 45 comics ish.
Right. Now, how many pages per volume or per issue?
It's always 32 pages, and for pretty much for most of my comics, or should I say most of my serious comics, it's going to be 32 pages. There are going to be some one shots that goes a lot longer than that. For the most part, everything is 32 pages, and I've been looking at a lot of other independent projects like Spinneret, kind of like Jugwa Tells, and I love the idea that they always incorporate like some art in the series, like in the back. And honestly, I was like, hey, you know what? Let's try that. I kind of touched base with them, and they were like, hey, you know, the creators, and they were like, hey, you should always do something in the comic that kind of display what your company is about. Do something that, you know, is kind of your signature, whatever it is. So I decided that my signature was going to be I was going to add for every series that I work on, I was going to add a three bonus pinup. You know, whether it's one of three themes, whether it's in kind of an action theme, or whether it's kind of like this beach theme where everybody is like, you know, chill and casual, or whether or not it was going to be a versus theme where it might have characters from like entirely different series who might wind up facing each other. And since my entire universe is connected, basically, you know, I figured that would work. So in the end, it wound up coming up to about 35 pages.
Gotcha. Gotcha. All right, cool. Now, so when do you plan on launching your Indiegogo?
I would say like mid-July, maybe early August. I want to take the time to kind of like, you know, just get my face out there a little bit more, learn from my previous mistakes. And also, I know that con season is also around the corner, so also want to, you know, make some appearances as well and just kind of schedule some stuff for that as well, and just kind of see where it goes. I don't want to just jump into one right after the other, you know?
Mm-hmm. No, I got you. Now the only thing I'll advise is like, look, I know you had a rough time over at Kickstarter. Indiegogo is fantastic. I use both platforms for my stuff. Just don't write off Kickstarter because I'm telling you, you can make some money on there, but you can just as easily make just as much money over at Indiegogo. But they tend to have separate crowds. That's the one thing I noticed. You know, so, but I think you'll do well, man. I mean, the book is looking good. You have up to issue 3 done. Are you guys working on issue 4?
Issue 4 is already scripted and completed. I haven't exactly took everything to Paul as of yet, because right now Paul is kind of picking up where the previous artist for World's Greatest left off at. So he's actually doing issue 3 right now for World's Greatest, because issue 2 had just finished. So we might be at issue 3 for Vector Squad, but in total, there's about like 6 books that we're kind of working in between.
Right. Okay. Cool. That's a good basis to start from, because you know a lot of guys, they come in and they don't have everything done. At least you got your stuff done, so at least you can ship as soon as the campaign is done. You know, what type of turnaround are you looking to do after, like, let's say once you get all your money, how fast do you plan to get it in everybody's hands?
Pretty much I want to say as fast as possible, but I already have. It's just once I start getting the money, it's automatically going into printing, because I want to always do everything while it's more complete, rather than you know, kind of paying for it and then going into the process of production and printing and distribution. I kind of want to always have all of that already down. So by the time the campaign ends, it's just automatically, it's going to be printing. So I'd say maybe a few weeks to like a month afterwards.
Okay. All right, cool. Now I'm gonna ask you a couple of geek questions, all right? Because you're a wrestler, so I know you got to be a wrestling fan on some level. So on my show, I have this segment where I do comparatives, right? So it's just like compare. I'll just mention 2 names and you just pick which one you like. So we'll start off with these 2: Ric Flair or Hulk Hogan?
I love the fact that Hogan is more of a character, but as far as in wrestling prowess, I will go with Ric Flair.
All right, fair enough. Okay, cool. I agree. What's the other one I was asked? Oh yeah, Jesus Christ, Steve Austin or The Rock?
Once again, I I like the idea of Stone Cold being a character. Now this is gonna give me a lot of flack. I never thought of Steve Austin as a great wrestler. I thought he was like a mediocre wrestler with a great character. The Rock, on the other hand, between him being a character and just the over-the-top selling and everything that he does, I will always say that The Rock is a better wrestler. And on par, or as far as in character-wise, but definitely a better wrestler.
Yeah. I stopped watching when The Rock transitioned over to film. That's about the time I left watch wrestling. So, you know,
a lot of people have. So I completely understand now.
Yeah, no, that's cool. So, all right, we got a few more minutes. So let me ask you this: like, as far as like, I mean, you've obviously read comics, you know, and now, do you read manga?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I try to break that into a lot of my comics as well.
Right. So, which one do you see influencing you more, American comics or manga?
I think that's hard to say. That's very hard to say. Each of them kind of have their own thing. Where the visualization of American comics is always been captivating, and some of the stories are just amazing. But as far as in character-wise, I think manga kind of blows it out the park with a lot of their characterizations. Unfortunately, their characters usually fall into specific tropes that they kind of set. But I think oftentimes enough it's done well, and I think just kind of the incorporation of both Eastern and Western comics has always been more of a mainstay than, you know, just typical, because you might, as far as Western goes, it's always going to be compared to the big three, big two more specifically. And with both of them kind of crossing hairs, I think you have a better story, you have a better characterization, you have a better arc for pretty much just arc in general. You have a lot of, once again, some controversial things. You have stories like, you know, Dragon Ball Z that doesn't even have much of a storyline, but at the same time, the character development and just the fight scenes in general has been such a mainstay in its series that you will always have Dragon Ball Z fans. You will always be people who are super passionate about the series and just kind of continue to follow it, despite how many holes it might have in its storyline.
The guardian of the time clock has popped up.
Joseph, hey, I remember when I interviewed you the first time, man. You're getting a whole lot better at this, brother. I'm telling you, you're getting a whole lot better at this. Keep going.
A little more comfortable, that's all.
And
my face is a little.
I am one of the people that backed Vector Squad number 3, and I am one of the people that was disappointed that not enough people backed it. Look, next time this one pops up, y'all give it a look. Go read 1 and 2 on JC Comics Universe. Get yourself ready. When he does this again, jump on it so that I can get mine, damn it.
Yeah, it looks like a great book. But what's it, Pops, before you cut us off, Joseph, please let us know where people can find you and your work, bro.
You can find us on Instagram, Facebook, not so much on Twitter. It's kind of connected. But you can definitely find us on jccomicsuniverse.com, and it's pretty much all under JC Comics Universe. So.
All right, cool. All right, nice. Joseph, it was a pleasure meeting you. Listen, I'm going to reach out to you. Maybe one day we can do a one-on-one, and, you know, we can get a little bit deeper into some of these controversial, things you like to get into.
I look forward to it.
All right, brother. Thank you, man. I mean, I like the book. I like where you're going. It looks good. And it's a shame it didn't make it, and we got to make sure that when you get on Indiegogo, it does.
no matter what, like I told Pops before, JC Comics Universe will always go forward, and it will always go forward because I won't allow it to go anywhere else. Even if I have to fund it every single issue out of my own pocket, I will make sure it happens. So I'm not worried about the flops and everything, because with each failure that happens, it's just a learning lesson, and I'll get better at this.
All right. It's good talking to you again, Joseph.
Good stuff.
We'll see you again next month. I'll let you know when we're signing up. You know how we do this.
All right.
It's a pleasure, guys. Thanks for having me.
Have a good day, man. Peace out.
Take care.
All right. Now, this, JD, I'm going to tell you, this is the... Jeez, kid, I'm talking for a minute. Just for a minute. Yeah. They've been quiet all day. Now, the one time I'm trying to talk.
Again,
gotta love them. Now, check it out. JD, this is one that hurts. This is an interview you're taking from me that hurts because I really want to talk to this guy. So all I get to do is say, "Hi, Adam. How you doing?"
Hey, Pops. How you doing?
I've been canceled, bro. I'm canceled. It's like I can't even hang out with you. But
yeah, I know. Well, it's good to see you, Pops. I was with you one time several months back with Shay for a few minutes. I just had a short window, but it's good to be reacquainted and back on. And nice to meet you, JD and Phil, as well.
Nice to meet you.
Welcome to CRoM Con. I'm going to pop your banner up here real quick, and then I'll be in the background doing your thing. Are we going to talk about Kill Journal? What are we going to talk about?
Well, we're definitely going to talk about the Kill Journal.
Nice.
It's looking good. We're going to talk about the Kill Journal. And, it's fun. My other book before that, the 8th, is delivering now. It's a rad slipcover book, 224 page. So it's delivering now. And it will be up on my Shopify store shortly. But so that's cool, and it's out and delivering. But this is the one we're talking about today, the Kill Journal.
I just wanted to say you're in good hands. JD is a great interviewer.
I have no doubts. I've been watching.
Yeah, you're in great hands. I'll be in the background. I'm going to pop your campaign up. I'm going to share the
Thanks,
screen
buddy.
Unless you want to. I mean, it don't matter either way.
No, that's fine. You can. It's your show. Steer the ship, please. I don't want to.
I'll be doing that in the background. You're in good hands. Everybody enjoy. It's freaking Adam. Thank you for coming out, dude. I appreciate that. Really.
Okay,
Thanks,
I'll
Pops.
get in the background myself. Otherwise, you know how I am, JD. I get too talkative sometimes. So.
That's all right, man. I'm here. I'll try to hold it down as well as I can.
Oh. I don't think you're going to have an issue with that.
Yeah. Adam, you listen, it was a pleasure meeting. I've never met you before.
Hey, pleasure as well. Likewise.
And please tell me about your books because all right, I've never seen your work. I'm not familiar at all with it, and it excites me because I'm meeting someone new and I'm meeting some awesome looking stuff. So I mean, what's going on here? The Kill Journal. Yeah,
so the Kill Journal, a little bit about myself, JD, I'm a television writer, a showrunner. My series Escape Tonight was kind of the last thing that folks know me for. And I've been concocting comics and board games for a long time. And, so I work in both comics and board games. And I have a publishing company called The Gifted Rebels. And so this is graphic novel number 2 for myself. That I guess that's my own publication. And so the Kill Journal is a horror graphic novel. And I like to say it's a splatter movie with a conscience. Like all of my tales, it has some emotional link. In this case, people who are trauma survivors. And then it has a fantastical element. And in this case, they're dealing with revenants or slashers. So this is the tale that happens after the horror movie ends, JD, right? Where there's just a handful of people who are left stuck in the mud and the blood, and they're standing around all of their dead friends, and they now have to pick the pieces of their life back up. And in our case, they end up on the steps of St. George's Church. And he has an answer for them, for their pain and this life they can't get to work now. And it's revenge. Nice. He offers them this unholy, though he claims it's holy, war to hunt down these revenants or slashers who've taken everything from them and to rid the world of them. So he runs this group called the Survivors Club, which is like a support group for people who've survived attacks from people who pop out of mirrors or invade your dreams or wield chainsaws. And this is where he recruits the ones who are maybe desperate enough and those who are willing enough to join in his war. Right. And so this tale is about his first band of recruits, these 5 survivors who he then trains to go and hunt down these slashers, right? Mm-hmm. But a slasher is or a revenant in our tales, we call them, I love them as a villain because they are a physical manifestation of a spiritual problem, right? They're usually, if you think Jason Voorhees, he was a kid who was tortured at summer camp, and then he came back to kill people, right?
Right.
And so all of these revenants have a myth and a story that surrounds them, and to kill them finally, right? You have to understand their myth, their story, and then build a specific booby trap that ends their spiritual problem, right? Or they just keep coming back, right? You can shoot them, you can cut them, but they keep coming back. So now you have this band of sort of broken misfits led by this half-mad preacher who are hunting these revenants. And so there's the exciting part of all the gumshoe detective work of building out what is this revenant and how it came to be, while trying to avoid being killed by this thing you can't really defeat in a fight. And so ultimately you can lay the right booby trap. So, and this here is Sydney. You see this is the first page of the book. And I think, Marv, you're right. That, the shipping is a big thing, and getting out there. I have my own fulfillment partner, a company called Airhouse, and it's here in California. So it goes from China to the port there, and we can get shipped, anywhere domestically now for about $3. And so, so you're going to get charged over between $3 and $4 in the U.S. and obviously international is much trickier. But this way you could actually make a living at it, because once Amazon takes their half, you can't actually make any money. Marv, but good point, Marv. So this is where Sydney is being recruited, and she lost her daughter to a revenant, and she believes that she's afraid of becoming a monster herself. She doesn't think she's worth it. And St. George tells her, let me make you something holy and violent. Let me make you this destroying angel. Let me give you that revenge. And as they take this journey of revenge, they also are dealing with their own monsters, and they realize that ultimately revenge can't actually fix you.
Right.
And this war against revenants is not all that it seems, and everyone has their own secrets, St. George included, that come out to haunt them. And as they're having this first recruiting meeting, right, a revenant shows up, because if there's a pack of survivors, a revenant is going to show up.
Right. If you have sheep, a wolf is going to show up eventually.
JD, I love how you said that. That's right. These are the sheep. And this is Sydney flashing back to her story where Dylan, it's the name of her revenant, killed her daughter. And it turned out she blames herself because she had gone to meet this guy at a cabin in the woods, left her daughter in the car. She was romantically involved. And of course, where the revenant had come through, he started in the parking lot into the cabin. And so there's all this self-guilt, right? And, she caused this because she was a bad mother. But each one of them has their own story. Finch, he grew up in the dogfighting pits of Mexico. And one day when a dog didn't show, his dad threw him in the ring. And he became this half animal, half man, if you will. And then a revenant came, somebody his dad had tortured, came through and wiped him out. And that's how he joined the group. And he's the kid in the red hoodie. The book is both visceral and intimate, right? Because we deal with these intimate, struggling feelings, and this moment here, right, where Sydney, is she going to be a victim or a survivor, right? Will you pick up a weapon and start to fight? It doesn't mean you'll win, but will you pick up the weapon?
Right.
So that's the heart of it, and the story during the campaign, it was really exciting. JD, we not only did we back the book, there are 4 small 6-page stories. We unlocked another 24 pages, which give the backstory of the night each one of these survivors were attacked. So that way we can jump right into the story with the main book, right? Plow and then at the end of each issue of the 4 issues, there's a little snippet into what made this character who they are. And it's also allowed for 4 different writers, 4 different artists to contribute as well, which I think gives insight, because these other writers and artists give insight that I don't have as a writer and letterer. So it was very fun. And with the book, JD, I wanted to make, with each of my campaigns, like with the 8th, where it's this big hardcover something with a slipcase, right? Gorgeous. It is. It's beautiful, and you come into the book here, and we are in this, in these nice, beautiful world of these books, and I wanted to create an experience for people with the 8th, right? Where you're like, man, I got this thing. I waited, because you have to wait forever on these things. But when it showed up, it was like, yeah, that was worth the wait, right? And that came to me too with the Kill Journal, right? Is that we have this story, and in the book, in the St. George is keeping a record of all the slashers and revenants they're after and their weaknesses, and he keeps it in the back of an old Bible, right? And so this design of this book is based on a 14th century Bible, and you can see there's some symbols in it here that come into the story. They're little Easter eggs to find, that also connect with the story. So it's this embossed design here with this gold. So in a way, you're reading the book that the guy who you're reading about wrote. So it's a little meta, but also gives you an experience that you can feel. I'm in the world of the Kill Journal. I'm experiencing what it is for these survivors.
That's awesome. How many pages is the entire volume?
So I just, it's with the printers now, it's 100 and all in, including covers and inside of covers, it's 134 pages.
Nice. Okay, so it's a good beefy book.
Yeah. The 8th is 224, and this is 134. So it's a full graphic novel experience. I know crowdfunding is tough, and so sometimes people are doing 48 pages or 52. But I wanted to create an experience that if you backed it, you could get the whole ride.
Now, how many days are you into this? How many more days are left for the campaign?
Okay, so the campaign is complete. We're now in demand. We're now in demand on it. And what's exciting is, but what? So how do I lose my train of thought here? Yeah, so it's in demand, and files are with the printers right now. We have a printer in China who can give you all this rad, cool work to it. And because what we had done during the campaign is, while I was finishing the issues, they were delivered to you every month. And granted, we fell behind for the last issue, but you were getting them monthly digitally. So like campaign closed, people got issue 1 right the next day. And I've been doing that with the campaigns because it's like, what's the incentive of digital unless you can get it faster, right?
Right.
And so that was been the ride all along the way. And but now the files are with the printers, and so they'll be with the next couple months. But it's an in demand on Indiegogo, so that's rad. You can still get in. You can't get the mask anymore, unfortunately, but you can get this. You can get this.
Nice. Yeah. Like I said, I'm gonna end up breaking myself financially backing all these campaigns.
I know, JD. I've backed like 139 now. And when I looked at the tally of money, I'm like, man, I'm getting about $4 or $5 grand into this ride here.
Yeah. I'm on Kickstarter. I'm at 250. I think on Indiegogo I'm like at 30 something. So it's like, it's I'm definitely a degenerate when it comes down to comic books. So now the concept about allowing, so you have 4 stories in it that are done by another group of artists and another group of writers. Now, obviously, you just mentioned that you wanted to get people to give you that other view on these stories. Now, is that something? Because me personally, like I have my own series and I write my own work, and for me to let go of my baby, which is what you've done, you've handed your baby off. How difficult was that? How difficult? Like, what was the process?
Well, it's interesting you say that, JD, because they couldn't just be a random story, right? It had to fit inside the canon, right? So it had to match. So, in some ways, it was inspiring. I gave the first one to a writer named Brian Christgau, who wrote Six Gun Gorilla, and has been a good friend. And when it came back, I was so pleasantly impressed with what he did. that I became like, great. And all of the writers really came back. Cody Fernandez wrote, Shay Valkyrie wrote, and my buddy Chris Wyatt, who is the showrunner on Venom, the animated series. And so it was cool to see what came back. So Brian might be the final guest. Yeah, Brian is a great guy. And when his pages came back, it was like, I'm okay to let go, right? I'm okay to let go because they're bringing some insight I'm not, they're bringing something special to it. And so I think that JD with it was, because when you read, the way you read the book is you read one of the issues, right? Mm-hmm. And then you catch what I call the dossier files that have their own colored cover for them and black and white interior cover. So it's like an 8-page ride. As you read them after each issue, right? So you don't get it just slumped in one.
Right.
And they're paced out kind of the best stories to know, if you will. And what I liked about that, so much, JD, was that, as you would take this ride, you take the first ride, and then you would get this little snippet. At least I think from the fan feedback, it actually connected them. It connected them better to the characters in the story. So I think so. First, yes, JD, there's a little nervousness, right? Because is this gonna be no good? And you're paying them and all that. And then it came back and it's like, oh, actually, it's gonna be better than I hoped.
Nice. That's awesome. Now, obviously, you work as the editor, right? So
yeah,
I mean,
for sure.
How did that, did they send you a script and then you read it and then did you send back notes? Did you have a lot of that?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. So
that's right. So
what was that process?
Yeah. So the way it would work out was, for example, with Brian, I said, Brian, hey, here's the origin story for him. And here's who his monster is. It's this guy who he like a homeless man he lit on fire.
Right.
And then Brian came back up with the character name that it's Mr. Crispy, and he built it into the story in a very unique way. And then he kind of crafted how it all kind of came together. And so then I would say, hey, here's what the story needs to entail, right? And then he would come back with pages. And then he and we went 2 rounds of notes on it. And they were subtle things that were to help connect it with the canon. And we would go back and forth. The same thing with Shay. And same with Cody. All of them, there was a back and forth on notes. And in fact, Chris Wyatt's story was interesting because it surprised me. Like the way he set it up, like the hook of it, I was surprised. And I know the story. And so that was the way we went back and forth. And then obviously I also letter the book as well, which I really like lettering my own work. One is it lets me physically do something that appears, right?
Yeah.
But that it also gives you one more chance to rewrite, right? Based on panels, based on the way things fit in balloons. I'm sure you think this too, JD, that it's like you can clean up that one thing and you can really make sure your words worked, right? Because I'm writing another story that I sent off and I don't ever see the pages. I just see it going into print that I'm writing for another publisher, right? And so sometimes you're like, oh man, I wish I could have just fixed that one thing because if they just would have said this one line different, it would have connected better with the picture. So I would implore writers to get good at Clip Studio and InDesign so you can lay out lettering your own work.
Yeah, with my series, the Oswald Chronicles, I also letter. So.
Oh, okay. So you get it.
So yeah, exactly. Yeah, I tell everybody this is another layer of editing right there.
That's right.
Yeah, that's how I look at it. Yeah. No, that's cool, man. Yeah. I've met a few writers who do it.
Yeah, and what's kind of, hey, Sim, this guy's awesome.
Yeah.
He's one of the best. Yeah, Sim's one of the best. Ready for the Natverse, bro. Ready to hold the Natverse. But it's right that there is something to that. And I took to it early on. I said, I need to get, I need to learn Clip Studio. And I took some classes on Clip Studio. And then I've just done it. And it also changes you as a writer because you think about how it's going to lay out on a page.
Yeah.
And it's a fun way to be in your own book, right? Like you physically did some of the work. So
no, I definitely get that, man. So the art looks excellent in this. Who's your art? Are you working with a number of artists, or is this one main artist?
So this is Jason Krager right here, and I let me show you this here. So he is. He's been an amazing artist. He came on last minute. I had an artist fall out. He came in last minute, and in a way, I'm grateful because it worked out so well what he did. In fact, let me show you some of his. If you don't mind me sharing the screen.
Right. Pop's got control of the board, so that's all on him. But yeah, Pops, share that damn screen.
Your screen? Can I do it? Okay, I think I can do it here. And bingo. Okay.
Oh, nice.
So here are some of Jason's lines, which for the first of them he was kicking out practically a page a day. But this is where St. George, his church, gets massacred and his son gets killed, and he's trying to put his head back together because he's in such a state of shock.
Wow.
But you can see his awesome lines. I often like looking at the lines, right? Because you can see what the artist gave you, right? Yeah. Before it gone through the whole process.
Yeah, I love that there's one page, like 3 pages ago, where one more? It was a young lady. There it is, right there. That, if you can go back one more page. Go forward one more. There it is, right there. This young lady right here in this panel with the young lady who's crying. I mean, you get such emotional gravitas from that. I mean, that is really, really nice. I mean, that, and you can see that throughout his entire thing. I mean, this guy is really, really good. I mean, hey, man, you hooked up with a fantastic artist, man. Good for you.
Yeah, no, I love what Jason has done, and Sim and Chris backed it. They're rad guys. And I love, the world he brought to life with these panels. He gave it such a grit. This was a beautiful panel. This is a double-page spread, and it gave it that fisheye effect, which I love to see. In some ways, for me, I don't know if you feel it too, JD. Sometimes I appreciate looking at the black and white. Because sometimes there can be almost more emotion in it.
Yeah.
But this is the world of the Kill Journal. You can see some of these rad pages, and as they are now, this is like they've finished their training here at this point, and they're now getting ready to go on their first hunt.
Yeah.
Which goes terribly wrong for them.
Oh.
At first, they meet Happy Face.
Nice.
And it goes terribly wrong for them.
That is awesome.
So,
yeah. I mean,
and maybe one thing. Oh, go ahead.
No, you. It's all you. Go ahead.
Yeah, because I realized one thing that might be kind of cool to watch is the video. We did a cool video for it. And
that's all Pops. You got to pull that up.
Okay, let me see if I can get this here. Yeah, I get this all popped up here.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can share this to kind of close it out.
And how long are you going to keep the store open for?
So we're going to keep the store open until probably for the next 2 months while we're finalizing the printing and the books are coming here. And then we'll shift everything over. We have a Shopify store being built now for the company. And so we'll shift it all over there. So imagine it's up for the next couple months. Get in. Now is the time. So here, let's give this a whirl here.
There's a war going on, and I've seen the enemy. Revenants is what they call them. Vengeful souls back from the dead and hungry for blood. I can't fight the war alone. I need soldiers. Those who face the evil that lurks in the shadows. Those who've lost someone. Those with nothing left to lose. I can take their broken lives and reshape them. I can make them into something violent and holy. I can give them revenge, but I cannot give them peace. Only God can do that, and He stopped listening to me long ago. There's a moment that comes when they know whether they're a victim or a survivor. There's a war going on. Which one will you be?
That is really cool. Nice.
Yeah. Thank you.
No, I mean that's really awesome. Look, I'm gonna have to get that one now. So it's another one for the shelf.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope to make something that the story lives up to it, and also the quality of the physical experience is worth your shelf, JD. It's worth the shelf space. So,
no.
I just wanted to jump in here and say ha.
Well, hey, thanks for having me on, JD. I know we're coming to the end of time here, and talking the Kill Journal with me. Go ahead.
So, one last question. Like, I see the quality of the book that you're putting out. Like, what inspired you to do that type of thing? Because I'm a comic guy. I'm like, oh, here's a floppy. Thank you.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things. But when I've seen like bande dessinée and all sorts of other formats and things. Like, what inspired you to like make such a high quality book? Because those things are gorgeous, and I know they're really expensive to make. So
I think what it came to me was, JD, when I had moved places a while back, and I'd gotten rid of a lot of comics and given things away, and I realized the thing I never would go back to was a floppy. After I read it once, I would never go back to it. Trades I would go back to look at, but I would never go back there. And I just realized, man, in every collection, when it gets swept, the floppies go. Right. And I realized I wanted to make something that you enjoyed having on your shelf that you could pull out and look back later. And if nothing else, it was just cool to look at it, told some of the stories just by feeling it, because it was a way to make it last longer. Floppies are quite disposable, and that's how they were intended initially, right? It's a very disposable form of entertainment. Yeah. And I feel like I wanted to create the opposite effect, something that lasted, whereas I feel like that's what digital issues are now, right? The benefit of digital is it's very disposable. But could I make something that survives your collection as as we graze and shorten and cut our collections? Will this survive the test?
Right. I mean, yes, it will survive. It's a gorgeous looking. It looks great, man. It looks great. Adam, I know Pops is gonna pop in here in a second. So please let us know where they can find you and your work.
Great. So the best way to find it is at Failed Superhero on Twitter. I post there all the time. You can find me at Failed Superheroes Club on Instagram or Facebook. Those are great places. Constantly posting updates with art and our new comics and new board games. And so, come and find us there.
All right. Cool.
And on cue, there's Pops.
On cue,
we're out. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, Adam, thank you, man.
Great. That was great. I totally appreciate you coming out. You and yours are always welcome to come out to CRoM Con. Little known secret, I don't schedule my Monday Madness show until after CRoM Con for the whole next month. So everybody else who's booked 2 months out, Pops ain't.
Yeah. I think he's trying to tell you something, Adam.
I think he is. I will be there.
I will be out for Monday Madness this month for sure.
Okay. Well, much appreciated for that offer. I will take you up on it.
All right, cool.
I will take you up on it.
Hey, it is that time. Like I said, thank you so much, bro.
Thank you. We'll see you later.
And I'll talk to you soon, Adam.
Yeah, talk to you soon, JD. Pleasure meeting you.
Pleasure meeting you.
I'm having all my fun, man.
Listen,
look, fun, dude.
Look, you put up that level. You know the danger you were in, right? Somebody was gonna step up.
Oh, are you having a good time though?
Yeah, man, it's cool. Listen, I love talking to people I don't know. Like that's the one thing I really like. There's a lot of creators I never met them, don't know anything about their books. Those are the things I enjoy. If you ever watched,
it was a good time slot then.
Yeah, exactly. Because if you ever watch my one-on-one shows, I have guys, they say, oh, can I send you my book? I'm regularly saying, no, I don't want to see your book. Because I want to experience that experience fresh. I want to experience the new person, try to explore so that to bring in new people. You know what I mean? That's what I like.
And that was part of why I was like kind of threw this open. I was hoping somebody who has a show that we don't cross too much audience wise, we don't cross too much creator wise, to expand everybody's fan base. Woohoo! So our next person, I don't know if you know this person or not, Aria Blackness.
Hey.
Aria Black, what's up?
How's it going, guys?
How you doing?
For day 2 of CRoM Con.
I get to change the banners real quick. Let me get that one up.
That looks perfect.
Adventures of Tailless in Outer Space coming soon, right? That's where we're at, right? Okay.
Exactly. And 3D, I haven't met you yet. Nice to meet you, dude.
Nice to meet you too. It's Aria.
Yeah.
How do you pronounce your name?
Aria. Yeah,
I got it right. Okay, there you go. I was like, I don't want to mess it up.
You guys get to talk because JD canceled Pops. I'm out.
Get out of here, Pops. Hit the brakes, buddy. Hit the brakes. Exactly. Go become the board monkey. Go.
JD, you enjoying the stream today? Enjoying the show?
Man, it's going well. I have my own stream and I do this, regularly. I figured I'd come on and harass Pops' crowd.
Okay. Sounds good.
So all right, like I said, I've never met you, which is cool. I like meeting like new creators. I've been in this game for like what feels like, I've been in the game for a long time, probably longer than you've been alive. So it's crazy, but but I love meeting new people, man. So talk to me about your book. What are you doing? Do you have a Kickstarter going? Indiegogo? You have a campaign running? What do you got?
I'll share my screen so Pops can throw that up for us. But yeah, I'm one of the CG UK guys, and this is my book, The Adventures of Tailless in Outer Space, which actually this is going to be one of the last shows I do while we're in the mailing list stage, because in 3 days' time on June 30th, we're going live. The project's launching. So I'm so excited right now. I've got so much nervous energy just built up inside. I want to get to launch day already.
Right.
But yeah, I'll tell you about this book. And so The Adventures of Tailless in Outer Space is about this 6-foot-tall, spandex-clad, muscle-bound, intergalactic vigilante who looks like He-Man in a Power Rangers outfit, and he's got the head of a cat. Right?
Nice.
His name's Tailless, and basically everything's in the name. It's The Adventures of Tailless in Outer Space. So this is the character I created to learn how to create comics. And then for the past 2 years or so, I've been releasing these single issue mini comics, 8 pages long. And basically what they are just short stories, short adventures in the universe of Tailless. And they were a way for me to learn how to become a comic book artist, basically. So in the past 2 years, I've released 4, and I was self-publishing and selling them through eBay. I've released 4 so far, and those are the first 4 you see on the picture for there. But this Indiegogo campaign is all those first 4 comics, plus potentially 3 extra mini comics, compiled together in one beautiful collected edition. Oh yeah, let's address what Dave's on about there. Dave and I are part of the Bargain Bin, which is the best YouTube show on the CG UK network. So anyone who wants to see more of our stuff, tomorrow 8 p.m. GMT on my YouTube channel, we're gonna have a cool show for you. I'm not sure what we're gonna do yet, but it's gonna be good. There's always a laugh on the CG UK Bargain Bin show. So if anyone wants to watch that, just search for @Aria_Blackness on YouTube. All social media @Aria_Blackness. That's where you can find me. So yeah. So then, go on.
Go ahead. No. Keep going. It's good. Trust me, I have plenty of questions when you're done.
Okay. So this book is going to be potentially over 50 pages of good, classic 90s style sci-fi action comics. So you're going to get all 4 currently released mini comics, plus 2 bonus mini comics, one of which is a really cool crossover story with Not Daredevil, the character written by Commie Mark. So I'm sure more people know about him than me. So yeah, we got that really cool CG UK crossover book involved here.
Nice.
And then on top of all that lovely story content in this book, we have a massive bonus material section. And now this bit is really cool because I've actually kept every single sketch and idea and story and every single image that has ever gone into the creation of Taylor's. I still have it going back 6 or 7 years. I kept them all in a folder. So everything is going to be included in this bonus material section. And I promise you, there is no other CG book, there's no other mainstream book that has a character development section as in-depth as the Taylor's Collected Edition. I've got absolutely everything, and I promise backers they will see everything, every single rubbish drawing I ever did, all the way through to the lovely polished stuff I'm putting out now. So, oh yeah, Critical Blast. This is going to be a Critical Blast book. We've got the posters down to a lovely, reasonable price. So, backers in the US, you know, easy point of entry for you on this campaign. And it's also, you know, an affordable book. A lot of this has already been published previously. So, it's actually, we're going to have a pretty low funding goal on this. I can't wait for you know, to launch now so people can see for themselves. But yeah, we're going to have that massive bonus material section where it's not just the work that I've put into it. We're also going to have a whole section dedicated to fan arts because we've had so many and some really cool ones as well. So they're going to go in there. And then I'll tell you about these last two features of the sign up page. So when you sign up, you're going to receive some really cool exclusive merch for absolutely free when you back. So if you sign up, you'll receive this trading card and poster by Mary Boys creator Chubb, and he's actually drawn Harry from the Mary Boys alongside Taylor's, and his version of Taylor's is absolutely beautiful. I'll actually show you that now in better detail. I have it up on a separate screen. Let me bring that up for you. There we go. Maybe Pops can throw it up for me if he's there.
He's somewhere back there. He probably took a bathroom break. He's probably like, I'm going somewhere.
There we go.
A sandwich. Nice.
Yeah. It is some really beautiful artwork. And you can only get this by signing up. It won't be available for purchase on the campaign. The only version of this available for purchase will be the actual original artwork because I've got that myself and I'll be selling it. But if you want this trading card and poster, make sure you sign up. We're running out of time. Doing really well on the sign-ups. We've got over 120 sign-ups currently. So I really hope all of those get involved and back because I want everyone to get their hands on this beautiful artwork. It would be amazing if they did. So yeah, that's the sign-up tier. And then the last thing I was going to advertise on the sign-up page is if we hit our funding goal, as soon as we do so, we're going to unlock the 7th mini-comic. So that 7th mini-comic is special for 2 reasons. Number one, it's going to take us to over 50 pages of story content alone. And then number 2, these are all mini-comics, so they're short adventures, but this 7th mini-comic is going to be the prequel book to the first full-size Taylor's issue. So if you want to get in on the ground floor of that story, this is the mini-comic to read. Let's get this funded because backers are going to get the first insight into the proper Taylor story, into the wider universe. It's going to be amazing, and I really hope we can get this funded so backers can see all that good stuff.
Nice.
But yeah.
Now, obviously, you've been working on this for a long time, right? Yeah. So, I mean, what was like? So, you know, obviously, little Aria. What was you know, like what was that genesis? You know, what got you into say, yeah, I'm gonna make my Taylor's character. How am I gonna put this together? Like what was the thought process behind that?
Yeah, so I've always known I wanted to do comic books ever since I was, you know, a little kid, old enough to know what I wanted to do with myself. So I always known I wanted to be a comic book artist, and I was actually, stories like this are going to be included in our bonus section as well. I'll just mention that. There's going to be like behind the scenes stories and stuff for backers to get involved with. But yeah, so basically, anyone who knows me well knows I am not good at mathematics. And that's important to the story because I found myself in college, which is like high school for anyone in the States. I was about 16 years old. I found myself doing mathematics at college. I have no idea why, because it's not my strong suit at all. Anyway, I managed to sort of flunk my way through the year, just getting passing grades. And eventually, I find myself sat in the final exam, and I have the paper lying on the table in front of me, and I flip the cover open. Question 1, I cannot answer it. Question 2, same. Question 3, same, and so on. I can't answer a single question in this maths book. And I'm thinking, I've got 2 hours on the clock. What am I going to do with myself? So I just turn the book over and I start doodling on the back. And then I'm drawing this, he was actually skinny at the time, this skinny looking cartoon cat. He's wearing like a Power Rangers outfit. He's got this crash helmet on. He's got this weird laser gun. Anyway, long story short, that was the first drawing of Taylus. And like I advertised earlier, you're going to get every drawing of Taylus in this book, except for that one. That's the only one, because they took the exam paper off me at the end of the exam, so I don't have that one. But every other one, I promise you, absolutely.
So there's some teacher out there in their file. They might have a very expensive piece of art.
I imagine it's been shredded long ago now.
Yeah, that's what schools do. So unfortunately,
I'm 23 now, so it was way too long ago.
yeah. No, that's cool. That's cool. So when you construct these stories, because you're doing everything. You're writing, illustrating, doing the whole 9 yards. So I mean, you're doing your action adventure stories. Like, how are you coming up with them? Like, what's like when you see them? Like you're just like, all right, he's gonna like do X, Y, Z, and like how's he go? Like, what's your process for creating your stories?
Yeah. So I'd like to think I'm as good a writer as I'm an artist. I'm really good with ideas. So like the smallest things will give me inspiration and set me off, and I can like click with just come up with a story. So really all 6 or 7 issues of this Taylus mini comic are very different stories. They're very different inspirations behind every single one of them. So like we have your typical sci-fis, your action adventures, superhero style. We've got horror. We've got a romance action one as well, which is pretty interesting. So, like, and I'm very spontaneous. So it's like if I have an idea, I'm like, okay, that's what the next Taylus book is about. So, for example, the second mini comic, Taylus faces off against this bad guy called the Gunslinger, who's like this giant 8 foot tall like humanoid who can turn his arms into weapons like crazy swords and guns and stuff. So and I know the inspiration for that one in particular just came from I wanted to draw a particular scene of Taylus looking down on this guy as his arms are transforming, and I just built the story around that. So yeah, each one comes from a totally different place, and they're really spontaneous. Like if I think of an idea that week, I'll just start creating the story, All
right, cool. Now, so since we got into that part, like, so from thought, now how long typically do these stories run? Are they like 10-page stories, 8-page stories, 15, 4?
Yeah, so for the most part, all these mini comics are 8 pages. The first one was 6 pages long because obviously that was the first comic I ever did, and it was and I was new to it. I needed to get it out, and it was just easier to do 6 pages for me. So they're all 8 pages, apart from that one, and apart from the Not Daredevil crossover, which is 4 pages. However, I can't show you because I don't want to reveal the campaign yet, but the stretch goals. Number 1 is to add the 7th mini comic.
Nice.
Number 2 is to add 4 pages to the Not Daredevil crossover, which will make it also 8 pages. And number 3 is to add 2 pages to the issue 1. So if we hit all our stretch goals, we'll have 7 8-page mini comics in the book.
Okay, cool. Nice. Now, from concept, from thought to last page, how long does it roughly take you to accomplish something like that?
Oh God, see, like I said, it's like been a learning process for me. I've never done comics before, so issue 1 was the shortest of them all, and it took me forever. It took me the best part of a year just to get those 6 pages out. I had no idea what I was doing, but now I've got it down to a rhythm. I'm drawing every single day. I'm working on this full time, and I'm churning them out so quick now. Like I could knock it down to a couple months probably.
Okay.
Push,
Nice.
you know?
No, that's awesome. No, well, that's the learning curve. You're gonna the more you do it, the better you're gonna get at it. The faster you're gonna get at it. The whole 9 yards. That's cool. Now, are you? Because one thing I noticed is like you were saying 8-page stories, right?
Yeah.
You're from the UK, right?
Yeah.
So, was like 2000 AD a big influence on you?
No. I tell you what. The most experience I have with 2000 AD is I met John Wagner, the guy who created Judge Dredd, and I got a couple autographs from him at Comic Con once. But that's it. I don't really touch 2000 AD. I tell you my favorite comics: the John Byrne's She-Hulk, and John Byrne's Alpha Flight, as well as Excalibur. You know, the British offshoot of X-Men. That is one of my all-time favorite books. I absolutely love that. Probably because it's so British.
Paul Davis? That the artist?
Alan Davis.
Alan Davis. There you go.
Only you combine them. Only is
right. Yes.
Yeah. And
I'm busting in for a second. I want this for the banner program, man. I need this. I need this for the banner program.
Okay.
Just put comic related madness on it anywhere, any font design you want, whatever, it doesn't matter. Just put the name of the group on it. I'll put it above the Twitter feed. I'll put it above the madness group on Facebook. I do stuff like that. I want this banner.
Yeah, I'll make sure I do that for you, Pops. This is actually the cover for the Taylor's Collected Edition.
No, that's awesome, man.
Yeah, and you can see the bad guys from Mini Comic 5 along the bottom. They're the sirens. They're these beautiful 3-titted demon babes. So for all the men and ladies who are into that, there is some how do I put it nicely? There's some good things to look at. Okay.
All right, that's fine. That's fine. Daphne, my wife, she just mentioned Heavy Bucky O'Hare. I don't know if you're familiar. Michael Golden.
That's the thing, right? I never, before I came up with Taylor's, I'd never seen Bucky O'Hare. It was only after joining CG, people started going, "Oh, that looks like Bucky O'Hare," and I looked at it and like, yeah, I get it. That's cool. I'm totally down to be the CG Bucky O'Hare because Taylor's is he's not designed to be anything original. He's inspired by like the classic cartoons of the 90s. He is really my contribution to that sort of thing. So I'm 100% down for him to be like the CG Bucky O'Hare. I love that idea.
No, that's really cool. It's funny. The reason I mentioned 2000 AD is because I know they tend to print shorter stories.
Yeah.
Right. So it's like I was like, okay, that's interesting because being in America, we're used to 20-page comics, 30-page comics, so on and so forth. Yeah. So it's like I was wondering why you started off with shorter stories, but it's because you're learning. So that's cool.
Yeah.
So did you ever take any formal education as far as the art?
Yeah. So I have a degree in digital illustration, and I have mixed thoughts on it. If I were to like go through life again, there is no way I would do my degree in illustration. I would have done year 1 because they taught us how to use Photoshop and all that, and that has been absolutely invaluable to me through this process because I color everything. I get everything colored digitally, and all the editing's digital. So, like that first year of my art education was 100% necessary. But then the second 2 years, total waste of time. And if I could go back in time, I would start working on Taylor's then, like straight away, because I'd be 2 years ahead of myself by now. I'd be 2 years of progress further than I am now. So I have got a formal art education.
Gotcha. Did they have you putting together? They have you crocheting and putting together chairs and things? No.
No, but like the reason I signed up to it was because beforehand I'd spoken to the lecturers and I told them I wanted to do comic books, and they sounded like they were really on board for it. Like they would help me get to where I want to go, but it was like in actuality it wasn't that kind of class. Like I was trying to do comics, but I would get low marks because it wasn't what they were looking for. So it didn't work out past the first year. But whatever, I've done it now, and Taylor is out, so you know, can't change the past. Doesn't matter. This is true.
Yeah. Just take what you can from it and move on. But this is looking awesome. Now, obviously, is the 7th issue already done? Your 7th short?
It's not done yet. I've got the like the script and all that. That's fine. That's sorted. But like work on the 7th, everything is done almost up until the 7th mini comic. So as soon as we launch, my attention's on that. I can focus on that 100%. And then I've set delivery date on this campaign to December. However, that leaves me a lot of room in between. Realistically, we could get this a couple months, 2-3 months after launch. That's just a safety net for me, really.
Now, when do you plan on launching?
So it's launching in 3 days on the 30th.
Oh, nice.
So I've got this stream today. I've got Don Chin's. I'm on Don Chin's that stream Wednesday, 10 p.m. Eastern, and that'll be the last show where I'm in the sign-up phase. And then that same day at 2 p.m. Eastern, that's 7 p.m. for all of us in the UK, that's the launch show on Red Valkyrie's channel. So it would be really cool if everyone watching could tune in 2 p.m. Eastern on Red Valkyrie's channel to check out the launch. I would appreciate every single person who shows up to see it.
All right, cool, nice. That's really, really good. Now, the whole pre-launch process, I've never done it. And I've done a bunch of Kickstarters. I've done a few Indiegogos. The pre-launch process. Do you find? I mean, I don't know how it's done. Like, do they release the information to you beforehand so that you can reach out to those backers? How's that working?
Yeah. So you can download your mailing list, your sign-ups beforehand. So anyone who's done so would have got an email from me a couple of days ago, just explaining that we're launching on the 30th. So you can download the mailing list beforehand, and then that's yours. These people have signed up to find out about your campaign. You can send them all your promotion and all that.
All right, that's nice. All right, cool. Now, your style, because it's funny, because it does remind me of, what is the Michael Golden's work. Are you familiar with his work at all?
Michael Golden?
Bucky, yeah, from Bucky O'Hare.
No, I've seen it now after the fact, after I've created Taylors, but and I get it; they look similar.
Yeah,
but yeah, no, I wasn't inspired by that. I was it was more like cartoons like the X-Men animated show that inspired it, and then Taylor as a character, he's kind of like Han Solo, like Jet, who's the green bird standing next to him. Him and Jet are kind of like Han Solo and Chewbacca. It's that kind of vibe.
Nice, that's cool. And listen, I don't mean that in any way as a knock. Michael Golden is incredible, and your stuff is looking incredible. It's looking really, really nice, man. Especially, I mean, listen, I started doing comics with a bunch of artists when we were like 19, 18 years old, right?
Yeah.
And I'm gonna be honest with you, your stuff's looking really good. As you continue and as you grow, you're gonna realize that you're not gonna reach your full potentiality for another like 10 years.
Yeah.
And that's the one thing they don't tell you. Nobody's gonna tell you that. They're just gonna tell you, oh yeah, you're great, just keep working, right?
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I fully I'm not satisfied with my drawings. I'm never satisfied with my drawings. I fully intend on improving constantly. What backers will see is issue 1 looks so far inferior to issue 6 and 7. They're totally different art styles. Taylor's actually looks different, slightly different design between issue 1 and then the last issue. And what's going to be really interesting is if I hit all my stretch goals, I'm going to have to go back to issue 1 and try to draw the way I was drawing back then. And that's going to be an interesting challenge. I'm going to enjoy doing that.
Yeah, that one might be your hardest challenge.
Yeah,
stepping backwards. Yeah, that might be rougher for you. So, with this, you're gonna do 7. You're gonna go into your full issue. You said like you're gonna do like a 32-page, 48-page.
Yeah. So the next issue will be the start of the first big Taylor story, and it's something I've had planned out ever since the very beginning of Taylor, ever since before I did issue 1. But I knew back then I wasn't ready for it. It would never come out if I'd started on this big story back then. And new artists should never start on their big magnum opus. They should always do something smaller first. Hence the Adventures of Taylor collected edition. So once I put this book out, that's going to be all the comics I've worked on. That's going to be all the bonus material. Absolutely everything I've ever drawn will be out and published in this book. So at that point, I'm on a blank slate. I can put everything into the first full-size Taylor issue, which I really can't wait for. It's going to be it's going to be like the wider story is going to be a 3-parter, but issue 1 is going to be a nice self-contained start. So if it doesn't continue after that, we've got one complete story,
No, this image you have that's up here, is this all digital or is this physical? Is it?
Oh no, I draw everything physically. So pen and ink, everything physically. So all the artwork that's going to be in this book is going to be available to purchase on the campaign as well. And that's also all the artwork on the trading cards and all that. That's going to be available. So because I do everything traditionally. So that's going to be for sale. And then the trading cards, all the artwork on those are done by other artists. I've got my favorite artists from CG working on the trading cards. So we've got the Chubb card, which is the sign-up exclusive. We've got the Preston Acevedo trading card. We've got the Max Headstrom trading card. And we've got the Mike DeBruyne trading card. So he's the guy who did Cora. He was on here yesterday. His campaign's Life on Cora. And he and I are doing a cross-promotion. I'll show you the image for that real quick, if I can find it. There we go. So if you back both campaigns, Taylor's and Life on Cora, you'll receive this really cool trading card with art by Mike, and it's colored by my girlfriend, Neve, or she's going by Mrs. Black now on Twitter. So
nice.
If you back both campaigns, you'll get the trading card in your Taylor's package and the poster in your Life on Cora package. So you'll end up with both of them. And actually, Life on Cora is going to deliver first. So if you want some Taylor's merch even quicker, get in on that because you're going to get this poster.
Yeah. Nice. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Okay.
All right. Just to warn you, all right, we're running close on that 30-minute mark. So Pops is going to pop in here any second now to get us out of here. Yeah, but Aria, I mean, the stuff's looking great, man. I mean, I'm probably gonna jump in. I'm gonna jump in on that and make sure I get in on that early. So where can they find you and your work?
Yeah. So people can find me absolutely everywhere on social media. Just search for @Aria_Blackness. So that's YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, everything @Aria_Blackness. And then the big thing is, everyone, make sure you find me 2 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. GMT on Red Valkyrie's channel. Wednesday the 30th, that's when we're launching. And there will be an exclusive launch stream tier that is only available for 24 hours. And that's going to include something really cool that you won't be able to get it elsewhere on the campaign. So that launch stream is important, and I'd really appreciate everyone showing up to see what we got going on.
No, that's really cool. Now, one more question.
Yeah.
Like, we all do things, as creators, and we do these campaigns and stuff, and what's the one thing you're looking forward to most from this campaign?
Yeah, I just want to get it out, get into people's hands. You know, that's gonna be. It's actually, you know what? Even before that, the delivery is gonna be so much fun. Like I did the fulfillment on the single issues when I was putting them out there, and it was hard work because I was printing them myself and making the books myself. So it was like hard, sweaty work. I had to turn my like bedroom into a workshop for like delivery on those. But it was so much fun. I can't wait to just start that process again. It's gonna be brilliant. I can't wait.
All right, cool, man. That sounds awesome. See,
Hey,
here he is.
Doing great. Doing great. I love it. Yes.
Congratulations on running this this show. It's a really good CRoM Con. I'm loving it.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you guys coming out and giving me a reason to do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like if nobody signs up, I got nothing to do. I don't seem to have that problem though, man. It signs up fast, and we have a good time doing it, promoting it, and meeting everybody. You know, just like JD, he came out here and he's getting to meet a bunch of people that mostly I've already met and talked to before.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's like I do want to get you, probably you and Adam and maybe somebody else. I don't know. I'll find somebody else and we'll fill out a Monday Madness show.
Oh yeah. I was gonna hit you up, so we'll sort that out for sure.
Yeah, no doubt. Because like I said, I'm the guy who hasn't booked nothing in July.
Awesome.
That's how you do it, people. You don't book yourself 2 months out. These people, this guy launched, or he's going to launch this week, or you know, whatever. He's like, you guys are booked 2 months out. He don't even get to be on your show doing a campaign. Slow that booking down, y'all, so that everybody gets the views that they need during their campaigns. You know, that's just me though. I book till CRoM Con and that's it. I don't book anything after CRoM Con, and then after CRoM Con, I worry about next month.
I think that's a good idea, Pops.
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea. So save me a spot. I'll be on your show soon.
And yes, JD is crushing this cancellation. Joe, you might want to come try this sometime, Joe. I'm telling you.
Exactly. You know,
Aria, dude, thanks so much for coming out. I will see you again real soon.
Aria, it was nice meeting you, man. You know,
Nice meeting you, dude. Thanks for having me.
No problem. Thank you. One day I'll reach out. Maybe we can do a one-on-one.
Oh yeah, that'd be great.
All right. Take it easy, man.
Bye.
Take it easy, man.
That was a good-looking book. I like that.
Oh yeah, dude. I'm telling you, all these people got work, man. You know, and the only thing they don't have is eyes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, well, I mean, some of them do. Like Adam's killing it with Kill Journal. You know.
Oh yeah.
He was out there being seen long before I knew who he was. You know,
his stuff looks incredible. Yeah.
But yeah, you got people like Joseph and stuff that are new. You know, I mean, not new, but not seen enough. He's on book 3 of a nice book. He didn't even go into World's Greatest, which is like another part of his universe that goes with Vector Squad. He didn't even cover any of that. You know, he's got good stuff going on, just no eyes, man. So you know, that's why we do what we do.
Listen,
I don't know if you know this guy either, but this guy is on a regular on Will's show, Shawnzilla Art. Oh,
how you doing, Shawn?
What's going on?
Shawn, I've been canceled, bro.
Yep.
Have you been canceled?
Yes.
I've been canceled.
We canceled Pops for the next 30 minutes.
I'm canceled for a couple. Actually, he's had me canceled since 2 o'clock. But JD, you are in good hands, Shawn. With JD, he's a great interviewer. And
I don't know about that, but thank you.
If you're canceled, why aren't you on the golf course?
Because I still got to run the board. I have to work.
Yeah.
I still have to work. See, you know,
Okay.
they kicked me into the backstage. I got to do the banners and all that. So you know. Drop your banner in the private chat for me, or your link. I mean,
yeah.
Bye.
Well, this show's never been better.
Listen, Pops does a great job. I'm just stepping in. I'm just trying to help out. So Shawn, Will, I never met you guys. You know, so nice meeting you. You know,
Nice to meet you.
Thank you. Now, please, like, tell me about yourselves. Who's the writer? Who's the artist? Like, what's going on here? What's the dynamic?
Well, basically, we do the Shawnzilla Art Show every Wednesday night. We started doing it at a later time frame now. I am a freelance artist. I've done cover work for Naughty Fairies and Totally Rad, and looking to expand that as quickly as possible. And William is the real brains behind the show, man. It was his idea to do the show, and I'm like, yeah, sure, I'll draw some stuff online. And you know, he provides the platform, and you know, he's gives me ideas for who to do for featured characters for the month, and you know, basically we just kind of talk about all things geek pop culture, and I draw during the show.
Nice. So you said you draw for, what was that, Naughty Fairies?
I've done 2 covers for Naughty Fairies. I've done 2 covers for Totally Rad. My second cover for Totally Rad actually comes out in October. It'll be for Kitty Banger #2. Gotta love that name.
Kitty Banger, yes.
And I can't share that cover publicly because this is a family show, but it's worth picking up.
It's a little spicy.
It's a little spicy.
Just a bit.
That's right. I know. That's just a bit. I used to write adult comics. I know a little bit about spice. So it's all good.
There's nothing wrong with that, man.
Nope. Listen, I had a choice. I could either flip burgers or write naughty comics. I decided to write naughty comics.
I make the joke all the time that I get, when people ask me what I do for a living, I say I get paid to draw boobs and robots.
Nice.
And yeah, well, I mean, it works.
Yeah. No, that's cool. So I mean, as far as your history in comics, like how long have you been in the business? I mean, and you're supporting yourself, obviously, doing this. Like, so I mean, what's that like on a day-to-day basis?
I recently just got into the business full time. I just did that last year, actually, right before the COVID happened, which shows that I have just the best timing all around. But yeah, I'm fairly new to the business. Like I said, I've only done the 4 covers so far. I've aligned myself with Lisa Malone, so hopefully that'll be opening up some doors soon with Malone Management.
Nice.
Prior to that, it was strictly just commissions and print sales and just doing the con circuit. So, and I've kept the cons. God, it seems like so long ago since we had cons, but I've stayed mostly in the Memphis area with the cons. I'm looking to branch out this coming year into a lot more of the specialized cons like PowerCon, Joe Fest, things like that, because I love 80s nostalgia, and I do a lot of 80s nostalgia themed art like Jim the Holograms, He-Man, G.I. Joe. So going to some of those more specialized cons will definitely help.
Gotcha. All right. Do you do see? I grew up in the 80s, right? But I survived the 70s, right? But in the 70s, I did have some nice remembrances. There's like Thunder the Barbarian, Space Ghost. You ever go into that stuff?
You know what? It's funny because William, in one of our first shows, he mentioned something about doing a Thundar the Barbarian. And it's been in the back of my head since then. So I am going to be doing a Thundar the Barbarian pinup very soon.
Nice.
Yeah, and I'm probably going to have to send that original to William just because he gave me the idea.
Right. All right. Cool.
Unless it sucks, and then nobody will ever see it. Yeah.
Right. But so William, so what's your end? When you're you just host this show and you bring on guests. What are you doing over there?
So I do Creators Outlet, where I do a show like you, one-on-one. You know, sometimes it's more than one-on-one. If there's like 2 or 3 people from the same book, I'll bring them all on, and I do that Monday, Tuesday, and Friday nights, and then I do the art show with Shawn between 10 and 11 on Wednesday nights, and Thursday I do a show with my buddy Thomas from Georgia called OK Boomer, where we go back and go through Golden, Silver, and Bronze Age comics.
Nice.
Like we'll read a book and we'll go through it like page to page and, you know, talk about it and, you know, talk about the art and all kinds of stuff like that. And we do that like every Thursday, and him and I are connected to Outright Geekery.
Mm-hmm. All right, cool. So, I mean, are you a creator yourself, or are you just like, you know, just like a super fan?
Oh, I am definitely a super fan since 1972.
Nice.
So I've been collecting a long time, and in 2016, I had a death experience. I actually died, and they you know, opposed to better judgment, they brought me back. But I was in a coma for a few months.
Wow.
And I came out of the coma. I was in a rehab hospital for almost 2 years. I've got limited mobility back, but I'm just permanently disabled in a wheelchair and everything. And I started writing for Martin Dunn on his platform, and I was interviewing punk bands and musicians from all over the world, and doing some comic book stuff. And then I got the offer to go over to Outright Geekery, and I deal directly with all of the publishers on a weekly basis, and I bring a lot of indie people onto the show. Like one right there.
Yeah.
Daphne's been on the show.
Yeah, I've been on the show too. Yeah.
Yeah, my better half, I asked her to step in.
Right. Yeah. So he needs to take a quick break.
Yeah, I need to take a break. It's been over 2 hours. Almost 3. So, but yeah, I mean, no, that's awesome, man. I mean, you're good on you surviving. I don't even know how else to put it. No, that's awesome, man. So, I mean,
yeah, I'm glad he survived. It's helped.
Yeah. So, as a writer, I mean, coming into it as a writer, I mean, how do you feel, it's different from transitioning over from being that fan coming over as a writer?
Well, it was something that I wanted to do for a while. About 5 years before my coma, I wrote a couple of retrospective articles. One was Marvel versus DC, because it's a popular thing, and the other one was, about the history of Conan, and I did those for Fanboy Central. And then I got back into it because my favorite thing to do is to go to cons and hang out in Artist Alley and talk to creators to see, what I can see for different stuff. And I'm always getting commissions of the Joker, and I got sucked deeper into the indie well that I used to be in back in the 80s, and apparently now I'm waiting on about 22 different campaigns that I've apparently backed.
Nice. All right, cool. Yeah, that's awesome. All right, so listen, Daphne, can you take over for a moment?
Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah,
I'm
sure.
gonna step away. I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
Yeah. So hello there.
Hi.
So looking at this artwork here, so is this traditional or digital? Because nowadays I don't want to assume anymore as to what people are doing with.
This is all traditional.
It's tradition.
This is on my wall, baby. On my wall, I got one.
I know nothing of digital art. I want to because it's awesome, but I'm not very well versed in it. So this is all and pens and color pencils and stuff.
I mean, good for you, because it's like it just seems like everybody is just going straight to digital, and it's like, hey, we can use these too while we're at it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So you were saying that you're No, go ahead.
It would make things easier.
Right. Well, there's certain things, but then also the thing is that you don't have an original piece at the end of it.
This is true.
Yeah. So you were saying that your big influence is like 80s cartoons and that type.
Yeah. I grew up in the 80s watching Thundercats and G.I. Joe and Transformers and Star Wars and everything I could get my hands on. And, I just haven't let go of all that because honestly, I mean, those cartoons were so much better than what you would see today.
Yeah. At least, especially design-wise, that there was just something. I think that nowadays they seem to prefer like more minimalistic design as opposed to like the more like weighty type of design from the 80s.
And I guess people just kind of always romanticize their childhood a little bit and go, oh, it's just such a simpler time and stuff like that. But I mean, it really was. And, especially after you've just paid a bunch of bills, it's kind of nice to go back and think about, when you and your friends would sit down and just, have these all out wars with your G.I. Joes or He-Man figures or something. So, and I've noticed it's become kind of a niche at the cons. I mean, a lot of collectors really enjoy it. Mm-hmm. They enjoy the updated takes on the characters. They enjoy, they'll look through your book and they'll go, oh, wow, that's Herman and Willie Munster. Oh, that's cool. I got to have that print.
Right. So, especially those older characters. So these pieces here, are these commissions or these are just pieces that you did on your own, convention sketches?
A little bit of both.
Right.
When I started doing cons, I realized that I didn't want to spend my entire time sitting drawing commissions all day at cons.
Yeah.
So, and I had a lot of people who were like, hey, I really like your work, but it's a little bit outside my price range. So I tried to make myself a little bit more affordable and offer prints of stuff. And then I would have, friends suggest something like, hey, there's a lot of people who are really into Game of Thrones right now. Maybe you should do some Game of Thrones characters. Okay, cool. Or maybe you should do, one of the Hulk and stuff. And it's like, okay, and I'll do that and offer it and kind of make my print catalog. And more times than not, anything I do, or the original will usually sell pretty quickly.
Right.
Like the Mantis and Rocket that's up there now, that one sold very quick. And I'm like, well, there's no reason why I should stop making money off this particular piece. So let me go ahead and get a high-res scan and put that in the print catalog.
Right. And do you find yourself do you do predominantly, I guess, like fan art, or do you is this just like what we're seeing on your portfolio, or do you do like other types of art, but this is just your preference?
I do a little bit of everything. I've branched off into doing a lot of the pinup art, just because that gives me a little bit more creativity. I do a lot of the fan art just because, it's nice for people to have recognizable characters.
Right, yeah.
And certain characters are always popular, Harley Quinn, Deadpool, stuff like that. So I've done a lot of that, but I'm getting more into doing a lot more Frazetta influenced, Boris influenced fantasy art, just original characters, or maybe not even real characters, just kind of just playing around and coming up with something, saying, I haven't drawn dragons in 10 years, let me draw some dragons today, that kind of stuff.
Right, yeah. And you can't go wrong with a dragon and a sexy lady.
It's one of the great truths of life.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's like, do you have a picture of Deadpool or do you have a picture of a dragon with a sexy lady? those are the big convention questions.
Well, I try to have all of it, but no matter what all you have, there's always something that somebody's looking for that you're like, crap, I was going to draw that.
Right? Yeah.
They're like, oh, you don't have any Doctor Who? No, I don't. But
right. So yeah. Yeah, when you do so, and that's the thing, because that leads into my next question. It's like, so when you are deciding to do artwork, do you really think about like research, like, oh, what's hot right now or what's popular, or just what you're into, and hopefully someone at a convention or whatnot would be into that same thing as well?
It's a little bit of both, but more so checking to see, what's hot right now, because it's always good to have stuff that maybe somebody hadn't thought of. They're like, this guy's got some Buffy art. I know somebody who's really into Buffy. Cool. But you also want to have like the whatever's real popular at the moment. Like Mandalorian, Baby Yoda type stuff.
Right.
But
what is? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sorry. One thing I've noticed is that it's kind of all is popular at the moment. There's always the one good thing about the community that we're in, or not the one, but one good thing about it is you have so many different types of people. You have casual fans who only know like the MCU movies.
Yeah.
And then you have, hardcore fans like William, who, you can talk about 70s characters with, or even further back, and like, if you're drawing the Joker and you're like, well, I don't want to draw the Joaquin Phoenix or Heath Ledger Joker, I want to draw the Cesar Romero Joker. Well, there's people like William who, that's their favorite Joker. So there's always an audience for it.
Right. Was that a Tom Petty that passed by?
No. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
and that's the other thing is, I try to have a broad appeal because, sometimes people get drugged to shows, they're not into comics, or I sometimes just do vendor markets and stuff, and I'll do musicians. I've done Tom Petty, Chris Cornell, Chester Bennington, Slash, people like that. So you try to have a little bit of varied appeal,
What?
Hey, what's up, Shawn?
Hey,
You got
hi.
me?
Hey.
I snuck in real quick.
Really?
What's up, Phil?
Yeah.
You
No,
disappeared on
I
me.
said hi to JD. I would have said hi to you and Will too, but hey, you guys. Hey.
So he disappeared on me.
So, what was like the most like obscure character you did on a lark that probably people like reacted the most to? Like, if you're doing like all sorts of different characters, it's like maybe you drew something that's like, oh, let me do this. It's like, no one's gonna know this. This is just a goof, and then it's like that's the one that everybody reacts to. Do you have a piece like that?
I do. It actually turned into a series. I drew Jim from Jim and the Holograms one night, just for shits and giggles, pardon my language, but it was like, okay, maybe someone will, maybe people look at this and go, oh wow, that's Jim. I didn't expect it to sell, and I didn't expect it to actually turn into a thing. And one of my really good friends, who's a fantastic photographer, it struck her, and she's like, I gotta have the original, but only if you'll do the other members of the Holograms too. And I'm like, sure, don't threaten me with a good time. I like money.
I really dig that Cornell piece, man.
Yeah.
I like
Thank you so much.
roll art.
I love doing rock and roll art. I've done so much.
Oops.
I've gotten away from it.
I've been working on, man.
What you got? Can't see it.
What's that? Oh.
Can't see it. Oh wow.
Nice.
So yeah.
Oh nice.
I like the rock and roll stuff too, man.
Heavy metal.
Heavy metal. Yeah, that too. Well, I like all kinds of music, man. Slash, that one's cool.
Nice. Yeah.
That one was a ginormous pain in the butt.
Yeah.
Yeah, his hair is not fun to draw.
Oh yeah, the curly stuff like that. Yeah, that's the same with like that one that I just showed you. That's why I don't even have all the hair in on that one yet.
Likenesses are really, really so hard to get. I mean, which do you find more important? Actually getting the likeness or getting like as close to the vibe of the likeness? You know what I mean by that?
Yeah, definitely. Getting the likeness is harder to get because, to me, and a lot of what you're seeing right now, a lot of these old black and grays. When I was first getting,
the Ace of Spades.
I love Lemmy.
Yeah,
I've actually been wanting to do a Lady Death with Lemmy very soon.
Oh, that would be cool.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out the best way to do it. A lot of what you're seeing with this black and gray stuff that you're showing is when I first got back into drawing, I was looking at it as a way to supplement my income. You know, I had like the 9 to 5 sit in a cubicle and die slowly job. And I was looking to basically, I was doing a lot of advertising on Facebook resale groups, you know, saying, you know, hey, I'll, you know, I'm open for commissions and, you know, I'll draw your wife, kid, whatever, you know, that kind of thing, just to kind of see about getting back into it. And a lot of this stuff I did to show I can nail your likeness as long as you don't give me, you know, some ratty picture from 30 years ago that's got like holes in it and stuff.
Right, yeah, it's all burnt out and
Which they do, you know. My favorite one was, you know, can you take about 30 pounds off of me?
Yeah, I've made that mistake several times in portraits.
Yeah.
Never draw what's actually there.
Well,
I used to do a little bit of photo
there's a
imaging
picture
repair
of
on
this lady in her husband, and she's like, well, it looks like
I don't want to interrupt, but this is the one that I saw, and I went, this fucker's good.
I'm too warm, baby. 1 and 5.
This is the one, yeah. This is the one. I was like, man, this is amazing. And then I started looking at the rest of his stuff, and then I seen the Electro print, and I was like, dude, I love that. Yeah, send me one of those. Sent me one of those, and then later on, he actually did an original piece, an Electro piece for me. It's on my wall. Every time I look at my TV, it is mounted right above my TV, so it's like right there every time I'm watching TV. Man, it's amazing. I love the piece.
She stares back at you, doesn't she?
Oh man, she's like.
Do the eyes follow you too? It's like
well, she's laying down, so she'd have to look up and down as she's following me around the room. Yeah, it's an amazing piece. I got a picture of it. I'll try to find it and show it up here.
So if Pops, now that Pops has popped up, that usually means that's our 30-second warning or something.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. It's time for Shawn to tell everybody where they can find him. And you know, we have. I will pop our next guest in after he does that.
Okay. You can find me on Facebook. Fan page is 0dark30. It's all spelled out. The Studio of Shawn Howe. There is a store on there that is being revamped at the moment. I know I've said that before, but it actually is. You can find me on the Instagram at Shawnzilla Art, all one word with 2 A's, as in Shawnzilla and then art. You know, or just shoot me a friend request on Facebook. You know, Shawn Howe, ShawnHowe. I've got upcoming cons starting in August. So, you know, and if you've got a suggestion for a con, feel free to shoot me a request or a message and let me know about it. You can get through. You can get to me through Lisa Malone Management. You know, if you are looking for some pretty awesome cover art, but you can't afford pretty awesome cover art, but you can afford mine. You know,
Pretty awesome cover art, man. What are you talking about? Don't be one of those self-deprecating artists, man.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Don't be Sam Keith.
Don't be that guy. Don't be the guy that says, "Oh, my art's all the time."
Always be careful of the stories you tell yourself, because you don't want to end up believing it.
Right.
Well,
Jim
all
O'Reilly
just
wants a strawberry shortcake.
And every Wednesday night at 10 o'clock Central, you can see me and William on the Shawnzilla Art Show, talking shit about everybody and drawing some cool stuff. You know, a little bit of everything. I draw. We do. Draw everything from WWE people to just did Velma last week, and you know, of course, everything I work on is pretty much up for claim. So, you know, you can get in on it and get it cheap before I finish it and decide how good it is. So.
Nice.
All right, I'm gonna pull up our next guest.
Oh, wait, so how about doesn't Will get to say where we can find him and his stuff?
Will's out here all the freaking time, JD.
Who's that?
Damn.
He's out here all the time.
Who's that down
like,
there?
Your other half knows where to find me.
Yeah, it's like he's one of our regular co-hosts for CRoM Con. But he also does the show with Shawn, so I wanted to make sure he was out here with Shawn because they do a solid show.
Will is awesome.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, I'm gonna tag JD back into the ring, because I gotta get back to work. So, but,
all right. Bye, Dabney.
I'll see everybody later. Bye.
All right.
Bye.
Shawn, it was nice meeting you. Will, it was nice meeting you guys.
You too.
Nice to meet you guys.
Yeah.
Hey. Will can even hang out. I don't even care. 'Cause like you say, he's a
Who's
regular
that
co-host.
popped in? I don't think I know that guy, man.
I can't hang out. I gotta leave. But Will can still.
Will can.
Are you still canceled, Pops?
Yeah, I'm still canceled.
Get off the screen.
Still canceled.
Still canceled.
Hey. Hello,
Hey,
fellas.
what's up?
What's up, stranger?
Howdy do. What's going on? Been a while, hasn't it?
It's been a while. I probably see you the most on here, I think, lately.
Really?
So Hex.
No way.
Is it Hex or is it Hex Allen? Or is it Allen?
You can call me Hex or Mel. Mel is my real name.
Mel?
Not hiding that. Yeah.
I go by Hex all the time because that's just awesome.
So Mel, I mean, you know, have I met you before? I don't think so, right?
I think briefly, like in one, 2 or 3 CRoM Cons ago, in transition. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, good to see you officially.
How you doing, Will?
JD.
Yeah, they made me go. They made me come out of Cool World. I had to stop being a cartoon character. They're gonna get mad at me, man.
Yeah.
And Phil is like broadcasting from the ether, like.
That's right. I'm in the ninth ring of hell right now, man.
You're in the primordial ooze, is where.
Yeah. He's somewhere in the in the darkness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
lit by one candle.
Oh, where did everybody go? I ran everybody off.
There you go. So Mel, I mean, tell me about yourself, man. I mean, like, writer, artist. Like I said, I'm new to you. You know, we've only did that quick transition. So for all us new folk, writer, artist, creator. Where are you coming from?
Yeah, all those things, and fan, rapper, actor, doctor, lawyer.
Nice. So looks like you got to wear a lot of hats, right?
No. Where are my hats? Oh man, I don't have a hat handy. I'm a longtime comic fan and creator. This is my first comic that I've written and drawn on my own. I professionally I did work at Motown Machine Works for a few months as a colorist intern. Intern colorist. That was a paid internship, and I got my name in the credits of a a book written by Mike Barron called The Crush. Mike Barron coming up next on the CRoM Con.
Yeah.
CRoM Con Part 2. Wait, was this Part 2 or Part 3? So it's been a long weekend.
It'll be Rich Paradas doing his as we
Yeah.
split the streams after this. It'll be Rich Paradas coming up with his launch party, and then after that,
they have Mike Barron on.
Yeah. So yeah, hey, we're still in there. Yeah. So I've had this idea for Nephilim Squadron in my head since I was a teenager, in the 80s, and it's developed along the way, on and off throughout the years, and when I found out about crowdfunding and that it's possible to do it, I finally buckled down and started following people on the social media, which I kind of I kind of avoided for a while, but I found my niche group, and I've been inspired, and I'm doing it, and it's done. Well, chapter 1 is done. Chapter 1 is in the in-demand store in Indiegogo. It's a 32-page black and white comic book, cool. a sci-fi science fantasy. I'm calling it hard science fantasy.
Nice.
And if you like the epic anime space opera of yesteryear, like Macross and or Robotech, or Yamato, Neon Genesis Evangelion, crossed with the exotic sci-fi of heavy metal, then Nephilim Squadron is for you. Even if you don't like those things, it's for you. I highly recommend you back this book, especially chapter 1, because it's going to be a prized collectible, I believe.
Now, how many pages is the first chapter?
32.
32. Okay, so it's a standard book. Okay, cool.
Yeah, standard floppy. Yeah.
Now now you say it's in demand right now?
Yeah, in demand until June 30th. I'm shutting this whole thing down on Wednesday night. And I'll be streaming and stuff.
Now, is there any particular reason you're shutting it down?
Oh yeah. Well, see, this campaign is just a sort of my testing the waters of crowdfunding and to see if anyone was interested. And I got 100 backers, so that says to me, hey, people are interested. So I'm gonna. Chapter 1 is just the intro to a larger saga, which is Volume 1 right here, which is launching.
I gotta jump in here for a second. I just want to.
Let me share my screen.
I want to point something out to some of the people who aren't sure about going in demand. Hex had 49 backers. Hex went in demand, got 51 more backers in 6 months. Just letting it sit there for 6 months. Hex got more backers than he had originally on his campaign. In demand is a good thing, yo. Just throwing it out there.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, it helps, and I even took some time off too, So yeah, Volume 1 of Nephilim Squadron is launching July 17th, and I'd like people to sign up for that as I wrap up Chapter 1. Volume 1 is chapters 1 through 3 in an 80-page graphic novel, a mind-bending hard science fantasy graphic novel. Yeah, so I recommend you get on to this. It's a quick overview. It's welcome to Planet Tamarin 12, where human colonists clash with the exotic native species in a struggle for survival. With orders from the home system of Earth, the sole interstellar forces are sent to the planet to solve this unwieldy conflict. Featuring 3 chapters in a full-color graphic novel, Nephilim Squadron Volume 1 is an 80-page science fantasy war epic that takes place in the 28th century. The story focuses on a clone pilot who desires a soul only to find that fate sees otherwise. Exotic sci-fi action inspired by Heavy Metal Magazine. An action-packed hard science fantasy epic that is more than it appears to be. So, nice. And yeah, sign up today and you'll get you'll get a. I might have to change this to maybe not a day one launch trading card, just a general trading card for anyone who signs up. You know, makes it easier for everybody.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna change that.
No, it looks really nice. So you keep saying heavy metal. So obviously you were inspired by heavy metal. Now, do you remember who in heavy metal? Was it like Mobius, Jodorowsky?
Yeah, Mobius, especially written by Jodorowsky. Yeah, Jimenez, we're doing art.
Jimenez, Jesus. That guy.
Freaking, oh god, the guy who does the Incal, the name escapes me.
Oh, Belial?
Is that Bilal who does the Incal?
Oh no! I thought the Incal was Mobius.
Beltran, Fred Beltran. No.
Oh, okay.
Beltran? I think, yeah.
So many incredible European artists.
Yeah.
So I mean, in viewing like European, because I guess you're mostly from anime and European comics, like.
Just a huge mashup. You know, I love it all. I collected, you know, Marvel, some DC, a lot of independents and manga and heavy metal. So, you know, I was just, you know, growing up, I just collected what spoke to me, you know. And it was those things. Yeah.
Now, because you said you've been walking around with this idea in your head since you were like a teenager. So I mean, what was that genesis? Like, what got this growing inside of you as like, you know, and then kept growing? Because obviously it kept growing. So you know, like, what was that genesis like? And what was the breaking point? What was that point where you said, you know, I got to do this. I got to get this thing out of my head.
Well, what started it all was actually Robotech, and I guess it was 1984. Started watching that. And that got me interested in real anime and manga. But basically, the characters. Even before that, I would start. I would do like my rip-off characters of GI Joe, and I even had like a team that were a ripoff of Dirk the Daring from the Dragon's Lair movie, and the guy from the Dragon Slayer movie, and a Conan the Barbarian ripoff, and they were like a team. And I never did anything with those. Oh my god, I wish I had those concept sketches, but I did those when I was like 10, and then you know the GI Joe ripoff ones, and then it led to. When I got into anime, then I just started doing just drawing rip-off characters of from Robotech, and that you could see some of these characters in that's kind of like a Rick Hunter looking guy, or you know, Hikaru Ichijo,
right?
And she's kind of a combination of Miria Farina and Max. I don't know if you know these characters, but yeah, this guy here, of course, like kind of like Roy Fokker.
Oh yeah.
If you know those characters. Yeah, that's where the genesis of it started, and then it later developed into me actually writing an original story that kind of stayed the same. It's basically the same story, but it's developed, and then I tacked on a meta story about 15 years ago. How do I describe this? I don't want to read, but on a meta level, Nephilim Squadron is really an ancient mythological tale that's retold 700 years in the future and on a different planet. So that's where, you know, people who are in the know are kind of attracted by the name Nephilim. Oh, it's something about like you know, the fallen angels come to Earth, and is this like an analog of that? It's not really. It's an analog of a different ancient mythological tale, but there are the use of signs and symbols of ancient mythology and esotericism. Another one of my interests that are peppered throughout the book.
Right.
So that's where the origin of that comes from. So yeah, it's. I decided to actually pull the trigger to do the final version. This is really like the second and a half version of chapter 1 that I attempted, and I decided this is it. It's got to stop here. I can't keep overdeveloping this. It's too much feature creep, and this is what it's going to be.
Gotcha.
Stop here.
Now, as a writer artist, when you're breaking down your story, are you writing a script first? Or are you doing like just like a free form where you're breaking down the story maybe on like post-it notes or like a piece of paper with images? How do you what's your process for that?
It starts with a lot of notes, and then I I already have the general synopsis is planned out for 12. It was to be 12 issues originally, like floppy issues back in the day. But now with crowdfunding, people like their thick books. So it's going to be 4 volumes, still 12 chapters, but 4 volumes. So 4 separate campaigns.
Gotcha.
We'll see how I've aged by then. Wait, what was the question?
So like the genesis of your work, like when you're writing it, and like, you're writing it like a general script, but you just said you work it with notes, copious amounts of notes. So I mean, how you breaking down
the
pages?
Script, and then a detailed script.
Then a detailed script. Okay, cool. All right, cool. And now you doing the coloring as well? I mean, you said it was black and white.
Yeah. Yes, I'm doing the coloring too.
Okay, gotcha.
Oh, here's a quick sample of like one of these pages in color.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, it looks great in black and white.
This is not done yet either, but that's.
I'm
like hopping around to different things because I'm doing everything, and so I'm kind of I wouldn't want to say working scatterbrainedly, but I hop around with the work I do on it.
From the genesis, like when you don't mind me, I got a message that threw me off. Now, from beginning to end, right? Like let's say Pops.
Hey, chat. Sorry.
Yeah, he sent me a chat, and I was just like, "What?"
I mean, say hello to the chat.
Okay. So, from beginning to end, how long does it take you to finish a page, like a comic page?
What, drawing?
Yeah. Well, like from genesis of script to drawing that page, like what is that? How long is that taking you?
Oh God. Since the scripts, the first chapter and a half is written, but they were written a long time ago, so I don't know. And I've just been, as I've been working on it during this campaign, I don't know. It's hard to tell because I've been doing other artwork, and then hopping onto this, and then. I mean, if I were like on a schedule with a team or something like that, and solely working on just one book, and not worrying about promoting or anything like that,
right.
I could finish, penciling a page in a day, a work day. And inking is actually faster because I make I do my blue line pencils kind of detailed, and so by the time I get to the inks, I know exactly what I have to do, and I just swash it down.
Just burning through pages. Now, are you working digitally or are you working traditionally, just like on boards?
Traditionally on Blue Line Pro boards.
Okay, cool, nice. Now, like, what was your biggest like? You did this campaign. Like, what was your biggest takeaway from it? Like, what's the one thing you learned from it? Like, what's the big thing you learned?
Do it with a team. Don't do it alone.
Gotcha.
Especially if it's like a big, ambitious, sci-fi thing, sort of like this, with action and then color, and then I don't know if you know about this campaign. When I first launched it was sort of a cross IP campaign. I had a video game or mobile game artwork that I had done for a game that I'm working on.
Okay.
Myself, another personal project.
Nice.
So I jammed that artwork in and with this campaign, and it was a pain in the ass because I had to do artwork for that and for the book. So it's like double, triple the work.
Right. Yeah. I mean, no, man. I mean, it's looking awesome. I mean, so the video. So you're doing a video game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's cool. No, I have a friend. He's also doing a video game, but he's not doing any comics. He's just doing the video game. So yeah, man, that's ambitious.
Hey, Jim.
Yeah, Jim is telling you gotta chill.
I know. I'm nuts.
It's all good. It's all good. It's all good.
It must be what do you call it? What's the term? Empty nest syndrome.
Oh, gotcha.
In combination with midlife crisis.
Yeah, well, I've been there, done that. It's not fun, It's not fun. You're having that, those questions in your mind. You're like, why is the universe situated this way?
And why can't I get this story out of my head?
Exactly.
I got to get it done. That's the thing. So I'd love to collaborate with other people, in the future. And yeah, I met a lot of great people, on the journey. And, I want to thank everyone.
Oh yeah. So the thing about doing the thing with a team, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So like doing the thing with the team. So you obviously you're running solo, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. At least this way you don't, there are no arguments. Except the ones you have with yourself.
Yes.
Right? It's like, do you like it like this? Do you like it like that? Yeah, I'm the same. So right. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So you're running solo, like. So what are your biggest issues doing it by yourself? I mean, obviously you're saying it's a bigger team, but is it marketing? Is it like, would you like to have an inker, maybe like to have a colorist? Like what are the things you find yourself wanting? Not so much needing, because you could do it, right?
Probably a colorist or a flatter, just for the sheer time it takes up.
Right.
And I have a day job. I have a family.
Kids?
My kid is graduated college, so.
Oh, okay. So yeah.
Yeah. I said empty nest, but she's moved back in, so. Which is good. She can help with fulfillment. That's great.
There you go. So pack this box.
Yeah.
No, that's cool. That's cool. Now. Yeah, that's funny because that's the one thing I hear. Any artist I hear, well, Daphne, my wife, she's complaining. She's like, yeah, I need a flatter, and eventually, I knew someone that I use for my stuff, and I gave it to her, and she's been relieved ever since. So if you need a flatter, let me know. I can send you a name if you really want one. Yeah. Yeah, Pops is like in and out. I think he's losing his mind. I think he's used to running these 19-hour shows.
He's about to say, "Show something, son. Talk about this."
Talk about the books, damn it.
So yeah, here's some of the characters from the book. A large ensemble cast, and these are the stretch goals that. I'm so close to unlocking one of these stretch goals at 3,000.
3,000.
Jason Krager, as you've heard about him earlier when you had Adam Lawson on, the artist of Kill Journal. He did a trading card for me of one of my characters from my mobile game, See, these stretch goal items were related to the artwork from that. And this is the one he did.
Nice.
One of my characters. And these are the ones that are unlocked. We just need to get Jason's unlocked. And then, well, I don't know. It might be too late to get this one not unlocked. But this was the Art of Shield Net Sword, which is a side-scrolling rock, paper, scissors game. And the artwork from it is more elaborate than the game itself. The game's a lot more simple than what it looks like here.
Now, how long have you been working on that game for?
That one I actually started getting serious about production like in 2018.
Mm-hmm.
And then I took a break when I started getting serious with the comic. And then I decided, well, maybe I can work on both, at least the artwork for the game and the comic together. And then, hey, maybe I can throw the artwork in with the comic thing. And then that kind of got convoluted. And so I had to strip that stuff from the campaign to focus on the book.
Mm-hmm.
More people were really interested in the book as this is a comic book community.
Right.
So, but the people who backed all the artwork for Shield Net Sword are still going to get them that stuff. And thank you for backing. Quite a few did back. But I wanted to focus on, as I sunset this campaign, wanted to focus on the book. And I also have sketch card tiers. Oh, yeah. Sketch card tiers for the campaign here. That includes this tier for the commission. It includes the book, the pinup, and the unlocked stretch goal trading cards that you saw down below.
Cool.
And there's also the digital version, and that's going to be in color, and you saw a sample of that.
Mm-hmm.
The comic pinup and no frills version, which is without the stretch goal items. It's just a comic and a pinup, only $8. And the sketch card tier is the comic and Nephilim Squadron characters like these. If I could embiggen myself.
Cool. Nice.
Oh yeah. What's his name? Pops has control. But yeah, these are these are the all right.
There you go.
Character sketch cards from Nephilim Squadron. I made a whole bunch of these, and you can also get these as an add-on as at checkout. This one's kind of got a 3D sort of effect.
Yeah, no, that's nice.
Sometimes I can't keep within
the framework
lines. So I just went with it. The main big baddie, Seaton Kokar.
Nice.
Oh yeah. The popular Mecha Mahia. That's Taru again. Yes. Another alien. Ozer. Serena Flacco. And oh yeah. Tenley. So yeah, get your Nephilim Squadron sketch cards, original art from me, and that's only $36. Shipping is low on all of these tiers, and from what I've heard, I'm woefully undercharging for these tiers.
Oh.
Yeah, so take advantage of me while you still can, and
yeah.
back of the sketch card tiers.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you'll be delighted.
Yeah, no, it looks awesome. Oh, that's hilarious. That's awesome. I like that. Was that yours?
Oh no, that's Frank Forte.
Oh, okay. That's funny.
Yeah, that's Pops. Pops got Rick and Mortyized.
Yeah.
Rick Immortalized.
Yeah, we should all get Rick Immortalized. So I mean,
oh yeah, I did too. He got one of me.
You got you? Nice.
Yeah. My daughter was like, "Ew."
She was like, "I didn't want to see you that way," right? Yeah. No, I know that's awesome. So, Pops Pops is gonna pop in here in a second and let us know that we're at the 30-minute mark.
Oh yeah.
So Mel.
Oh yeah. And don't forget, everyone, sign up for Nephilim Squadron Volume 1 here.
Yes.
Relax. Relax.
Too much coffee.
Yeah.
Too much coffee, man.
Brian said he might be a couple minutes late, so you guys just talk when I pop Brian in, then you can handle a segue, I'm sure.
Yeah, I can handle a segue. I'll be fine.
There's one last thing, because we all like to promote each other.
Yeah.
I am launching, sort of in collaboration with Global Frequency Studios, who they're launching Mavericks Origins Volume 1 on July 22nd. I'm launching on the 17th, but since we're good buds and our properties are kind of like far-flung future epics, theirs is more mech-oriented. Mine has a few mechs, not really mech-oriented, but theirs is mech war stuff 100 years in the future. Mine is 700 years in the future, so I'm farther out. Haha. So that's Mavericks Origins Volume 1, and what we're doing here is if you back both of our campaigns, we've got a special jam print done by a third-party artist who is a freaking awesome, fantastic artist yet to be revealed, who is doing a jam piece of both of our properties in one print, and you get that print when you back both Nephilim Squadron Volume 1 and Mavericks Origins Volume 1. So sign up, please, for both of those.
There you go. Sign up for both of them. Nice. So yeah, I don't know who's coming on next, but Mel, you should probably let everybody know where they can find you and your work.
I am. I'm mostly on Twitter, just because it's easier for me. Hex_Allen. And I'm on Facebook at Hex Allen Productions, Instagram at hexallen.com, and .com is spelled out DOTCOM. Because that's how they had to do it. I'm on Minds as Hex Allen, and what else? Oh yeah, just these. Oh yeah. Muy importante. I have a YouTube channel also. I'm Hex Allen Comics, and Hex Allen is just one word. Just type in Hex Allen into YouTube search, and I'll come right up at the top. Hex Allen Comics, and I'm doing a show today. Put up another tab, watch the CRoM Con, and let my stream run too. I'll be interviewing Metal Movies and Brewskis himself, Matthew Burke, creator of Butch Cleaver. He's got a mailing list up for Butch Cleaver too. Yeah. Metal Movies and Brewskis. Should be a fun time.
You drop them links, Heck. I know you got a rant, so drop the link for your YouTube. Make sure you drop the link for his project too. What we're all about is backstage.
Yeah, Oliver. Hello.
Yeah, y'all only got a couple more days left to get in on the last one and sign up for this one.
And I'll be streaming on Wednesday night too, drinking and closing this out. So you'll be seeing me drunk instead of hopped up on coffee.
Watch out. I did say something about pop open a bottle of wine, didn't I? But it was for the 100 backers, son. Now, you pop open another bottle of wine at the 3K. And
there you go.
I know you're going to get there because we're going to push the hell out of it the last couple of days.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much, you guys. Who's coming up next?
We're awaiting Brian Criscow.
Brian?
Yeah, we're waiting for Brian. He says he's wolfing down breakfast. He'll be here in a minute.
Breakfast?
So I'm going to go ahead and run my ad right now while I can, right?
But who does he think he is? Bob Hope?
And now, a word from our sponsor.
Hello, my name is Dirk Hooper. I'm a comic artist and illustrator looking for work right now. I've been doing art professionally for well over 2 decades, and my art has been in 3 comics, several art books, novels, and magazines. And I've had work in galleries in the Netherlands, England, Belgium, China, and all over the United States. I offer comic-style illustrations, sequential art, and digital paintings on a wide variety of genres, including sci-fi, fantasy, gritty noir stuff, and bad girls. You can find more about me and my work at Rainkin Studios. Contact me today to commission your custom artwork. Thank you.
Gotta have my pops.
Nice.
Maybe someday Kellogg's will be my sponsor too. You never know.
That would be a good sponsor to have.
Yeah, they probably wouldn't like me.
You'd have to clean up your act.
Wouldn't be able to talk about this guy much.
Yeah.
I mean, Hex, thanks for coming out.
Yeah.
JD, you did awesome, dude. I mean,
Thank you, JD.
Well,
Great
I
job.
know, Alan, it was nice meeting you, man.
Yeah, I'll see you around. I see your stream sometimes too. I just don't I don't I don't chime in sometimes because
You have to. Well, we'll do a one-on-one someday, and then we'll bring you in.
right on.
And then we can bring you on my Sunday show, and you can see the lunacy we conduct there. As we scream at each other over comic stuff.
yeah, we're gonna be segueing into when Brian gets here. We're gonna be segueing into this other book. How come it didn't show? Oh, I got the wrong share screen. Oops.
Look at you.
Okay, let me try that again. We're gonna be showing this other book off here in a minute, and some of you may be familiar with this one already. 6 Gun Gorilla.
Nice.
Yeah.
Right? And I think this is like the third installment of this. I think don't quote me because I'm not sure, but I think there's been a couple previous books under
I think
this.
this is number 6.
All right.
I mean, well, if you go by floppies.
Hey, since you guys mentioned it with shows, you guys, just a heads up, I go on other shows besides CRoM.
You're always welcome, Phil.
I have goodies that you can check out.
Nice.
You're always welcome.
Phil, you're always welcome. If you ever see me doing a Sunday show, I start at 7:30 typically, except for tonight. Tonight I'm only running for an hour. Normally I run for 2 hours, but if you want to come on next week, you're more than welcome.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
Thanks.
definitely. Are you on? Let me see it. Are you on Facebook?
Yeah, you're on my Facebook, man. You've been on there
okay.
for a while. I think even before I met you on CRoM, man.
Yeah. You know what it is? If I don't see I think I'm starting to have a memory like a goldfish. You get over a certain age, you don't remember shit. Well,
it doesn't help that I've been a little lax on posting on my page too. So
Little secret, guys. Why do you think I tell you guys don't post twice a day? Because if I don't see it, I'm not gonna remember shit tomorrow.
Yeah.
I talked to so many people over the weekend. I mean, there's going to be a couple that stand out, but I mean, there's no way to remember everything I talked about with everybody in every book we covered. It's like, geez, it's mind freeze. Guess what, y'all? Bam! I'm out of here. Canceled.
Hey, it's Brian.
Yep. Oh, there you go.
My bad.
No, you're good. I just like to explain. I've been canceled for this segment, so
what?
You're in great hands though. JD's got you. You know, Hex. Phil's our co-host in CRoM Con, but I've been canceled. JD paid money. JD paid money to kick me out the chair.
Get going.
Exactly. Hit the bricks,
I'll talk
Pops.
to you later, Brian.
There you go.
Brian, later on during RJ's panel, if you want to come back out later, you're more than welcome.
Hell yeah! I'd love to. Peace
you're
out,
kind of getting a
Pops.
short stick here, so we'll get you. All right,
That's all good. Be well. CRoM bless you, and CRoM please have mercy on me for being late. You know what? What's up, JD?
Lamentation of the women.
How you doing, Brian? Nice meeting you, man. I mean, I've seen your book around for a minute, but unfortunately I've never met you.
Nope. It's a pleasure to meet you, and I think I'm familiar with you. Have seen you on many streams. We just haven't crossed paths before.
Exactly. Yeah, man. I mean, and 6 Gun Gorilla, I've seen it for a while. It looks incredible, man. I mean, it really
is incredible.
Yeah, bang up job, man. It looks. Yeah, I mean, it looks great. So, you're the writer, artist.
Yes.
You're the writer. Okay, cool.
And the artist.
And the artist. Okay.
Yeah, and a lying sack of shit. No, no, I'm just. No, dude, I can't draw a straight line with a ruler.
Gotcha.
Any comic book writer that is worth anything, or at least any comic book writer that is honest with you, will tell you the reason why we write comic books, it's because we can't draw them.
Exactly. Yes. I'm there. I feel you. I know exactly what you mean.
And can I just really quick say, what up, Hex? What up, Phil? Pleasure to meet you, Phil.
Yep. How's it going? I haven't seen you in a while.
No kidding. Hex, of course, I hate and loathe because he has like actual like film cells from the Tarna segment of heavy metal.
Wow.
I
Nice.
should have them out so I can mock you every time.
Seriously, I would have that shit on. I would have that shit on the walls just to be like, put it in a ice dance.
Yeah, just for the show. Put it right where that Seven Samurai poster is at. You know,
What are you thinking, man?
Yeah, exactly.
He busted those out on a stream once, and we were all just like,
wouldn't you like to have that in visual view to taunt us all the time when you're on?
No kidding, right?
I kind of don't want it in direct light, though.
That makes sense.
Well, I mean, away from light.
Well, then
UV
install like
damage.
A special shade.
Oh yeah, don't they? Do they have like a UV protection glass on for frames? They must have those.
No, they do.
I'll look into it.
Do.
Okay.
Seriously.
So Brian, Pops was saying you were just finishing breakfast. Really? It's like almost 6 o'clock.
Are you in Australia?
I'm on indie comic book creator time.
Yes, that's a good. Those are good hours to be on.
No, they're not. Well, I mean, during the summer it's not that bad because I could still like get sun. It gets like dark around like 8:30. I'm just like, okay, I can hang with that. I could sleep till like 4 or 5 o'clock.
The sun, what's that? Is that like glowing thing up in the sky I see sometimes?
Yeah. It's that thing in the sky that glows. Yeah. It's weird because, as a writer, you have to show up. You can't wait for inspiration. Right. You have to sit down, even if you're just going to be staring at a blank screen for an hour or two, right? Yeah. And so during the day, I write, but it's very sporadic. It comes out in little fits and starts, right? Kind of like how an old man pees. And at 2 o'clock in the morning, boom, that's when the fucking muse arrives.
I was going to say, do you guys, as right, all of you, man, anything that you do you find having more of a flow going later at night? Because I definitely do.
I don't know what it is.
Then I'm like, oh, no, I got to get up at 6 a.m., though.
Maybe it's because everything's so quiet and settled that it gives you time to just focus.
Well,
phone's not going to be ringing.
Yeah, sometimes, writer, you just gotta sometimes set your times. I'm in New York City, so I'm on the subway a lot, right? So this is what I'm doing when I'm on the subway.
See, I couldn't do that because I get motion sickness.
What is that? Is that a thing called paper I've heard of before?
Yeah,
he's writing paper. Rhymes, yo.
Yep. I actually write in script.
Oh man, I mean, I could take notes, but I can't read my own handwriting. It's horrendous. It's that bad.
Yeah, mine is that bad too. But I've learned to decipher. Yeah.
That's the thing. It's just like shorthand. Yeah, shorthand.
Exactly. So Brian, how long have you been working on Six Gun Gorilla?
Oh God, at least since 2015, 2016.
All right, so it's been 5-6 years.
Yeah, because the first convention I did was the New York Comic Con, 2016. I think it was 2016. Maybe it was 2017. I don't know. But anyway, that was like my very first convention. So it was like, jumping in at the deep end.
Right.
And New York Comic Con is... big. It's busy. I had a corner table. Business was brisk.
Nice.
Sold out of 400 comic books on day 2.
Nice.
And, you know, I like to pretend it's because, you know, our book was fire. And the other books at Independence Alley just couldn't hang.
Right.
Which is sort of true, but I think that's also probably because I had the only comic there that wasn't about zombies that year.
Nice.
Every other
a
comic
book
was
without
about
zombies.
and I love zombies. Don't get me wrong. You know, that's my shit. It's like the way I understand Star Wars fans. I'm like, oh, Star Wars fans. Oh, they look at the Star Wars trilogy, the original trilogy, the same way that I look at the original George Romero trilogy, Night, Dawn, and Day.
Right.
But you know, it was like it was too damn much, and it was all about. In fact, I still have my pass here somewhere. Wait, yeah, I do have my old pass. No shit.
I think I see us go through phases like that. I think zombies is about running through the phase. I think right now, well, vampires before that, but now I think werewolves are coming back, man. That's my
my favorite monster. My favorite monster.
Me too,
well,
man.
Well, you know, I have a werewolf book I want to do called Southpaw, right?
Nice.
About a Rougarou, and basically it's like, I don't know, have you guys ever seen like this old Burt Reynolds movie called White Lightning?
Yeah.
It's basically
that 70s phase of where they were breaking out of that traditional style of movies. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and it's if you get a chance, check it out. It's really brilliant. And it was sort of a predecessor to like the Burt Reynolds car crash movies that came later, but those were comedies. This was like a really dark kind of like crime saga.
All right. Yeah, there was a whole bunch like in that area at the time. There was Thunderbolt and Lightning and Dirty Mary, Crazy Larry.
Oh god, yeah.
Yes.
Love that.
Bobby Joe and the Outlaw with Linda Carter.
I Walk the Line.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. There were like a bunch of those pictures. Vanishing Point.
Yep.
So basically, Southpaw is kind of like White Lightning if Gator McCluskey was a werewolf, and he's fighting like Confederate witches.
Nice.
Right? So it's got like a big chunk of Race with the Devil in there too, because like in other words, lots of dudes running around wearing like monks' cassocks with like axes and shit, right? And there's a motorcycle gang in there, but I wanted to do that this year, and it's just like tsunami of werewolf books. I'm like, yeah, I got a whole bunch of other stuff I want to do too. Let's just put that one just on the back burner for now.
Yeah, Brian, you want to share your screen? It'll be easier that way for you to drive because you'll know where you want to go on that screen.
Oh, share my screen?
Oh, he said we got 11 minutes. That's right. Yeah, 6. We got to switch over for the Rich Parada Incantessi release party.
Oh, for the what release party?
Rich Parada's Incantessi release.
Oh, okay. I haven't heard, but that's because it's not released yet.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. There's my pass.
There you go. Nice. More zombies.
Yeah. And you know what? And you know what really sucks? It's like, yeah, I'm supposed to be plugging my book, but fuck it. I just prefer just to chat and chill. Yeah, I walked right past Frank Darabont. I don't know if you guys know who Frank Darabont is.
The director. Yes.
The director. The Mist, Shawshank Redemption, The Green Mile, and the creator of the Walking Dead series.
Yep.
And he had just like wrapped up a lawsuit with them because basically they were like, "The show's a hit, you're fired."
Yeah.
And he was there, and I knew what he looked like. I knew it was him because I'd seen his cameo in John Carpenter's Vampires. I was listening to the commentary, and John Carpenter was like, "Oh, that's Frank Darabont right there." Right? So I recognized him, and I was like, I wished from that point on I always walked around with some of my comics. Right? I could have been just like, "Oh, hey Frank, free comic." You know.
Nice.
Wow.
Kicked myself in the ass for that. But I did hit. But the great thing about this too is it let me cut the line in the Bandai booth.
Ah.
So I got to get some cool Godzilla toys and like Mazinger Z for like my my friend's like 5-year-old son and shit like that. So that was cool.
Yeah.
What up, Aria Black?
So
is that Woo still alive, or is that like Woo still alive, like John Woo?
I don't know. It might have been the Ric Flair Woo.
Okay.
Woo. It was the Soul Patrol. Woo, Soul Patrol.
There you go.
But yeah, no. This is my third campaign. This is the 8th book in the series. The first campaign was for the trade paperback, which collected the first 6 issues. Second campaign was for the trade paperback and the 7th issue, The Big Gun Down, which lives up to its name because there's a big old massacre in that one. That's where the heroes really get to give the bad guys a bloody nose. And this new one, issue 8, Cemetery Without Crosses, is the part of the story where everything goes to shit. And that's often my favorite part in a story because that's where the drama is. And that's where you really find out what the heroes are made of, like for real, right? Because in real life, when everything goes to shit, that's when you find out what you're really made of. And there's a reason why The Empire Strikes Back is like the best Star Wars movie by far. Because that's the part in the story where just everything goes to shit. And unfortunately, Adrian Sabar, the artist on Six Gun Gorilla issues 1 through 7, and a friend of mine, I'm proud to say, he passed away last year.
Wow, I'm really sorry to hear that.
Yeah, thanks. It was, every victory that we're going to have going forward with this book, and there shall be many, is going to be a little bittersweet because he's not going to be there to see it. But my good friend Preston Acevedo has stepped in, and he's going to finish the last 3 issues. Nice. And so he's doing this issue, and Adrian left 10 pages of pencils, and so he's like working with those to make sure that the transition is, from one artist to another is smooth. You don't want to go from Neil Adams to like Bill Sienkiewicz.
Right.
Right?
Although Sienkiewicz was a clone of Neil Adams for a little while.
Yeah. Look, everybody was a clone of somebody when they started.
This is true.
Right? And until they then developed their own style.
Yeah.
When I started this book, there was a part of me that was like, you know what? Maybe I should go Garth Ennis with this and have him like ripping people's arms off and jamming them up their asses. And then I was like, well, why should I do Garth Ennis when I can do me? Right. I'm the only one who can do me. And I'm not saying like, oh, because I'm so special. I'm just saying, why imitate other artists when you're the only one that can do you? And it paid off. I didn't think that people were gonna get this book the way that they did. I really didn't. I thought some people were gonna like it. I thought some people were gonna really like it. Right. I thought some people weren't gonna dig it, but I've been super duper lucky and blessed because everybody seems to love this book. Everybody who reads it loves it, and that's not me boasting. That's me being really grateful.
No, that's awesome. The artwork's incredible.
Yeah, well, I mean, Preston is absolutely killing it. And he's whenever I get pencils from Adrian, whenever I get them from Preston, they're so beautiful. I don't want to see them inked and I don't want to see them colored. I really don't.
Right.
And Preston is doing a style here where Ollie from 656, who's amazing. Well, all the guys at 656 are amazing. They're the new hotness. Yeah. But basically what he's doing here is this is all pencils and colors. There's no inks here. What Preston is doing is he's sort of, quote-unquote, inking inking it himself as he's drawn. Exactly.
I've done work like that with a Toronto buddy of mine.
Yeah.
Just doing some post work, darkening the lines, doing a little level adjustments, maybe a little bit of cleanups, and then go straight to colors.
Right, but he knows that and we're on the same page here. When it comes to this, because what you want to do is you want to find a look for the book that both of you are going to be happy with.
Right.
Like Preston's, like to quote Preston, when you have a comic book, you have two storytellers, right? And his storytelling instincts are absolutely fantastic. And he's like one of those guys that's just in the last year has like leveled up in a major way. You know, not that his work wasn't fire to begin with, but my God. Yeah. Sim just leveled up the other day. I don't know if you guys saw that Galactus Silver Surfer.
No.
That he did? Yeah, I was just like, oh, bing, ding, 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 level up.
Nice. I might have to go check that out. So, Brian.
Yes.
Real quick, when you work with your artists, you giving them full scripts, or you giving them like a Marvel type style script, or how are you working at?
Oh, I work full script. But I also ask the artist to treat it like full script. That's to say, they have freedom. If they're like, you know what, like he has this as the big panel and this other thing at the bottom as the small panel, but the drama is down here, so I'm gonna make that the big panel and make this other one the small panel. You go with it.
Yeah,
Right.
I find if you don't box your artist in with the script and have, if you're not OCD about your script when you give it to your artist and you give them a little more open room, you get some really cool stuff.
Yeah.
So my scripts are like very, very specific. So I have to let them know, like, don't like think of this as like carved in stone.
Right.
And I've been really blessed in the fact that I've never worked with anyone that's been like, oh, well, we have to use my idea because my idea is better because it's my idea.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
I've met him. I refuse to work with them.
It's like it's a collaborative effort.
Yeah.
Seriously, and you have to embrace that. You have to embrace that, and for one simple reason, because you're going to get a better comic book that way.
Yeah.
And it's more fun, and you kick the ball back and forth because very often here we're looking at Adrian's work from the previous issue, the Big Gun Down. You can see lives up to its name. We just had like a really good by this time we had a very good shorthand. That's to say, we'd been working long enough together where it's just like, I didn't have to give that much description. He kind of got where I was coming from, and Preston's great like that too. For me, the part of the process that's really fun is when I get the pencils back, I get the art back from the artist.
Right.
And then I kind of rewrite a lot of dialogue. And sometimes I'll get ideas from what's on the page and make changes accordingly. So it's kind of like, jazz, I guess, that way. Where, one guy, the trumpet player is playing something, and then the saxophone player's riffing off of what he's doing, and then the drummer's riffing off of what he's doing, and you just kick the ball back and forth. Because seriously, if you're not having fun doing this shit, you're doing it wrong.
Oh, guess what? Ding, ding, ding.
Yes.
Oh.
Sorry, Brian. We got to be on it tonight. Pop's going to be on us if we don't.
I'm cast out. No,
but
once
he
again,
said. But he said earlier.
me.
He said if you want to come out to the later to the panel a little bit later, he said you're more than welcome and to talk more about the book and bring stuff up.
I appreciate it, and I appreciate being on CRoM Con. I just have one thing to leave you with. Since you had to bring it up, Phil. CRoM
CRoM.
I've never prayed to you before. I do not have the tongue for it.
Yes.
Nice.
Always near, because you never know when those zombies are going to come crashing through that window.
This is true.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah. Brian, it was a pleasure meeting you, man. I mean,
likewise, bro.
Yeah. I do one-on-ones. Oh, Phil, how you doing? Oh, what is this? Oh,
shit.
nice. Look at you.
That's not stainless, is it?
No.
Good. Because if you want to see what happens with stainless steel swords, go watch that idiot on YouTube on the knife show. That's like, look how tough this thing is. Bink, bink, and it breaks and it flies up and it hits him in the
And they
shoulder.
don't hold an edge. They can't get them sharp for crap.
Yep. Carbon steel or nothing, baby.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. So, Brian, like I said, one day maybe we could do a one-on-one.
I'd love to. Absolutely would love to.
Yeah. All right. Cool. I've been here 4 hours, so I gotta go. I'm tired.
Oh yeah, seriously, you need a break. You need a break, bro. Wait a second. Why do you need a break? Just wear a catheter.
Oh yeah. I had to call my wife to cover for me to go to the bathroom. You know.
This is why man invented chamber pots.
Well, you know.
And 2-liter bottles.
2-liter bottles, exactly.
Why next?
Boy.
Yep.
Anyway, yeah. Thanks, fellas, for checking it out. Everybody, go check out Six Gun Gorilla, Cemetery Without Crosses. You can get all the previous issues and the new issue for a special discounted price. And we're gonna be launching not an action figure, but we're gonna launch a miniature very soon.
An in-action figure, nice.
An in-action figure, yes.
I like those. Yeah. All right, cool. Well, guys, I'm out. Pops, thank you. I'll talk to you soon. Phil, it was good seeing you. And Phil, not next weekend because it's the 4th of July, following weekend. Right. So I'm not doing anything next weekend.
Cool. Yeah, and thanks for doing it, JD. It's been fun, man.
Yeah. No, it's been
Gave
fun.
me a little bit of a break this time, man. I appreciate that.
You know, we'll see. Maybe we can do it again next time, but maybe for a little bit less, maybe like 3 hours, not 4.
Oh, lightweight.
You know.
Well, come on, there's guys like doing like 10-hour streams.
Yeah, I know.
What we used to do on CRoM, like 12 hours, because we'd go until about 12 or 1 in the morning half the time. I was like, oh man, I can't do this 3 days in a row.
Seriously. Well, I'm doing if it's any consolation, I'm doing my show at 7:30. So there you go.
Awesome.
There you go.
Eastern Standard
Time. That's right. Indie Comics Explained for anyone who wants to know. You know,
excellent.
On YouTube. All right.
Excellent.
Brian, like I said, good meeting you.
Likewise,
Mel,
brother.
You. Like I said, I got to get all you guys on my show at some point, you know.
Send me an invite. I'll be there.
I will. Trust me, I will. All right, guys. Thank you.
All right.
Peace and love.
All
right. Take care, guys. Bye.
Well, that was a fun one, man. All right, well, we're going to be wrapping this up. Head over to part 2 we're starting it off with Rich Parada and his launch party for Incantessi. Well, have fun. Peace out. Be good to each other. See you over on the other stream.
Come get